Yo, what is going on, dog?
All squirt the old Hanny. Listen, bro, comps is everything.
Dude, you guys hear me, right?
Yeah.
Can go hard, 110%.
You guys ready to
Are you ready?
I'm ready, bro. Been waiting all day to play.
Holy this pistol is singing.
I like to see. I like to hear that.
Do you guys need any water or anything?
game fuel?
Do we have game fuels?
Yeah, that's fine.
Got dry mouth already, dude.
Okay, wait, where's the... What's up, G? Game fuel? Make sure.
Oh my, yo. Whoa, I am flashed.
This took me out low key.
Dude, this purple light is with me.
Oh my god.
Get these lights on my fucking face, man.
Oh, that bright as hell, boy.
To
To be fair, is that light actually getting dimmed or is that staying on?
I got something purple on me. There we go, it's off.
Why does it smell like that?
Yo, who's breathing in their mic? Gotta get to the bottom of that.
Who breathing?
Oh god.
Gotta be saying. I hear that loud as hell. Category 5 in my ear.
Alright, bro.
Yeah, the jig's up, bro.
Time to meditate. Time to meditate.
Closing my eyes, meditate.
And now I'm in the flow.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you are, my bad, my bad. You are f***ing me up over here, doctor.
Yo, hear me?
What is my mic like that, bro? Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing?
He stared at me. The camera to our left.
Hey, yo, they got the cameras on.
Yo, Rev.
You got any hand stretches on my left hand? Yeah. Maybe like my wrist there.
Bro, we have nothing to lose, bro. Whatever play you have, do it with full confidence. If it doesn't work, it.
Watch out, absolute. Hit the back, good. Beautiful, brother. Slam, baby!
Bro, as soon as someone gets 1-2 piece, Paco, just go crazy.
1-2 piece. In French?
No, it makes you bleed your own blood. Like, take these guys out for you.
I have their side,
Who is it?
Oh my god!
Welcome to the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. It's pros versus amateurs.
Sim versus Crim, and he's got the clutch!
All 12 CDL teams are locked and loaded.
Oh my god, inside!
Ready to square off alongside the top 4 challengers squads.
Okay, what in the hell? Oh my god!
You know the drill. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best.
Standing with 2 more, and it is a massacre!
And the amateur players are hungry to prove they belong at the top tier of competitive Call of Duty.
He's breaking down doors! He stepped on 2!
But the pros, they're ready to send these challengers packing.
Captain
Who will have the grit to make it all the way through our intense group play and into the high-stakes single elimination bracket?
Scrap looking for a break. They're trying to lock things up, but Scrap swaps to the pistol for the double.
We're about to find out.
And he keeps on moving!
And the body shots from Wardy, the confidence coming through.
Wee Man with the reaction!
This is day 3 of the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. Fight to the end.
What can I say? It's a beautiful day, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for tuning in and welcome back. If this is, something you've been watching all weekend long, rightfully so, right? CDL Pro Classic has been pretty much amazing, and in our pre-show, it was pretty funny because Miles said the AMs are hungry. Well, they're starving right now, brother, because they're not the teams that made it to the single elimination bracket, and the CDL Pros, they went and showed the road that, hey, we're not going to be the pushovers today in this event, as they all won it out in the group stages, and now we have the top 8 teams. I love it, and we're going to see who truly is the best of the best with amazing matchups from top to bottom, and here on the desk, we're going to break it all down. My name is Veli, and running the ship is going to be me with some help from Nameless and also Allie. And Nameless, this is it, man. You lose once and you go home, and these teams can get possibly the highest placing they've ever had. This is a really interesting bracket.
Man, I woke up so excited for today. I mean, seeing Paris come back in that series, just what was at stake. Like, these guys have been struggling all season long. They win 3 straight maps to make it into bracket play, find themselves in a fantastic situation. Now today is single elimination. All these teams, one match they lose, and they are out $100,000 for that first place spot.
$100,000, that's not pocket change, okay? Allie, today's a good day. You're looking great so far. Shout out to Rahela. You know, you're looking good. The freckles are popping, okay? What are your expectations for today, honestly?
I have absolutely no expectations, but
Good.
I do know that there are no second chances today. We had a little bit of the battle the first 2 days, but now the real war starts.
And speaking of battles, there was a battle last night, if you guys were able to catch that Paris Legion game, where they went against Toronto Ultra Academy NA. Shout out to Scrappy as well. And that game was a barn burner, okay? It went down the wire, and unfortunately, the top AM team were not able to advance to the bracket.
Yeah, not able to do it, man. Paris Legion, I mean, that search and destroy, it started with a 5-3 comeback. We saw the video, we saw Temp, he hyped his team up. He's like, do this for me, guys. We have to come back in this series. They win 3 straight rounds, and then from then on out, I mean, lights out in the control, and then a super duper close game 4 came down to the very end on that P1 hill, and Paris is able to close it out. And I gotta show some extra love to Tom Gravity. The guy has been balling out for them across their last couple of series. He had a 1.34 in that series, also led the team in damage, so he's playing a lot quicker as well. So he's the guy that stepped up in a big way to get Paris over the hump.
What's incredible for me is that Toronto Academy and NA were icing up in their series beforehand by doing 2 reverse sweeps that ended up actually hurting them in the long run, and it was Paris Legion, the vets on the squad, that were able to ice up and win 3 in a row. They were down 5-3 in a Berlin search and destroy. They win not only 3 rounds in a row in that to keep themselves alive, but then finish off the series.
If they win 1 round and close out that
was it.
That
was it.
They are in. So, I mean, they had their opportunity. I know a lot of people were tweeting like, oh man, 1 map cost Toronto Ultra.
Don't lose and you win. That's it.
They were playing the team at the bottom of the standings in the CDL and had 1 round to close it out. Just got to get better and do it next time.
It was all in their hands, but we're not even dissing them, because shout out to them, by the way. I would have loved to see what they could have done in this top 8. But also, speaking of Toronto Ultra Academy NA, we got some great plays from him. Mohawk had a crazy 1v3 that had Allie jumping out of her chair.
I mean, it was absolutely insane. I thought when it went down to this 1v3 that was it. We were heading into a round 11, but it's going to be Mohawk that pulls it off. I mean, I think he saw TJ's gun here, so he gets that angle. He reads the chow from trains, and then he still has to get bombed down, right? He's going to clear out Palace. He has to get bombed on the other side of train, and there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. Now, when he starts going for this plant, I'm pretty sure I heard a sound cue in my earpiece, and he did stop the plant for just a second, and then realizes he doesn't have the time and keeps going, right? He keeps with that plan. He's like, you know what? I need to get this bomb down or else it's over anyway. Nobody challenges him. It's going to be Cap left in the 1v1. He pushes Staircase to give him a safe angle. He catches Cap off the sprint, unfortunately, and that's the gunfight to finish off the 1v3.
That's a veteran play. That's not an amateur play to me, Nate.
I mean, he checked everything. I mean, if you really look at it and think about what was going through his mind, like he checks back Church, he wraps back to the bomb, plants it with 0.4 seconds left, so he's time managing at the same time, and then checks the one place that he hadn't looked at, which is on the stairs, tries to get the jump on him, and he catches it, man. That was a beautiful play out of Mohawk, and that's something for him to leave this tournament and holding his head up high.
And with a 1v1 against Capsule, and then, like, the guy before him, his methods, that's incredible. But let's also take a look at the bracket and see how things are going to be today, because on the top side of the bracket, I'm going to be completely honest, it is stacked. We got Faze and OpTic up there along with Breach and Thieves, and on the bottom side, check this out.
Interesting.
Florida, Toronto, New York, and Paris Legion, nameless. One of these 4 teams at the bottom could get top 4. What would that mean for a team like Paris?
I mean, listen, like, honestly, when I look at that side of the bracket, right, like, I would say Florida Mutineers are the favorite to make it all the way to the final. But any of those teams, realistically, they have a good day today, like, they're going to make it, right? Like, all those teams can beat each other. So that is absolutely insane how the bracket has been drawn up. But that Subliners and Legion match for me, that's going to be a lit one.
There's no more excuses, and let's take a look at the schedule to see what matches are going down. Check this out. The schedule is so sexy right now. We're going to kick off the day with Paris Legion, a team that's red hot, and seeing Temp on a squad like that is going to be fun. Facing off against the New York Subliners, a team where we have not yet seen their peak yet. Shout out to Kismet. After that, we're going to see Florida versus Toronto, and then to close out the day, a very underrated matchup. The Los Angeles Thieves versus the Boston Breach, and there are so many implications when it comes to that matchup. But, Allie, looking at that schedule, which series are you most excited for?
Florida versus Florida versus Toronto Ultra for sure for me, because Ultra has kind of been stepping it up in their hard points as of recently. We unfortunately haven't been able to truly see how those matches have been going down, but I've heard that Cammy Climax have been absolutely frying, and for me, I feel like Florida actually probably had the easier pool heading into this. Don't get me wrong, they have been on fire.
Sure.
Big Wake has been dropping serious numbers, but their pool was they beat OpTic, right? OpTic has a sub in general, so it's a little wishy-washy there. AU Academy, and then a really struggling Minnesota ROKKR with a new player on their team as well. So I'm interested to see how they perform against the new look Toronto Ultra.
Well, check this out. Let's keep it real with all of you out there, okay? It doesn't matter what groups you come from now, because now you're in the top 8. You're going to place in the money. And speaking of money, let's look at it. First place is going to walk away with $100,000. Yes, we're talking about a $250,000 prize pool. But how did they even get here? They went through a grueling group stage, okay? We had 2 days of it where essentially you had to place top 2 in your respective group in order to make it to the single elimination bracket. And now that we're done with group play, we're gonna have 2 days of this. You lose once, you go home. You win, you get even more money in your pocket. Nameless, I don't know about you, man. I love double elimination, but in a high-stakes tournament like this, I mean, you just show who the best is today.
Yeah, I mean, you've had 2 days now where you could have made errors, right?
And a month of break to get better.
Exactly. Now there's just no more room for errors. Single elimination bracket, stakes at their highest. Who can perform under pressure? That is what we are going to learn here on Saturday and Sunday.
Right, now let's talk about the top 4 teams heading into today as well. And the Atlanta Faze, on paper, looks like the strongest team, and rightfully so, right, Allie? They're the most consistent.
Absolutely.
And on paper, especially with OpTic playing with Generalin and Iliao, this looks like Atlanta's tournament to win.
I'm right there with you. The most consistent team easily across the board, but also they have one of the most consistent players in the league, and that's going to be in the likes of Celium. I mean, versus Strike X, he had a 1.73 overall versus Seattle, a 1.51. I mean, this guy literally makes it look so easy. But you know what? Eyes have been on the SMG duo in Simp and a BZ, and they have been lighting up. It's been Simp that had made that start, but it's been a BZ now. Starting in that catch-up versus Toronto, he dropped a 1.24 overall in that series. So I'm hoping to see that continue into today.
Yeah, I mean, and Simp also, he had a 1.38 in that series. Like, they were just balling out. They had a very, very comfortable group play, and you can see here in their stats, Team KD #1, hardpoint average, plus 89. They're first right now. The guys are rolling. They're getting better, and this is their tournament tournament.
They have to win this. I know they're tired of second-place finishes, and they don't want anything less than that. Now, let's talk about one of the dark horses who are now proven that they're one of the top teams in the league as well. Florida Mutineers have come a long way, okay? Remember at the beginning of the season, they were pretty much throwing games away, right?
Yeah.
It was like, okay, what is Florida all about? Can they finish? What's up with this roster? Now, one by one individually, this team is stepping up, but even as a team, they're starting to close out.
They would out-engage you, right? But they would still not be winning this respawns, and they would win your S&Ds, so with the likes of Dave Patty. But it feels like kind of an overturn now. Now they're struggling with search and destroys. They're 3-7 their last 10, but now they are slamming people when it comes to respawn. Skies had a 1.28 overall yesterday, and Big Weight had a 1.3 overall. I mean, they have just been lighting it up. They are 9-1 in the last 10 hard points. But again, I'm a little worried when it comes to that search and destroy against teams that now are a little bit more used to how they play. And that, again, coming from a pool with a lot of mixed match coming up, this is going to be a true test to their strengths.
Right, and Nameless looking at Florida right now, the stats are going to come up. I mean, you've also been impressed. You've had your thoughts about this team, and they're proving themselves to you. And that's crazy, man. They're looking good.
Yeah, I'm extremely impressed with this Florida Mutineer squad. The teamwork is there. I mean, before they would just fly out a lot of individual plays. We'd see a Big Wake turn up on a map and they wouldn't even win, things of that nature. But everybody has stepped it up. He's been extremely consistent. I honestly think he's been a top 5 player over the last couple of weeks.
Won't argue it.
It's Major 2, and this team has been consistent. They went 9-2 map count in their group play. Everybody popped off. This is a team that we could see in the finals at the end of this.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, you guys know we love you at home, right? So check this out. Whip out your cell phones right now and scan this QR code on the right side of your screen for the beautiful Heart You Charm. And the thing is, you get a twofer. You don't get just a charm. You also get signed up for the CDL newsletter. So if you're a fan of Call of Duty, obviously, right? I mean, you're going to want to know everything that's happening. Go ahead and get you that charm. And also coming up very soon. Okay, this has been an incredible year. Major 1 and 2 has been a blast. I'm going to Major 3. Allie, Nameless. I mean, how y'all feeling about that? Y'all going?
I mean, last time I checked, I've never been to Toronto, Ellie, so I am very excited to go across the border. I heard it's a lot of people's favorite city.
I mean, I can't wait to go to Toronto. I can't wait to be in the 6 and get to hang out with the real Drake instead of fake Drake Belly there. On the
all right, DJ Khaled. All right,
but no, it's going to be a blast, man. I've never been there, and all I've heard are great things.
Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful people, good food, and yeah, it's going to be a great time. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna kick off the single elimination bracket, and I can't wait. We have one break in between us, but on the way back, let's go ahead and get that first matchup of the day started with Atlanta Faze and OpTic, Texas. I love you guys. This is gonna be a good time. We'll see you soon.
Tell me when you had enough. I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that you get in the vicinity.
Welcome to the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. It's pros versus amateurs.
Sim versus Crim, and he's got the clutch.
All 12 CDL teams are locked and loaded.
Oh my God, inside!
Ready to square off alongside the top 4 challengers squads.
Okay, what in the hell? Oh my God!
You know the drill. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best.
Standing with 2 more, and it is a massacre.
And the amateur players are hungry to prove they belong at the top tier of competitive Call of Duty.
He's breaking down doors. He snaps on 2.
But the pros, they're ready to send these challengers packing.
Captain
Who will have the grit to make it all the way through our intense group play and into the high-stakes single elimination bracket?
Scrap looking for a break. They're trying to lock things up, but Scrap swaps to the pistol for the double.
We're about to find out.
And he keeps on moving.
And the body shots from Wardy, the confidence coming through.
Wee Man with the reaction.
This is day 3 of the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. Fight to the end.
All right, beautiful people, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. And by the way, I called out the wrong match. I was excited, okay? We're gonna have the New York Subliners facing off against the Paris Legion, and this is gonna be exciting as hell, okay? Because Paris Legion are gonna be riding high off of that incredible win last night in order to make it to the single elimination bracket. Now the question is, can they keep up that type of momentum against New York? Because New York is flying high right now, and they're not looking back at all. Then let's talk about this squad. Okay, we know about Kismet, we know about the team change and whatnot, but the philosophy of this team just seems to be better than ever, right? Ever since they started making these team changes, they started just getting better in all types of game modes, most importantly, hardpoint. And Ali, I mean, would I be capping if I said, like, New York is one of the best hardpoint teams in the game?
Well, it's a little weird, right? Because they beat LA Thieves, who was our previous hardpoint holders in the beginning of the season, and now they're looking to show a little bit of that same pattern here with the fact that I believe they are like 9-1 in their last 10 hardpoints, so that's insane for me across the board. And they haven't lost, right? And now Paul's dropping a 1.43 versus LIT, Hyder's dropping 1.37, the Raw versus London. It's looking like an entirely different New York Subliners team, and I've said it from the beginning of the game. I think Crimsix is gross at this. Kismet adding that kind of piece across the mental. There's nothing that this New York Subliners team can't do.
Right, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, hopefully they can pull up a big win here. What do they have to do to pull this out, Nameless?
Yeah, for the New York Subliners, I mean, they're 11-2 in their last 13 hardpoints. That obviously has to continue. I mean, they got better even when they just brought in Paul X, right? And I think the biggest difference with this new iteration is Kismet coming in has helped their search and destroy so much. They've been able to clutch up in these tense moments. And then Paul X bring the hot slaying, 1.21 this weekend, ranks 3rd. Paul X super confident. We saw him shooting bodies in their last series. Like, the man is ready and he's rolling. And then Lockdown, the map 1 Bocage HP. They're on a 5-game Bocage HP win streak, 3-0 this weekend. So seeing as that's going to be map 1, this other team might have something up their sleeve.
I think it's safe to say that Paul Lex is definitely a win condition when it comes to this New York Subliners team. They've been absolutely just built different ever since he came into the roster. But ladies and gentlemen, this is about it. The New York Subliners are going to see if they can continue on with this hot streak against the Paris Legion. And Miles and Chance, we got Call of Duty and single elimination on the way. Fellas, good morning. And yo, you guys ready for this?
Ready for this, mate? Indeed. This should be a treat, man. For those who watched last night's games as well, it came down on the wire quite literally. And hey, man, we've had a little bit of everything. A chance once again, sir, you've outdone yourself with that floral shirt.
Again, I did not pay for it. This is not mine. I don't actually have style, but we do what we can for the broadcast, especially on a single elimination day for two teams that have like almost sort of parallel storylines, right? It is Paris and New York, both teams towards the bottom of the league. New York, I think, has been like slowly working on the come up, right? 11-2 in their past 13 hard points. Those guys have genuinely been on a tear, especially so through the Pro-Am. And well, Paris, well, they came to play as well, as you pointed out, back against the wall. Literally had to win, I think, in like a 3-0 or 3-1 fashion last night, but they got the job done. So here they are fighting tooth and nail against the team that, honestly, in certain sense, they're neck and neck with.
No freebies, no handouts. Glory isn't given. It's simply taken here in the CDL, unless we are, of course, talking about what last second ticks. It's just the way the game is, ladies and gentlemen. You can cry and complain all you want, but it ain't gonna change a damn thing. Let's get into the cage. Map number 1. Again, single elimination bracket. Losers of the series go home. The winners advance further into the tournament. Here we go, though. This is it. Let's get things going. New York Subliners, Paris Legion into the cage.
And keep in mind, since they've picked up Kismet, like we talked about their hardpoint record in their past 13 maps, they're 4-0 in hardpoint at this Pro-Am. 3 of those wins were on Bocage. So I don't exactly know how deep this team's map pool is, but this is certainly a map they are happy to play on first thing. And it makes sense when you got a guy like Hydra on your team. That being said, he got worked in the moment. That'll be a nice little break for Paris, who really started to try to push up the map and try to get some semblance of control.
Yeah, we can see if Paris keep hold of that newfound vigor from last night's performance, keep things going right now. As far as P1's concerned, though, we haven't seen too much action either way. We're going to see the Subliners take the lead, keep things going a little bit further. The final 10 seconds here on P1 will come to a close. Top side of the map, all Subliners for now. And again, chance as far as kills go, I mean, Paris a little bit more productive there. Kismet the 6-2 now on a 4 spree, who will be still on the run. Looking to find a few more, brought down in the end. We love to see it out of Paris. Identifying those important targets, taking care of them. And now they have the hard point.
And I think the biggest question, or at least the expectation on everyone's mind, if John and Jimbo can fry, they can absolutely keep up with this team and have a great deal of success, especially on this map. I think it's really the SMGs for New York that sort of strike fear into your heart, you know? But, I mean, for Paris, so far, so good. They're over towards P2. They have those back spawns, and maybe they're trying to dodge nades as best as they can. They have a couple players pushed up, but looks like New York, nice little clean 4 down. A bit scattered, but, hey, the break is in. You get some time, and at the very least, strip it away from Paris.
Yeah, as far as hardpoint number 2 goes, 20 seconds remaining-ish now, and you're going to see both teams relatively evenly contested here. Towards the next hardpoint, rotation's already down. Kismet's got his eyes on that next up. He's having a great showing so far since joining the team. At this moment in time, 7-5. We'll keep an eye on those stat lines again. Exciting to watch these newcomers find themselves here in these pro rosters. And again, seems to be enjoying himself. Granny's is up now. The doors will be bust wide open. Hydra trying to make the approach that bit harder. Beautiful shots onto the second player. John goes down, but the push from Paris is still alive.
They've got to actually get the perfect push out, right? As soon as Hydra gets that 2-piece, it really opens up the map and tells the Subliners exactly what direction they need to look. And Temp gets caught. Players in the back finally there to take him down. John is the last one alive for his team near the point. Well, him and Jimbo, that is, but everyone gets dropped. And this is an incredibly solid hold. And the entire thing started off the 2-piece from Hydra. Ever since then, it is just the dominoes falling. But would you look at that, the M1928 Temp? I think he loves it just because you get, what, 50 bullets in the clip? Spray and pray, baby. Name of the game.
A little bit more strafe speed as well. And nice to see that coming up in those close range engagements. Here we go, son. The Tommy gun in hand, flying forward into the point. Hydra gets dropped immediately. His teammates clearing up the kills as well. Last minute break again onto the Granny's hard point. They're going to find that time. Now make their way across over the barn. Paris Legion have got to now make the break. Kismet on the outside of the map trying to slow these players down. Here comes the hit now from Paris. Fanned out across the entirety of the cage. First up, trades come through. Crims rushing mid. The battle now on top of the point. See how it goes there for Paul Lex, who's trying to find any more here in Temp. Mr. Tommy gun himself, little gangster shots there. Finds himself 5 in a row. Now he's got himself the hard point.
And there you go, perfectly done by Paris, right? Everybody just flooding through the P2 side of the map. And as far as Bocage goes, they kind of took their time with it, but that's because they executed on it so well. And, well, now inside the point, it is just more of the flood fest now. New York, they just fly back in and take it over. And, well, Temp gets caught. I think the bullets of Crimsix blew the truck up to give him a quote nade kill. But whatever the case may be, Subliners, after getting broken on Barn, at least make things scrappy. As far as that rotation goes, Subliners, they will get there early, but number 6, John, I think maybe a small window of opportunity to make a play. Never mind.
Oh, never mind. He was there for a brief moment. Great awareness there from Paul. 10 and 12 out of him so far. Hard points up. Subliners in there once again. Jimbo, he had a great day yesterday. He's been turning heads all over the place. And he find an entry now towards this next hard point. Checking every possible corner. Paul's got a gun. He does indeed take care of him. That's going to be another one. Paris do manage to get the break from the front side, though. So, Hydra, all on you for now, mate. Until the rest of the squad spawn up on the back side. We'll see if you can find those kills. But for now, Paris with a better time.
Right now, New York are so incredibly concerned with the player top grandmas, but hey, as soon as you take care of him, you turn your attention towards the hill, and just like that, perfectly executed break. They knew the power positions they needed to get the players out of, and now you get a decent chunk of clearance over towards the hill. John gets taken out of the back, so right now the trades are a-flowing for the Subliners. 30-point lead, and gotta say, on a map like this, it's not a terrible margin at all.
Yeah, normally a very well-contested map, again, for both teams in current form. Expecting this to be a real tight one, but for now, Subliners, a bit of a lead developing. Mid-map, that's where we're going next. Second set of hard points now up. John, little windy and bottom grannies, takes care of things, close the doors, windows, you name it. The draft is gone, the kills are good. So have to worry about mid-map, though. Over to Temp once again, automaton in hand now. The man's got a real broad, he's got a lot of options right now in the loadouts. Let's face it, as Donnie Temp keeps things going again for the team, leading the squad in this lane department for the time being. Crim, the 16-10 over the point. He goes. Jimbo wins a big one. That's time now going for Paris.
An eclectic weapon choice, let's say.
Oh, I love it.
That, you know, one of my favorite words to use, so I'll try to break that one out, is right now the hill's getting broken by Paris. They don't exactly have the spawns, though. You see the backside and river gets opened up, but in all honesty, with 30 seconds left on this P1 hill, this is just time to sort of flood and try to milk every last second you can get. If you can get 10 or 15 on this first hill, you are calling that a nice little dub. And I think right now, New York are just sort of turtling towards the back, accepting the fact that, hey, they just want to win this rotation. But I think Gravity and Paul X, this is a pretty important battle for P2, and Gravity wins it, gets Paris actually those tin side spawns, and all that pressure that New York had over towards the left side of the map gets stripped away. And I think Legion trying to strike back on P2.
Interesting. New York, first time we've seen the Subliners here on the back foot here on Bocage. Great time now to hit the break and go for a listen in.
Play this spot, party, yo. Do not chow. Still hold. He's mid on me. Jimbo, one shot. Jimbo, mid, one shot. Jimbo, mid, one shot. I already, I'm waiting for him.
Yo, one flying at you. One more, 2 plants. Stay down. I got this up. 2 ARs. One more.
No, absolute low left.
Watch out, low left. Kids. I'm coming, kids.
Yeah, low left still.
Low left.
He's close on you.
I died.
One more hole. Last guy, hole. Still there, Jimbo.
Took the time. Still there, yep.
Is he dead?
No.
Absolute, I got naded. Still challenging you. He's running at you.
I got you.
Top left to
Nice. Play your life.
Don't shout. He's Lamar tank.
Play your life, okay, Paco?
Lamar tank, one shot. Lamar tank, one shot.
I'll kill him right now.
It's absolutely still mind it.
He's dead.
Nice.
Where are you at, Paco?
Top on me then.
Top. Go bump, Porter, go. Let's go.
Yep. I'm going to the left.
Nothing on initial.
Look over me low left. I'm gonna hit this.
No. Oh.
On the half wall, on the wall. Yo, one shot on the back half wall.
I'll get the back window.
One. Yeah, I'm gonna nade tower.
Absolute on time, guys, Jimbo.
He's backward.
He's absolutely in that corner.
Yo, behind you, camo tank,
tower.
Camo tank, Tom.
From Kitch on me. From Kitch going.
Old ASD. John.
He's absolutely on the plat.
Jimbo, one shot.
John, one shot on the heady.
One shot on the heady.
No, on the street as well. He's top tower.
Top tower.
ASD, guys. ASD. Front ASD.
I don't see him.
He's on the plat.
Big street, son.
I left ASD.
Listening comes to a close. Subliners still keeping that lead sound and solid chance.
Well, I mean, it's starting to dissipate away just a little bit, right? I think it's, incredibly difficult to stabilize a hill on this map at all. New York actually did a decent job on P2 despite the fact they lost the rotation, but now we go into this Grandma's Hill where Paris have completely run the show. I mean, not milked every bit of time. There's been a little bit of contest, but they were down by 60 points. They've cut this to maybe a 15, 20-point deficit, so this is fantastic work out of Legion to get right back in this game. New York truly just struggled to break through, but now the move is on over towards Barn. It is number 3, Kismet, inside the hill first, but he is by his lonesome as Paris right now. They are flying at him.
Yep, Subliners still got the control for now. Again, weird spread across map. There's 2 players in mid. They've got to win that fight and now get across and try to help Kismet. He's up on the hard point, pretty much alone for now. Here come the reinforcements. Gravity from up top. No, unfortunate team kill, but Kismet's retained control. Can Temp find anything? Answer is still no. John now from upstairs, able to maybe get a kill or two with the 30 seconds now remaining here on Barn. As Subliners, they've held this for a long time and they're somehow still keeping the time going their way. Beautiful stuff. Balancing on the knife's edge right now as the time keeps going in their favor. Quick contest. Kismet looking to clean up Jimbo. Can't quite find him. Not a clue. He's in that corner. We promise you, mate. Big shots out of Kiz. The 3 spree continues and we should be cracking over the 200-point mark.
And already most important moment of the game is just the fact that the Subliners not only hold all that time, at least contested towards the end, but they are free and clear over towards this river rotation. And with a 40-point lead, I mean, they might not get to 250, but they can pretty much end this game right here. Get another 15, 20 seconds, and you should be good to go. So Bears got to make the break. They have a couple players inside tunnel, but if you get Crimsix in this back power position, tough to take him down, but Gravity does it, and Bears break on through.
They're all now. Gonna break on through to the other side from Paul now, trying to make his way forward. Shots on Gravity, slides on forward. Can't take care of Temp. Teammates still in the position that help this happen. 30 seconds remaining now. Jimbo trying to desperately get back on the point, keep the open field now for his boys of Legion, but they're not able to get it done. Subliners once again, the muscle, the brains to fight their way through. Big kills out of Gravity. It's 1 HP, trying to help his team out. And again, 30 points now for the win for the New York Subliners here in map number 1.
And I know Gravity right now, 35-19. He was winning big gunfights on this hill, and he gets a nice little 2-piece there. But, I mean, you are down by, what, 60 points going into a P1. I think it might be just a too little, too late sort of scenario. Bears Legion going to have to string together themselves a series of hill and a series of team wipes to try to get back in this game. But, hey, if you can really crank up the slang, maybe you can make some magic happen. Still the possibilities, but I'd say the flip side for New York, even on this P1, just flood the time as much as possible. 3 or 4 seconds here, 3 or 4 seconds there, and they'll just chip away and get that dub.
Yep, all those little grains of sand build up and eventually become a mountain. And that mountain, Paris have got to climb. This is going to be a tough one. Hydra keeping mid-map safe. Again, a second or 2 here or there. That's all the Subliners need, and they're getting the job done. Trying to fly forward. Paul can't get the fights won in that position, so now you're going to open mid-map for the second. 10 seconds though for the win. As Paris have dived on the point, it has to be sublime from here on out. This is going to be extremely tough. Subliners keep chipping away. This war of attrition, you can win it here. This is going to be big. And again, dive on that point. Play for the P2 spawns. It's now a question of, where do we win the game, here or there for the New York Subliners?
It's just too difficult, man. You got Hydra just flying all over the map, Paul inside the point with whatever weapon, and New York Subliners get to 250 and continue their Bocage reign of terror. That is now 6 in a row on that map that they have won, 12-2 in their past 14 hard points. The Subliners, man, they came to the Pro-Am prepared and ready to play.
Certainly did, man. And again, Kismet, a late addition to the squad. I know the trialing process might have taken quite a while, but he's fitting right in at the moment. And this is a very good look for the squad. Signs of life indeed for a team that were in dire straits for a real long time. But we'll see if they can keep the momentum going here in this single elimination matchup. Being 1 up so far, the Subliners trying to set themselves up for success in the long run.
And I will say, I'm kind of curious about Temp's sort of logic with the M1928. I definitely do not hate the weapon. It absolutely shreds. I know, like, watching, like, SMD8s and whatnot, Hook has been using it sort of randomly for the past few months. I think Temp pulled it out just on, like, a P5 on Tuscan. He had it maybe for 2 lives here on this map. So I don't know specifically what he has in mind, but I mean, weapon aside, whatever the case may be, again, the story here is just Subliners. I mean, they have achieved their flow state on this map.
Yeah, it really is. It's not easy to win consistent cage games, man. I mean, we talk about how hard the map can be in general and how mixy, quote unquote, it can be, but Subliners looking to find that certain remedy. But then Temp, the highlight reel with the M19, he had a lot of fun with it, man. He really did. It was a good looking weapon in certain situations. How truly applicable it is across, other kind of gunfights, longer range gunfights, different hard points. Who knows? Time will maybe tell. Hopefully the bad boy don't get G8, but if Paris win the event chance, there's a good chance it will.
Okay, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves now. I don't think it is nearly as extreme as some other potential GAs we've had in the past. But either way, I mean, this is just a single map, right? I think we've talked about the hard point for New York quite a bit. a little bit surprised Paris didn't ban the Bocage, because it's not as if the Subliners have flexed an incredibly deep map pool. And not saying they don't have it, we really just don't know, because actually it's been basically every map that they've played. The only map that York has lost in this tournament so far is like one control. And funnily enough, I think that was to the AM team, but they are now 5-0 in Hardpoint, 3-0 in the Search and Destroys. But I suppose just to add to the sort of funny stats, and I got to stop saying that word, but all 3 of their SMBs have gone to round 11, one of which was like a full sale. So like, it's hard to describe Subliners. It's not exactly like they're dominant, despite the fact that their map record certainly reflects that.
It's an interesting one, yeah, for sure. Berlin Search and Destroy coming after that, a double dose of Gavutu in Control and Hardpoint, and then we go full circle. We may have to come back to the cage for that game 5. Who knows, friends? It could well be the case. Anything can happen here in a single elimination matchup. This is it. It's a one and done, pals. It's going to be fun. But yeah, we got Berlin now, chance. And going back to the Hardpoint, I'm interested, man. I thought it could have been as far as like Subliners look right now, patchwork team, you know, they've not been running the kids for very long. Might have been a better idea for Paris to ban the cage out and go for a more like structured Hardpoint map, like something like a Tuscan or something like a Berlin. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, that would have been my guess, just because of the fact that, I mean, again, if you're on like a 6 Bocage map spree, that sort of makes sense to me. But I mean, we still have to see so much more to this Subliners team get played, especially because they just built a new roster. They might be in a situation like at the moment where if their map pool isn't super deep, the teams that like don't have auto vetoes, your Atlanta Phases, your OpTic Texases, maybe potentially even Florida Mutineers, could just ban Bocage and then have that like edge in the series from that point. But some of your team towards the bottom, i.e. Paris Legion, if you have something you almost have to auto veto, well, if the Bocage slips through, it just be like that sometimes. So it'd be interesting to see how far this Subliners team goes, if they can make it past this series even, because I know Paris Legion, I mean, they had their Ball Don't Lie series just yesterday. They actually have been pretty competitive overall, like including getting a win against the Major 2 champs. So it's not like you can count out Paris at all. They have absolutely made improvements, even on an individual level. I know Jimbo has certainly got quite a bit of love, and maybe he could be a player to look at to step things up for map 2 to try to get that bounce back in.
Berlin Search and Destroy could be bounce back city. We'll find out. Bumps are out. Take your seat, as many of the fans in the back have. Not just fans, professional players, amateur players, coaches, you name it. Everyone and everybody here in the Belong Arena enjoying the show, as the Prime Classic has continued to be full of drama. True drama, Chance.
And Miles, this stat, by the way, that Carson wanted to pull up is just the fact that you can see the actual breakoffs for Paris. Normally they play it sort of like neutral. They're playing for picks and adjust after the fact, but they actually lean A over B, despite the fact that they only win a 1/5 of the rounds when they actually attack A, compared to 60%, which on offense isn't too shabby to actually go to B. So, I mean, if this is a team that they lean A more so than B, maybe want to mix things up. And I don't know if this would be technical. Actually, no, this is just a straight up B hit. So this is where Paris have actually had more success.
Crim's got eyes on at least one. Can't catch a Jimbo out as well. The nade doesn't land either. The remaining of the team pushing their way forward now. Paul trying to find a kill. Oh, it's an ugly back and forth, but Paul wins it in the end. Hydra doesn't land a shot and a temp in the back end. So now the 3v2 situation. The bomb town over by B. Also, John now has his work cut out from both players on the inside of the site, and Hydra's in. Hydra's in, finds one! Hydra! With the rats! Through the back window, guns them both from the hip. That's the diffuser, that's the round.
Yeah, if you ever find yourself in a situation where, I mean, not even if you're man down, but for whatever reason, if your final players alive are all trapped in sight, I mean, just good luck. The Subliners would have to just like absurdly drop the ball in that situation to lose that round. And I mean, Hydra just gets all the work done himself. I'm pretty sure the reason that even the flank was wide open and the players ended up trapped on site is just the intro pick that Hydra got with the sniper rifle. I know Hydra certainly back in the day, like before he was a pro player, he was a sniper kid. So, you know, he is lethal with that thing in his hands, on top of the fact that the rat in the back pocket, obviously proficient with it, as he's looking for an early pick that I don't think Jimbo is going to give to him.
Jimbo certainly won't be giving it to him. The Kismet is going to try to find an opener and keep an eye on it. Another watchful eye of the French phenom. Hydra should be able to cover him if he makes his way in. Pull on the outside now, push down. Pressure's on. Kismet does manage to find the entry kill. First blood goes his way. A bomb site now in the hands of the Subliners.
And now the question is where the flank's going to be coming through. Hydra's obviously at least partially watching Secret. You got plenty of coverage over the pressure from the front. I mean, you got a man advantage in this situation, but Crim, he gets caught out just a little bit, but he's trying to stay alive. And Temp tries to hunt him down, but the teamwork is there. Kismet helping the captain. And all of a sudden, it is now a 2v3. And Sean finds another one, but not easy at all when Hydra's shooting like that. And John, the next domino to fall. Kismet shreds them on through in a clean round from the New York Subliners. I think right there, Kismet was able to find 3 in the round.
Yeah, 3 for the new guy. Nice shot there from Hydra. We'll see it once more. Couple of tags in. Not too much to get the flinch done there. And Hydra, beautiful shot again. Clinical work at the Subliners in these first 2 rounds. They've gone very smooth indeed for them. Bomb plants, bomb diffusers, you name it. We've seen it all so far. Paris, the tenacity, the grit, the resolve to survive last night. Where is that today? Let's get things going, Paris. 2 donuts, the form of Gravity and Temp for now. Round 3.
And this is why we brought up the stat earlier, right? When they go to A for Paris, they haven't had a ton of success on offense. This is not their preferred site. Well, they prefer to go here, but this is not where they have all their success. And Hydra quick on the counter. They've done their homework. And now New York actually flanking, trying to get inside and make things mixy. Kismet staying alive, finds the kills, and the swarm is in. Subliners are everywhere. And Crimsix might have had his 17th teammate of this tournament, but he still have that man advantage.
Crim is lethal, dude. He's been ripping his teammates up, but he rips everyone up there. Another good one from the Subliners. A little shaky at times, a little ugly here or there, but man, they kept that one all together. That's 3 straight, despite the efforts of Temp. And once again, another banger of a snipe out of Hydra, that time from the close window. Crim's got to chill with the teammates, though, man. He's got to chill. Chill, Crim.
I mean, you know, he's getting kills with it at least sometimes. I know a couple have been unfortunate where I think he's like cooking the nades, gets killed, and it just drops at his feet, and his teammates are standing right there. But yeah, no, he is certainly racking him up for the moment. But at the very least, what the Subliners are racking up is round wins and maybe Hydra bloods. Can't quite connect on that shot there, but either way, he spots out the cross. He only got 2 players around, and Subliners were successful bullying this site through last time, but Jimbo playing the Abizi spot.
But he's so sneaky here, dude. Like, again, you've got players all around. There's a lot of red dots on his minimap right now. Tons of information. No, he doesn't have walls. It's just a great guess. There's Paul on the outskirts now. Tags, damage, Kismet on the inside. Oh my word, it's so close. Jimbo's still in a position to potentially go massive. At least 1 kill here. That's going to help out his team in the best of ways. Temp starts things off. But here comes Paul. There's Jimbo, springs to life, finds at least the first kill. Any more to be had here? Kismet goes for the 1v1 and he loses it as Jimbo stays alive on site. Paris with a round.
There you go. Nice turnaround. And honestly, I think the army crawl for Jimbo sort of paid off. You see a couple different spots where New York was shooting through broken walls, shooting through windows, shooting through whatever, like the cover Jimbo was laying down behind. So they were taking shots through all these things, trying to search for him. You even see in the bottom left right there where New York was trying to go for the spot check, but they were slightly off. So Jimbo's spot never gets discovered. And he turns that into a nice little 2 kills in that round. Paris Legion, at the very least, will get on the board.
That's a really tough gunfight to win as well in that spot. Here we go, though. Over towards A once again. Bomb in hand. Kismet tagged up. Oh, dear. Can't get out with his life. John's already in. Blistering pace now set from Paris Legion. They're already on that site. They've got themselves the first blood. Crim now trying to find something on the back line, but that's going to be Gravity watching that one. Will he find Crim? Should do. Easy nice pickings. It's a 2v3. Subliners. It's all on Paul, and it's all on Hydra. We recover the bomb now for Paris. They should be able to get this plant. No one from the Subliners too far around.
Yeah, Pollux, by the way, I was going to say, he's going to see this the entire time. So they're going for the cross, but you have the information of Paul. This might be a freebie to catch a player, and that's bomb down that he gets. You got a 2v2 bomb down, and yes, it gets recovered quickly, but the trap was there, but Temp wins the big gunny. And now Pollux looking for the quick trade. He gets it to leave us in a 1 versus 1. Pollux versus Jimbo. And Jimbo does have bomb and clearance over towards B. And 25 seconds left on the clock.
Look at them running in parallel alongside each other throughout now, these Berlin streets. Paul's going to check A, going to find nothing. Bomb plant at B. Here we go. And it's a tense one. Jimbo's playing the close sight. Paul's checking every possible clutch spot.
Yeah, he just has zero information. Like, he has to clear out in the site deep trains. He never actually caught this player out the cross, so it's guesswork. The sun's there for the intel, but doesn't actually connect. But I think he knows he's inside, but it doesn't matter. The stun helps him not at all. And Jimbo walks away with the dub. 2 in a row where Jimbo has been the hero for the team.
Man, Paul came close. That stun check, so unfortunate. Doesn't get a single tag, and Jimbo knows as soon as that stun comes through, he hasn't hit the door, all the windows bust wide open. It's the silent approach through the open field, or through the open hole. That was it, man. Big wins. Does Paris clutch up? I think that might pull for the ace as well if he managed to get that. What a round that'd have been out of him.
But back we go. New York on the attack. What is it? Quick over towards A. I think Hydra put away the sniper rifle if he's like pushing deep outer a little bit quicker, but they're setting up and maybe waiting to try to get a pick. Is Jimbo maybe trying to army crawl or maybe waiting for Crim to find a pick? He actually does so on the B side of the map. And well, now if you want, I mean, you could fight what, a 3 versus 1 potentially on this A site. But Jimbo back in action.
He's hitting it back to back. Slightly different spot than the first time around, but the Subliners are having none of it. They are out. All Hydra Kismet. They're gone, baby. They're coming over now to Temp, over by the B-bomb site alone. With no John here to help out, this could get ugly fast. Temp's timing has been unfortunate. He's going to see that no one cross. He's going to see them now take that top position. Crim's going to check the back. 1v1 here is going to be massive. Oh, and it's bad. They're going to take that spot up. That's Temp done. This should be a plant. This could be the round.
That is just instant 2. By the way, number 2 on, yeah, I was going to say, they had every single cross covered, even after that, ready for the post plant. So Subliners, you saw what they were doing, taking their time, wrapping back. They basically got complete P2/P5 control. They dominated the library, I think is what it's actually called. And as soon as they had that, they get the bomb down, and even just the nice reads and teamwork to take down Temp. And all that really does just stem off the first blood and then the nice little post-pant positioning call. So shout out to Crimsix. I know in Cold War, he was at the very top of the leaderboards when it came to first bloods, and that round was no different.
4-2, Subliners with the lead. Slower hit now from Paris, making their way through the middle of the map. Still leaning towards B for now. That's going to give those Subliners defenders over towards A the opportunity now to make their way across map and maybe flank that spawn. And it is going to be Kismet. He's going to be the man flying. Paul with the first blood now. Tem, good shots at range there with the automaton. Levels the playing field, 3v3.
Yeah, bomb down top 3, by the way. Jimbo's going to pick it up, but I was going to say, I mean, you have to know that that was top 3. He gets out of dodge, though, so doesn't cause too many problems. Once again, Paul, though, is the intel man, spotting these players on the crosses, feeding it to his teammates, and that means Crim number 4 can wrap back quick, but Paul Chow's too quick attempt, hands him the gunny. Evens up the odds at 2v2, but Hydra, at the very least, knows that they're not on bomb yet.
And they will. If they do, it's all on him. Crim with a bit of awkward home decorating there. He's going to renovate that little area, take care of the woodwork, and now he's been taking care of himself. 2v1. Can Hydra make this happen? Less than 20 seconds down and make the job done. You got to get that bomb down. Oh, Hydra's tagged. No death just yet. The bomb should be planted here over towards A. It's going to be a 2v1 retake. Snipe in hand for Hydra. Here we go.
He planted in the old sneaky spot, too, on the inside, so not a fun one to have to defend, especially because they know he is the sniper. So if you force it in that room, you can keep things close and personal. 2 players laying down. You talk about a setup where you're not giving away a pick. They're taking it seriously.
They're trying. Oh, you saw Jimbo! No, shots are in. Jimbo wins it. He's got a sniper rifle. Get your bloody heads down, lads. Get your heads down. They literally did it. As Hydra found nothing. Stripped from him the title. Good round out of Paris. See if they can keep it going, though, again. A tense Berlin search and destroy still going on.
And a 2v3, by the way, again, for Paris, where Jimbo was another one of the players involved. I know Temp certainly did the brunt of the work in that situation. Again, the gunfight he wins against Paul X is sort of the crux of that round. So maybe a nice little mishap that Paul X is trying to make amends for in this round as New York, once again, completely taking over P2, and they're being aggressive. Ooh. I think Paris did this round 1 to them, and you get out. Those are not easy shots, and despite the fact that he connects, you still lose the man advantage, and now the bomb is down in an aggressive spot. This is a tricky one for Subliners to try and win.
I wonder if Paris have seen the bomb go down. That changes the way they set this one up, but for now, it's watching those bodies as Crim Slowly creeps his way through the corridors of that broken train yard. He's got no idea Jimbo's close by. Not too much noise being made. He's popped dead silent, so now he's going to make a bit of a sneaky run for it, trying to recover the bomb. That's the goal right now, and he has to be the watchman. He has to be eyes on every possible window and power position where Paris could find themselves.
I think maybe the pressure's on Gravity, though. This is the one gunfight. If they can take him down or if they line up for him, the crack in the wall and Gravity making good use. And Miles, we have ourselves a nice little tie game. It was dominance early on for Subliners. But clutch round after clutch round, counter strat in this one, able to stifle the aggression of the Subliners. A nice little pack of pieces right there for Gravity. Even the odds up at 4-4, and I think that is what, back-to-back rounds maybe where Subliners just sort of, I don't know, these small mistakes end up costing them, right? Getting the bomb down in a pretty tough situation. The round before that, Paul X a little too aggressive when they had the man advantage, and sniper shots getting rained out, and we had a sniper trade come through.
Whoa.
Tie goes to the runner.
Doesn't happen too often, but that's the snipers eliminated for now, unless somebody picks them up, and it looks like it might have actually been the case. Ball now. Rest of the advantage he has. Gravity, oh my, he would have been obscured by the spotlight across the top side of the factory. Or warehouse, I don't know what it is. Well, I don't know what they do there. For now, Kismet picks up the rifle of his fallen comrade, now trying to get into the mix. 2v3 right now, Paris with the numbers.
Either. They crossed out from back B, and now they're all over P2, and they have absolutely no idea. New York Subliners doesn't have the intel, and obviously if you're a man down, yeah, you kind of leave one player at either site, but the bullying is going to be happening today.
Oh, he gave up the line. He could have held that with that snipe still in hand. Now, dead silence activated. Kismet. Could he be the assassin right now? Number one goes down. Bomb doesn't get planted. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. Crim trying to recover that. He still has eyes on it.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's the stretch plant and a half. Holy dooly. Your boy got that one down. Crim's on site. Takes care of Jimbo. Straight out 1v1. Tagged up. Crim's hurt. Gravity now making his way forward. Crim, though, in a 1v1. Pistol! Holy crap! No, he wins it! Whoa! What's the point in the seat if you're not using it? I was on the edge there, ladies and gentlemen. That was a close fight. Wow, Crim nearly got it done.
Gravity. Oh, yeah, I was about to say, those are nice shots for Gravity. I was trying to figure out why it took so long. I didn't realize he ran out of ammo in the middle of it. That is a near heartbreaker right there from Paris, but they keep the momentum in their favor. Another clutch for those guys. Funnily enough, I mean, sniper trades coming through. That's 2 rounds in this game, by the way, where it is just the crux of the round is Paul X getting caught being aggressive. So, again, trying to make amends is right now New York straight over towards A. Maybe not quick to get this bomb down, but they got a decent bit of control.
Map point parry. Jimbo's back on it. And Subliners are seemingly unaware. Here comes the hit from Jimbo. Straight into the fight, and he's gone. Straight up Paul, though. Trying to level the playing field. 3v3 now. Less than a minute on the clock. Bomb still down. You've got a bit of movement now from Paris. There's the recovery. Here comes the plant. Will Temp make the play? They haven't got too many eyes on that bomb site. Now it's Paris. Have to play the retake, and it's just become a little bit easier. Crim's gone.
And no over-aggression from Temp. He's taking his time. They're going to double up on this P5 flank, and Gravity's going to give him all the intel. That is the go button for the flank, and now you know where both players are, so somebody know what the deal is, but the problem is they're pinched in a 3v2.
What? Hydra's just... How does he run out like that? He's just run through the gunfire, found himself a kill. Paul finds another. It now comes down to 10. This is the force to round 11. He's on the bomb site. He is a dead man. That is it. Here we go. Round 11.
Bro, little bit of that Hydra magic. Talk about the play. Those 2 players on the flank, and he just says, YOLO, let me hit this. Slides out, catches a player off guard, and hits him with the gunny. There are very few players in the game that can make a play call like that, but Hydra's certainly towards the top of that list. And we mentioned before, by the way, said it already, New York Subliners are 3-0 in S&D at this Pro-Am. All 3 of those wins were round 11.
Yep.
Maybe this is number 4.
I just said, "Fais moi confiance and let me go for it," and he did. 10-6 for Hydra on a 3-speed right now here in this round 11. It's a slower hit now from Paris Legion through the middle of the map. Bomb under the safety of that P2 mailroom building. All desperately trying to find an open here. That P5 cross covered. Peeks the fight. John's tagged up. Will the trades be there? Any more angles to be had? I don't think so. Less than a minute remaining.
Paul X has no fear in his heart, man. Again, he's gotten caught out a few times, but he is still 9-5, and he has still made a couple big plays. But top 3 and P5 are delicate situations, but you have Hydra at least getting the intel on one. Paris, this is the neutral setup that we showed the graphic for early on. They have success in these types of rounds, but the less time on the clock, the more difficult it gets. Only 35 left before they get the bomb down, and Hydra finds the first blood. The ghost sign is called. Jimbo evens up the odds, and he stays alive, but now they're getting hunted. Hydra there for the trades. They still have that man advantage.
The man of the moment, 5 spree right now. Nearly 20 seconds to work with. John and Gravity must get the bomb down. They've got themselves an opportunity to get to A. Here comes the foot race, though. It's Kismet with dead silence. The entirety of the subliners moving silently right now. Kismet on the stairwell. Gravity with the coverage. Gravity's gone. Wow. John's last up. John's last man up. He's gone. Kismet with the foot race. He wins it. The 2 kills, the defuse, you name it. The subliners stay alive, and they succeed in the round 11. That is a 2-0 lead.
And this is almost exactly how every single series from the Subliners has gone in this Pro-Am. They get a Bocage hardpoint win. They win the round 11 in the search and destroy. So maybe business as usual for this team. Admittedly, Paris truly gave them a run for their money, right? Down 3-0, started to make a couple clutches. Jimbo's out there making plays. Temp is out there making plays. But in the end, they did not have enough sauce to win that round 11, and I think Hydra, I mean, you got to give him the MVP, for that game. I mean, single-handedly wins the first round, right? Can't forget, gets the sniper blood, picks up the 2-piece with the pistol in sight, but even that play in the round 10 in the 2 versus 3, just to put themselves in a good situation. Even found the first blood in the round 11. Hydra, Mr. Do-It-All.
Unbelievable, man. What a brilliant, and I mean brilliant display out of Hydra there on the search and destroy in Berlin. Woo, baby, that is a 2-0 lead now for the New York Subliners, finding themselves in a very comfortable spot going into Gavutu control. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Paris, they need your energy, chat. Let's get it. This is going to be a tough one. New York Subliners now. 1 more map's all they need. They can advance further into our single elimination bracket. Paris, it's do or die. We'll find out what happens after this break.
Exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my process pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to Sun. Oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock. I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy,
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pro-Am Classic. Teams warming up now as the Belong Arena starts to fill up with Call of Duty League's finest. Kenny on screen there again, getting themselves ready for what will be a very difficult day of Call of Duty for them. Toronto Ultra warming up as well. Of course, they'll be playing the Florida Mutineers up next after this matchup. And again, that could be coming to us a lot faster than we think, Chance, because let's face it, this is match point right now for the New York Subliners. Paris Legion, got to dig deep, find something real special. The magic that got them to this moment, the true heroics from the squad. Need to see a little bit more of that, don't we, friends? New York Subliners, Paris Legion, Gavutu Control, coming up now.
And the Gavutu Control is probably best opportunity for Paris to actually have any success in this series. They're 6-2 in round count on this map throughout the Pro-Am. 2-0 on it. They'll be happy to play here on Gavutu, but obviously if you're staring down the barrel of a hot 3-0, still not a fun spot to be in.
No, not at all. And again, pressure is on. This is one thing we've been talking about this event. That pressure, one of the pressures is certainly gone. The idea that, a team could be bested by one of the amateurs here in the Pro-Am, not make it out of groups, and I think we came incredibly close to a few more moments like that. Of course, all the teams who didn't make it out of pools is one thing, but again, commiserations to Toronto Academy NA. I thought they were really going to go the distance. I thought they were really going to be, certainly one of the more exciting squads to watch here. But at the end of the day, Paris, the pros, they got the job done. Gavutu, though, coming up next. The pressure still remains as we look at our control top performers. And for now, Temp with a slight lead here, but current form, Chance, Hydra has been having a sensational day so far.
And of course, this is across all of Control, right? So I don't think either of these teams have played Berlin, or maybe just one will be in the mix, but it'll certainly be a mix of the Tuscan and Gavutu. I think as far as specifically for Gavutu it goes, Temp is very happy to be playing on this map. Certainly one of the ARs that gets to put in a little extra work. And just to backtrack for a second, by the way, not just commiserations to the Toronto NA team, but also their EU team. The fact that they had one of their players that gets the call up to London and they had to make a last-minute roster change. Neither one of the Toronto squads, I think, had necessarily the best opportunity to show off all their stuff. Like the NA team, again, just because of map count, they don't make it to the bracket. But I think both of those teams, in all honesty, look pretty good. And I think, what was it, a 3-9 overall series record for the AMs versus the pros, which, I mean, overall, the record's not great, but I mean, overall, there are teams in the league currently that have about the same record against the pro team. So I'd say a decent look for some of the AM squads.
I think without a shadow of a doubt, Chance, we've certainly, we got to learn a lot more about these amateur players, and we've broadened their appeal, and we've sold their stories to a much larger audience they may have been experiencing before. And hey, man, there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that we will see some of those players make the jump. A lot of folks saying that, Scrappy may well be next up. Got on a great show this weekend, a fun character to watch and listen to as well. The choice words for his opponent. We love that here in the CDL. That's what it's all about. These players, though, now it is all serious. Smiles, fun and games across the face of the New York Subliners. I'm sure Crim just said something lurid, mildly offensive, definitely not family friendly. For now, Gavutu control awaits. Let's get into this one, friends. Last chance, Paris Legion.
I mean, I would say Crimsix, without question, has well, not all time, but like this year specifically, some of the lamest trash talk in the league. But because he's like the COD GOAT, dude, it's perfect. Like, how are you supposed to respond getting called a cheeseburger in like a needlessly burly troll voice? Like, I don't know. Crib is just, it's almost impossible to trash talk back, I feel like.
It reminds me of the old... remember when Scraps used to say things like, you're a plant pot? And the entire Twitter feed like, what do you mean? Plant pot? And
am I offended? Is this serious? Like, what's going on right now?
Well, I can't even think. But there we go. Opening Bloods go in the way of Paris. They make their way towards B. Into the fight we now go. Subliners have got themselves up on spawn. Jimbo says nothing. He's dead. Crim holds the line. Pressure over towards the A side of the map as well. That should be good for now. But John, last man up now for Paris Legion's got to win a couple of fights.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of pressure, I think, on Jimbo, literally just to win that one-on-one for Paris to have success off the opening break. But after that, you're still having a sort of weird fight between Temp and Crim, and there you go. Temp actually finds that little opening, but now he's worried about keeping that ring control, and he delivers. While his team more so, I think, try to deliberate on where they want to go. All that work to get control over towards ring, just to double back and head over towards A. So trying to keep things standard here, our Paris Legion.
Standard is one thing. I snap out of Jimbo, not to get any more of the kills there, but again, keeping the play towards A going. First segment gone. You finally made it safe now for the Subliners. Paul trying to hold that line admirably alone for now. The rest of the squad's going to make their way forward. Hydra, top of the boat now his. Back over to the A zone we go. Clock still ticking, no chance. 30 seconds remaining.
And because you're not actually staying over towards ring, that means a couple opportunities for players like Kismet to get behind enemy lines, and whether or not he's winning these gunfights, just to turn all these players' attentions. You see what it does. It draws Temp attention to look to try to get that kill, and it just turns into all these baits for Subliners to get a nice little 4 down. And funnily enough, because of where Kismet was on the flank, they all spawn up right on top of the boat. So they'll be quick in the action over towards A, but that doesn't mean they're comfortable because they're still trapped. But there you go. Kismet gets caught, and Bears Legion, just off the positioning of Kismet, get hand-delivered that A point.
No, that is, unfortunate. A series of events that now have led to the A zone being completely captured. 15 lives for the Subliners, 16 for Paris Legion. Now Jimbo is in the back lines, already starting to deal the damage. Here comes the shots. A nice one there on a pull. Kismet now from the front, trying to hold the beach side of the map safe. Get his teammates now fight their way from spawn into that ring side, but that's all Paris for now.
And Paris, I mean, you really need to check this spot, right? You don't want to have the same situation where a player creeps out towards it, and Tempy's got an eye on it. They had the intel, and there you go. Paris taking care of things one step at a time. Step 2, back these players down, and I think you could have done it with the nade, at least forced it back to get over towards the tank, but Paulex picks up 2, and there you go. Paulex gets the 3rd. He right now is the rock in the back to make sure Paris don't have that opening. Small window of opportunity gets missed by Paris, but 25 seconds to go, still have that life advantage.
Yeah, Paul digs his heels in the sand, doesn't let a single player through. And now this protracted engagement against John is still going. 15 seconds though, that's the problem. Time ticking now. He's managed to make his run on the point for a brief moment. 10 seconds remaining. Subliners full control of ring, full control of the beach. They've got the middle of the map covered where the guns are up. Crim's got that line of sight, all sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, stick a fork in it. This round is done. Subliners take the round.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's not like anyone is not privy to how this map is going to play out, right? Difficult to capture over towards B, and I think really just for Paris, the one mistake is just the player on Rock getting incinerated by Paul, and I mean, many rounds will end like that of a player posting the back of the map with an AR, just finding the extra kill. So not easy in the slightest, but Paul's certainly there to deliver. On a 4 spree as well is the kid, so, you know, a little bit of ways from the glide, but certainly something to keep in the back of your mind.
It's on the menu. A couple more kills for Bull. Hydra can get involved as well. Opening salvo from Temp's not going to find a single thing, but over towards A there, that's where the pressure is now coming through from the Subliners. They've got themselves close enough towards Boat. John with a hit and run tactics there, pokes his way through, takes care of Hydra. No one's able to get necessarily onto the point just yet. Meanwhile, Paul's killing spree still keeps going. That's 5 now for him. And he's really bringing the gunning forward. He's getting in the mix, getting involved, not just doing the kills, capturing the A zone as well.
And he's got his teammate up top, Boat, so he doesn't have to worry about getting shot in the back necessarily, but he doesn't have too much help when it comes to the mid-tank, so you see there's kind of 2 directions he has to worry about, and the contest is there, the Chal is out, but that is number 6 now for Paul. One more, you get the glided on a map like this. That could be devastating. Speaking of devastating, Hydra, you find a couple spawn kills in the back and you run it up, takes care of John, and just wants to chow. Hydra has blood in his sights.
Hydra. A still going. No, that was for the glide. No glide for Paul. He gets dropped. A-zone still. Subliners players around. There's a 1v1 taking place on the boat now. And it's Hydra once again. Pressure towards B. 10 getting into the spawns now. The New York Subliners players dealing the damage. Hydra does win his 1v1 for the boat side. So now the A-zone is being captured again. Surely this is it. Should see it through to completion. The rest of the Subliners will make their way through the middle of the map. Paris now. Get that defensive line up. Hold that B zone. Temp's going to be the man to try to hold it.
And funnily enough, because it was such a slow cap, but they did it just leaving like Paul basically by himself the entire time. So you do have a decent amount of time, minute and 40, and you have a nice little life lead. But I think the biggest problem is you don't have a ton of map control, right? Still players posted up towards the ring. Paris have double stacked it. And I mean, honestly, until you take care and get ring control, you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah. Crim. Top third, a different ring, a little smaller, still very influential. Not the one you really need right now, but he's given his boys the clearance to go. And here's Paul, holding down ringside. From a questionable location, I think.
A student of the Celium gameplay is all it is.
A student of the Celium. Well, class has been in session for a while. Faze looking good this tournament. Temp locking it down, though, from the top of that van. He is running it from here. Prim, eyes on, lot of information passed over. Life count looking fantastic right now for the Subliners on offense. 16 to the 8 of Paris Legion. You're still holding that defensive spot, though. Now it's less than 50 seconds to stay alive here for Paris to level things up.
Well, they finally deal with Crim, so that's a little bit of breathing room to actually cross over towards B, but this is not a lot of pressure for Paris on defense to the actual B point. Subliners have everybody stacked up around this area. And Kismet hadn't made the move yet, but if you're even able to stop the clock for a decent little bit, that life advantage will come into effect.
25 on the clock. Subliners are close. Hydra's going to be the first man in. John waiting for some noise. Here's the noise. And Paris, they're the ones making it. Beautiful shots. Gravity finds 2 more. Magnificent work. John's on point. That's 15 seconds remaining. Kismet's got an opportunity to make his way through the back, but he has to get going, man. He made the run in the search and destroy. Can he make the run here in control? Got to get going, lad. Gravity's up next. Hydra bringing the fight a little closer. Here's the contest. Dropped immediately. Kismet loses the fight as well. That is the round. Paris bounce back.
Tied on ticks. Tied on ticks. Good shit.
Language.
Well, tied on ticks is what I heard, and they are exactly correct. I take Gravity winning quite a few important gunfights towards the end. I know we struggled on offense, but I believe ended that round on a 4 spree. And if you're Paris, if you are down, what was it, like 15-7 in life count with 30 seconds left on the clock, there is so much pressure. If there is a single player on New York that is able to slide to that tank and stop the clock, then now to be Paris that are forced out of their positions. And I think they end up losing that round, but they chop them down every single time. So big stuff out of Legion. Because now they try to see exactly what they can string together on offense. Again, capture A and get an extra tick or 2 on B, and they'll be in a good spot.
Paris bringing the thunder right now. They've got the pressure mounting from the Subliners. Let's go for a very quick listen in with the Paris Legion.
Who's Kiz?
I need it.
Might go hard. He's hard.
Tommy Hill.
Hold on.
One shot, Trim, hole, and Kismet's gonna go.
Give me top row. Give me top row.
I'm picking. I'm going ring for you.
Kismet's there, bro. 100%.
I'm one off streaks. I stand on top boat.
Kismet, he's still there.
Getting on the rock.
Polly's pushing ring.
I'm looking there, stairs here.
He's on the right side of it.
I got a streak,
nice,
I got a
nice,
streak.
nice. Yo, Polly's ring. Nice flanker. You might have pushed down ramp. Yo,
Could be top
covering
up,
dead,
could be top up.
covering dead. Top window left behind. Abs. Dead.
I'm on point. Could be top out on me. I held the nade. I held the nade.
On me ring. On me ring. One shot dead.
Could be there S1. Could be there S1.
That's what I'm seeing. They have to wrap.
Oh,
yo, top boat. It's outside. The two hole. One more. Have a promise. One shot, Paul.
Came in. Hydra on hole. Hydra on hole out to the cliff. He's gonna be right on you, John.
Stun, bro.
Yeah, he's one shot low cliff.
I'm trying to nade it.
Got 40 seconds. S1, 2 S1. Pause one shot.
Hold on, I'm trying to work B with you.
Absolute, boys.
I said we all work B.
See one low cliff. Ring. Paul's gonna be ring.
Oh, dead. I
Two
killed
ring.
this.
S2 and ring.
He's top ring.
Yeah, I need him.
S2 tank. He's pushing out.
I'm a puller, bro.
He's still there. I gotta bring out air, bro.
Dead.
He's still
Top
top
ring. Left side. Crim.
Hold on. We gotta try and. He's still Hydra. Hydra's still our cliff.
Yeah, me too.
Hydra's still our cliff.
S1, S2.
Okay.
Alright, we're feeding streaks.
Yeah, we're up
one shot.
hit.
Hydra. Try to nade him.
Needed it.
Needed our separate.
What
was the S2 tank, okay?
Watching him. I got naded. You just gotta hide. Hydra's on streaks.
Well. Chance this round has gone from bad to worse. The Subliners put Paris Legion in a headlock here.
I mean, you know, welcome to the Blender. If you ever hear the comms, I think we have to work B when you only have a tick on A on this map. That mean things are, you know, have truly gone from bad to worse type deal. Even when they're trying to make the call to go over towards B, New York Subliners had already, doubled up inside a ring. Really just pushed the pace, and, well, now it'll be Hydra on a 4. I mean, good news right now for Paris is, like, Gravity did connect. He does actually have that glide bomb, but you are so down on ticks at this point. You have to dominate them on a defensive round and get defense for the round 5. And if you're not able to do that, you have to use the glide on offense. So, I don't know, Paris, they can certainly make something happen, but it will not be easy.
It'll be 2 straight rounds to stay alive here in the Pro Am Classic. Hydra is the man to try to drag, dive the dagger deeper into the body of Paris Legion, but they stay alive there on A. They managed to get the job done. Defensive round for them now. They should be able to keep this all together. We've yet to drop a player. Jumbo with the pressure in on towards their spawn. Paul should be able to clean them up here. Great aggression once again at the Subliners. They know when to hit the gas, and they certainly know when to hit the brakes. And for now, it is go, trying to make their way across the map.
And by the way, I think just because like one tick already came through, I think if they're tied on ticks, then it goes to kills. In the kill department, New York massively up. So already Paris, they are just going to have to flip just the mega switch to try to get the defense. But I think right now the primary issue might actually just be to win the round. There you go. The nade connects on the players over towards B, and they do regain that map control. Players pushed up over towards Cliff, so they are right back to the setup that they want to have. Can't believe tempted and see Crim on the tank, but hey, he finds a kill nonetheless. And I'd say right now it's Kismet, the only man out, but Paris, other than that, there's no problems they're having.
Oh, so far so good. Kismet does continue that run on the outside of the beach, makes his way forward. Ring control now going the way of the Subliners. This could give them clearance to now hit B. Gravity, good time to get that glide bomb out.
What?
Try to just clean up something here, get some map control for your boys, get them forward. Here comes the players off spawn, still battling time on towards Ring, and there's 3 members of Subliners now making their way in towards B. The glide didn't stop much, Chance. I thought it would have got a kill or 2.
The reason he called it in, though, is because he's on a 6 spree. So he's using the investment just to feed the intel to his team. And he has to win the gunfight, though, to get another one. And he does in the feed. So it seemed like a weird glide bomb usage. But that's just because that man... Oh, actually, he's not doubled up. He's on a 7 spree, but it's still a kill off.
Is that
funny how that works?
A team kill, or I don't know. Someone smarter than I will work this out. But with 3 seconds on the game clock right now, our focus immediately turns to getting those players off of A. And Gravity could be the man to do it. That was a streak. That's unfortunate.
Well, I miscounted, by the way. It was 7 just because he got one of the kills with the glide. That's why he didn't have it over. So he needed the extra gunfight where he does not connect. And I don't know, potentially that'll be a moment where actually investing the glide bomb comebacks to haunt him. But certainly you see the idea with the play just because he goes on another spree. But whatever the case may be, you know, in this round, you're still up 9 kills. You still have all of the map pressure in the world. So at the very least, Paris Legion are happy to see at least that round 5, bar New York pulling something miraculous in these final moments.
Full confirmation from the observing team that it was a glide bomb kill.
Yeah.
Chalk that one up, done. Time ticking now. Subliners run out of lives. They're not running out of hope as they desperately charge forward, trying to help themselves get into that point. Hydra. Shots are good. Gravity's there. This is a great win from Hydra. Now pressure's on. Oh, no. Jimbo holds the line up front. Hydra once again can't get it all done alone. And now Subliners, it should be done. There was a couple of players there could have potentially made something happen and forced the at least a sort of a battle over towards B. But here we go, Chance. Final round. We're leaving it all on the line here for Paris.
And Paris have, you know, certainly made this a battle, at least from the defensive side of this map. But what we said before the map started is they were 6-2 in round count on Gavutu control so far in the Pro-Am. That means they have been winning a couple offensive rounds in the games that they have. And now they're in the situation where literal tournament lives on the line. I mean, the top prize for this tournament, you get 100 grand if you get first. So there's a lot of money to be played for. Paris don't want to go down without a fight. They're not doing anything crazy in this round. They're playing it standard. They're winning a ton of gunfights to get the boat control as well. So it's looking like a pretty good setup to actually capture A fairly quickly in this round.
Trap is set now. Can John hold him back? A little eager with the trigger. Deals some damage. Not enough to get the kills. Now the Subliners flooding out of their spawn. Flying from green directly into the boat. Paul, Kismet finding their way in. Gravity, your top side of the boat. Will anyone know he's up here? Another force brief for him. 28 and 18. Your boy has been farming the New York Subliners players for so long. Brought down again. No more streaks. Less than a minute remaining now, and the Subliners walk into the next round of the tournament.
I mean, they're trying to get it back right now. They're winning a couple nice gunfights, and they're actually back out over towards A. But that could have been a moment where they end up in the blender, because despite the fact that they just had a phenomenal opening break, they threw quite a few of those lives away, and even now, they are forced to just leave only one player on A. So you do stop the clock. That gives you a little bit of time to work, but you see Gravity so worried about this ring control because the rest of his teammates pretty far away. Paris right now, 7, make it 8 life lead, excuse me. A should be good. Paris honestly in a pretty good spot to be able to string something together in this round.
Got to worry about Hydra though. Again, he's overextending now past that beach point, past that ring, into the spawn now. The Paris Legion players just keeping an eye on it for now. Kismet wins one on the back line, makes that all safe and sound. A's gone. 1 minute 40 plus on the clock. 16 lives for the Subliners remaining. Paris with a slight lead at 23. What will they do with the advantage they've been given?
You got to make sure nearly every single gunfight is on point, by the way. Hydra wins one in the back. This is the battle for ring control. This is what Jimbo needs to win, and he connects with 2. And John's winning a couple on the cross, so Crim's by himself on the point. He could be isolated. John is there, but shaky shots can't take him down. But now the rest of the pair is trying to flood through the front, but every single death means you are 45 seconds away. Jimbo the next to fall. You at least still have ring, but that is it. Nice little amount of pressure. And again, sort of similar situation. Paris, you got to get to the point, stop that clock, because you have such a massive life advantage. You can just win it on kills, too.
8 lives up. 18 for Paris, 10 for New York. Keep winning this war of attrition. You might be able to take it. Time starting to tick away as well. 50 seconds. John now making his way down from the ringside. Coverage under his teammates. Kismet gets dropped. Nice shots again. Crim's trying to lock this one down from the back. He's holding this as best he can. Pulls in off spawn. Into the fray. He will fly in a moment. John, nice nades out of the Subliners. Temp still keeping the fight going at the front as well. Things starting to heat up indeed as Gravity just keeping Crim back. Is that covering fire enough to get the members of Paris forward? Yes, it is. Jimbo's managed to make himself onto the point. Paul once again on the trades again. And Chance, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you got to get someone to the tank just to stop the clock. They are getting picked apart on the cross every single time. Both players for York almost split 2-2. They've just got the setup right now. But John, one nice slide to the tank. That is all you need because the life advantage. But again, Subliners pick up the 2 kills. And now they've got a little more pressure. And Jimbo, he's right next to death. Kismet with 1, and Kismet can't get the second. But all the kills are there. And Subliners keep them off the point. They get the 3-0 victory. And job done on the Gavutu control. It was dicey, but in the end, Paris just did not have enough.
It really was just desperation towards the end there. Paris, they didn't have an answer to the setup the Subliners had. Good old Crim standing at the back, just pre-aiming that spot. John had no question. You've got 2 options. You run out, you get beamed, you run out, you destroy Crim on a power position like that. Not an easy thing to do. Streaks would have been incredibly handy there as well for Paris Legion. So many ifs, buts, and maybes that could have gone their way, but sadly did not. New York Subliners, a clean-ish 3-0. We'll see them advance in the tournament. And again, look at the stats, man. Lordy, Gravity had one hell of a matchup. Temp, 31-23, big damage all round. The rest of the Subliners, though, Crim, feet were up, man. But those kills, those 18 sweet kills he got, boy, did they matter in the end.
I mean, Gravity truly did have a really nice turnaround because,
Awesome.
I mean, he went on like a 7 spree in round 2 and he was still like, 12 and 14. So he had a very slow start to end up the leading Slayer. But I mean, whatever the case may be, again, defense on Gavutu reigns supreme. And that was obviously the main factor in New York having that success. I mean, commiserations to Paris because obviously they put up a fantastic fight. A round 11 for the S&D, a round 5 for the Control, where, I mean, they had quite a few opportunities to win both maps. So they might be kicking themselves, but as good as New York has looked so far, I'd say not the worst loss overall. Certainly something that I have a lot more faith in Paris moving forward.
Oh, God, yeah. Again, it's time. It's more time Paris need. They had, round 11, Search and Destroy was a bit of a heartbreak for them. 2 rounds in a row there for the Subliners, get the job done, and big set of kills. Win them an offensive round now for the Subliners. That was a huge turnaround moment. We've seen that a few times here in Gavutu again. It's like you keep following the script. You win your defensive rounds. As soon as you let a defensive round go, that is really where things get bad. That's where it hits the fan, and you don't have the patience or the cleaning products to take care of a mess like that. It's just ugly, and there we go. Paris Legion, we say bonsoir, mon amis, as they will be taking an exit now from our single elimination side of the tournament. The Pro-Am Classic has been full of drama, and that drama will continue. We've still got plenty more games coming our way, of course. Mutineers versus Toronto Ultra coming up next. Man alive, not a bad series whatsoever for the Subliners. They have come to play. I wonder, Chance, how many more teams are going to challenge them on ROKKR this weekend?
Well, I mean, I don't actually know what their matchup is next. It potentially could be like a Florida Mutineers, depending on how that next series go that they might have on their side of the bracket. So the deeper they go in the tournament, not only do you have to deal with teams that have a deeper map pool that could probably just ban Bocage if they want, but also teams that might just be happy to square up on Bocage anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what that dynamic is. But that being said, I think Subliners so far have only 1 map lost in the entire Pro-Am.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Desk, what do you think of that?
I think NYSL is one of the best teams in the game, right? No, seriously, that was incredible. What we saw in Gavutu right there was crazy. As crazy as Chance's shirt. Chance, you look good with color, man. But
you look good with that.
He looks great with it, right? But Nameless, we were talking about it. So NYSL currently, 12-1 in map count so far. We could talk about the group all day, but still, that type of feat is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they did have a little bit of an easier group, but coming into single and bracket play, playing Paris, fresh off of a hot win yesterday, and looking like that, that's phenomenal. I mean, the biggest thing in this series for me is that Search and Destroy, another round 11, they're able to clutch up, and we saw plays Hydra was able to get away with early in the game. The guy had a sniper out. He was popping first bloods, literally quick scoping, and then that round with the elusive movement, going in and out of office, like to clutch up in that round is just absolutely insane. And then once again, the Gavutu Control. We see some big plays out of New York. Like, that was a tough round right there at the very end. They did not have the life advantage. Crimsix stays alive in the back tank. Played his life over and over and over again, survived, and they end up winning that round. It's just impressive out of New York.
No, seriously. And, Ali, it was unfortunate that Paris Legion lost, and they're currently out of the event. But the one positive we can actually bring out of this is the fact that,
Gravity's been having this entire event, and it was super unfortunate to see that Bocage hardpoint go the way that it did because he dropped over 40 kills. Your main AR is dropping 40 plus on Bocage, and you lost 250 to 177. That is the struggle bus for real.
Right, and also, let's talk about the newcomer for NYSL because he's going to get the scuff play of the game where in round 11, you guys know the deal, he was able to get that big clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kismet's been incredible for this team. Right. He joins this roster, and you see him time and time again pushing up, getting these first kills for his squad. Like, this is why they picked him up, right? The Search and Destroy has been extremely tough for New York as a whole, and now when Kismet joins, they have an extra dynamic. That's why Hydra's able to pull out the sniper now, pick up these kills, and play a bit safer because they have a guy like Kismet who can do that dirty work up close and personal. And right here, actually, they had the look on him on the stairs, and he re-challenges and just wins a big one-on-one gunfight. Like, that's just a big-time play and a big-time moment that Kismet gets away with, and they end up clutching up again.
Word to the pros, you got to win that one, to be honest, especially if you're watching your teammate plan over dubs. But I got to talk about Hydra's movement in that Search and Destroy was literally insane. Not only from having the sniper and dropping insane picks, but then in that final when they were down 5-4, and he just challenges longs. There's a guy there, he is going in between office and long steps, staying alive. He full chow steps, picks a guy, and then still manages to stay alive. Like, somebody had just pushed dubs. Just look at the window. It would have been a free kill. Great plays out of New York.
But the thing was, Hydra started off Search and Destroy on fire anyways, getting that 3K at the beginning of round 1, right? Then pulling out the scope again, that instant flick. That was sexy. But moving forward, this team currently top 4 now. And Nameless, the question is, how good are NYSL really? Because they haven't really been tested yet by like one of those top tier teams, right?
Well, we'll know after their next match. I mean, they're one match away from top 4. They're going to be playing against Florida or Toronto, right? It's just whoever shows up in that match. Now, if they play Florida, I'm a little worried just because both those teams have been lights out when it comes to hardpoint. I mean, you look at New York, what is it, 9-2 in their last 11. You got Florida 9-1 in their last 10. So I think New York might be watching that game and like, okay, Toronto, just clutch up, right? Because they have a definitive advantage over a team like Toronto Ultra. Right. Given how they've also been looking in Search and Destroy, I would like New York's chances in that series. So.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. Ali, looking forward to Paris Legion as well. Yeah. They had a good showing. They weren't able to pull out that win, but still the blender at the end of that game, I really wanted to see how they would be if they really even the odds against the NY.
It's their consistency and their slayers for me, because, you know, we look at Temp and John kind of being that high engagement, and when they brought Jimbo in, we were like, okay, well, Jimbo just needs to win his ones, right? And this is going to be a really solid team overall.
Jimbo now.
But in this weekend, it was Tom Gravity that was really popping off. It was John that was struggling. Temp has been fairly consistent across the board, and Jimbo felt really hot and cold. He'd be really, really cold at some points and really, really hot and saving maps at others. So for Paris now, I feel like it's just a consistency issue.
Well, on that map 1, like Paris had an opportunity to like come back in the series. Like really what happened was it was P4 into P5. They had the spawns in the back barn, and then New York gets inside, gets majority of that time, then also gets the rotation P5 where they just dominated them the entire time. Like they had full control, and that's where they got that big separation, and Paris just wasn't able to catch up from there. So it's like, if you have spawns, you just got to get in, make it scrappy, right? Start to think ahead, where Paris has been learning. They've been getting better in these situations, but if your subs don't show up in a big way, and you're going up against players like Hydra, it's not going to work out for you in the end, which is ultimately why they lose that boat cage.
Not at all. We actually also have a Game Field post-victory spotlight with the one and only Crimsix, a.k.a. Batman. Let's get that man up on your screen right now. Crim, congrats on the big win right there. But hey, I have to ask you, what were the comps like, and what actually...
This guy's lagging on the screen, bro. He said, why can't you guys shut up?
Hey, yo, Crim, can you walk us through what happened at the end of Kavutu?
Well, the game lobby was lagging a little bit. Parker goes, I'm lagging. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. It's 7-16. You better stop lagging. Stop lagging, Paco. And pretty much, like, I don't know. We just held. I feel like I'm not doing shit other than filling gaps. You know, occasionally winning a 1, but I don't even see people right now, dude. Like, I barely even get in gunfights. And
the team's doing a good job.
It's a great feeling. Yeah. It's a great feeling getting carried. All right. To all the people, Scump's a goat. Listen, all right. It's arguable. All right. It's arguable, number 1, but number 2, getting carried is fun. All right. It's fun, but it kind of sucks same time. So it's kind of weird. Anyways,
how do we get here? Listen.
What's up?
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk about Ant's his fit today. What you got going on there?
You like this, man? Some Club Monaco. It's a nice sweater. It's nice
Club
and cozy.
Monaco.
Here. Yeah, it's nice.
I don't know about that joint.
Krim, let me ask you about round 11. So 4 S&Ds, 4 round 11s you guys have clutched up. Who's the IGL in those situations? Like, are you making the calls? Because everything's working out perfectly in those rounds.
Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, there's what, 4 6-5s at this point?
Yeah.
Like, we're pretty clutch. Half of the round 11s, I don't even freaking see anyone. You know, I might get an assist here or there. Okay, that Paris, not the Paris one, the War one. Yeah, I got a kill. Great job, Crimsix. You didn't do much, but you didn't fuck up either. So it was, honestly, I don't really know what's going on. I'm just pre-aiming, watching across. All of a sudden, round over, we win. Yay.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful.
Team's playing great. And you're looking good.
Thank you. Finally, a compliment out of Porterhouse himself. I feel good about myself.
There you go, Crimsix.
See what happens?
Pleasure, man. Oh, what's going on?
Yeah. It's been fun. Yeah, see, I joined this interview. Ant says, I'm looking good. Yeah, you're looking good as well. You know?
This is positive vibes.
That's nice.
He might actually
Positive
make the
vibes.
run of this tournament now. He didn't miss me this time around. Well, thank you, Crim. This has been the Victory Spotlight.
What was that doubt?
No doubt at all,
right there, Ant.
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe you start seeing people you guys are going far. That guy is the most impossible interview ever. He just says stuff.
It goes off the rails and it just stays
wonderful, though.
Fun, right? Yeah. Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. What about your cell phones? You know the deal. I love skins and you love charms, so go ahead and get you one for free, right? Right there, you can get the CDL newsletter to keep in touch with everything that's happening in the CDL universe, right? We also get the Heart You charm. It's pretty cute, right? You know, maybe if I had a girlfriend I play Call of Duty, but I would give her one. But also, the important thing is that Major 3 is around the corner. It's going to be in Toronto. Ali, what have you even heard about the cities?
I've heard that it has fantastic food, fantastic people, and that it is a very clean and pretty city, and I've never been, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, there's gonna be a shout out for those of you at home. Make sure you show up as well, because if you guys don't remember, Major 1 and Major 2 was an absolute blast, but coming up next, it's gonna be even more fun. Now, we just got off the end of the New York Subliners 3-0ing Paris Legion, and the way that they did it in a good Vuitton control in that very last round, it was dominance. The team looks energized and better than ever. The question is, can they continue on? We'll see. But coming up next, we have some more great games in our single elimination bracket. Don't forget, the $250,000 prize pool is in full effect. We're gonna see which teams are gonna have their hands on any of those spots. We'll see you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. The CDL Pro-Am Classic is brought to you by Belong Gaming Arenas. With high-end PCs, consoles, and community events daily, Belong is the place to go for gamers of all levels. Belong has arenas in Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Houston, and Nashville, with more locations coming to a city near you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL Pro-Am Classic, and you got your eyes on the Belong Gaming Arena, where they gifted us on the desk with a hoodie and like a 12
months all access pass. I mean, shout out to them. That's fire.
I'm about to go there and smack some people in Overwatch, but yeah, we got some teams playing the top 8 from the group play. And right now, we're moving over into our next series. We're going to see Florida take on Toronto Ultra, and we've been waiting to see what Toronto Ultra has been made of, right? Like, the academy teams have been doing well, but the professional team has raised a lot of question marks this season. But also, Florida, they're not in the green just yet because they had question marks that they're currently proving to us right now that they're a legit team. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how things have unfolded so far and who's playing against who right now. You got Subliners moving forward, and at the bottom, they will play against the winner of this exact series. Now, the question is, who's going to be the team that moves forward? It's going to be top 4, 1 win and you're in. That sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah, I saw some people talking about Toronto Ultra fixing the hardpoint, things of that nature. They did play a struggling Seattle Surge, a StrikeX squad that has come from amateur scene, but when they played Faze, they got bodied on both hardpoints. So this will be the true test for them to see where they stand, as the Mutineers have been dominant in respawn. I mean, I believe they're 9-0 in respawn this weekend.
I'm checking out stats right now, and for Dave Petty and Awakening, and we're talking about closing, right? In Control, they both have a 1.18 KD.
Yeah,
and Sky's right behind him, 1.09.
That is absolutely insane. He's got to be balling on it, Allie.
I'm a little bit on the edge of my seat for this one, just because for the Florida Mutineers, when it came to the pools, I think they kind of had the little bit easier of the standings. Of course, a win is a win at this point, right? And Florida Mutineers have been on all cylinders, going 9-2 in map comp, and it's been that their respawns have been literally looking almost unstoppable, right? So I'm just looking for that consistency now. Again, it's been Skies and Wake and Big Wake that have been popping off, and a huge Wake when it comes to Florida, but they have a really small S&D pool. They are 0-6 on Desert Siege and 0-2 on Bow Cage. So heading into a series, S&D wins championships, but when it comes to the Game Fuel keys to victory, what's Florida need to do?
They got to take care of business. Map 1, Florida's 3-0 this weekend on Tuscan Hardpoint. Toronto lost 4 of the last 5. So a big advantage there. How many times have we seen Awakening take over on that map? Got to do it once again. Grabbing S&E versus Toronto. Florida 9-0 in respawn this weekend, 1-2 in Search and Destroy. That's where they've been struggling at times. So versus Toronto, we know how good Toronto can be at 2-3-5. They steal that Search, puts them in a great spot. And then swing game dominance. Florida 9-1 in round count this weekend.
That's insane. That's actually nutty right there. 9-0 in respawn as well. I mean, we're going to have to pay part to them.
Been dominant. Like, they've just been frying.
Exactly. I want to give a big shout out to Vivid as well. We're talking a lot about, these other players and whatnot, and rightfully so, but Vivid just does the dirty work over and over again, and you always see him in the mix with his interactions. But when it comes to Toronto Ultra, we have not seen them on the main broadcast lately a lot. But, Allie, you've been following them. How have they been faring in this tournament?
They've been faring pretty well. Of course, like Ant said, when they went up against Atlanta Faze, that was a really tough series overall that they lost 3-1. They did take the Desert Siege in a 6-4 fashion, and it's actually been Cammy and Climax that have been absolutely frying their way through. In a Berlin 3-0 control, Climax went 31-16, and Cammy went 22-18. Following that Berlin hardpoint as well, I mean, they were just looking dominant, right? But again, this is a team that's been struggling in hardpoint, and they're going against Florida, who has been in all roles, killing it when it comes to respawn. So I think this is going to be the true test when it comes to the squad, and when it comes to a player to watch for me, it's actually going to be Benjamin Vance.
Yeah, and to sort of tag what Ali said, like, Cammy's playing great aside from the series versus Faze. A 0.7 in that series, like, he is their X factor. If he performs, this team has success. But for the Game Fuel keys to victory, Ali, what does Toronto have to do?
Well, Toronto, again, Climax is leading the way. 29.5% of his team kills this weekend, ranked second overall as a 1.05 KD. We've seen what Climax is capable of doing. He is one of the fastest, most aggressive SMGs in the game, and they need to find more breaks on Berlin hardpoint. Toronto is 11th in break percentage on Berlin. Florida second in hold percentage, but I will say they played a Berlin hardpoint 250-111. It was versus StrikeX, but it was Climax and Cammy that were popping off, and continue elite execution on Tuscan S&D fast A hits, winning 71% of the time when going fast A on Tuscan S&D, and I think that's where they're going to have the edge against Florida when it comes to this series. Toronto Ultra has been a 2-3-5 team, and now they're adding a little bit more hard hardpoint prowess when it comes to this series. So again, Florida's gonna have to be on their toes. They have been seriously struggling in their S&D woes, and going up against a team like Toronto Ultra is gonna be a true test.
Hey, shout out to the coach Marky B as well, whipping these boys back in the shape. But it's gonna be time for talent pick'ems, and yes, we know how hard you guys going for when it comes to predictions. Me personally, I'm gonna have to rock with Florida. They've shown a lot of consistency recently, and also Major 2, they look great. But there's one stat that really bothered me when it comes to this matchup. Climax, he carries the most kills for his team, 29.5 of that. But when we talk about Florida Mutineers, it's a equal opportunity type of team, right? Yeah. So we're gonna need everybody to step up for Toronto Ultra. Let's see if they do it. But Florida 3-1 in my eyes. Who you got?
I think I'm going to take the chance on Toronto Ultra here. I think we might see, again, second best team last year that would push up against Faze. We saw what they're capable of in the beginning of the season, a little bit of a drop-off, but hearing about their hardpoint woes and how they've kind of overcome that, I think they'll be able to take the series.
Yo, Nameless, knowing you so far, man, you don't give a lot of hope to teams unless they prove it. Do you think that Toronto is really... They got it for this one?
I mean, they haven't shown me that yet, so I'm going to go Florida Mutineers. I mean, everything in this match is telling me that Florida should take it in a pretty easy fashion as well, so I'm going to go Florida 3-1.
I really like that for the simple fact that we all want Toronto Ultra to pop off, and hopefully they show us something in this matchup. I've been waiting a while to see them. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for the second series of the day. We got Florida Mutineers versus the Toronto Ultra. Let's go.
Talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby. All I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the second match of the day. The Toronto Ultra taking on the Florida Mutineers in a game that, at least from my perspective, is one of the most exciting that we've got of the four. Jay, it's going to be a fun one. You and we're also, I guess, somewhat florally inspired by good old Thomas Ashworth, aka Chance. We're rocking a similar vibe for this game, buddy.
Yeah, Chance came out here looking dripping. We had to go change our outfits immediately as soon as he came out for the first match. But we are in store for a great matchup here. Toronto Ultra going up against Florida Mutineers. Florida, ever since Major 2, they have just been lights out. They get a top 4 placing there. They come to this. They're so far undefeated in respawn, undefeated in series. It's like these guys are a powerhouse team right now. Now they're going up against the Toronto Ultra team, who they came in so far throughout the Pro-Am. They win their very first 2 matches. We're probably thinking, all right, these guys are definitely turning around in hardpoint as they were sitting at undefeated 4-0, but then they play against Atlanta Faze, and Atlanta Faze beat them in both of those hard points basically by 90 points. And the biggest thing what I took away from that series out of the entire thing when you talk about the respawns is that they were heavily getting outslayed, and on the side of Florida, they have a lot of slaying power. So this is going to be a difficult matchup if Toronto can't answer early in these respawns.
Yeah, man. I mean, it feels like this series almost could be a changing of the guard type of situation, especially if the Mutineers were able to walk away with this W. It almost feels like a major effect that's going to be going down in the overall standings, where a roster in the Florida camp who has not been that top tier could be elevating themselves. At the same time, it also could be a solidified awareness of maybe this Toronto team just isn't it anymore. A major game. Single elimination will live on as we are in toward our series. Tuscan HP to start as we head in to P1.
And this is early work from Toronto Ultra, dominating this P1, even spawning on the bad side. And one thing on the side of Florida, when it comes to Tuscan hardpoint, they really tend to struggle with just trying to break into this P1 hardpoint. They're allowing the opposite team to basically get 45 points off P1. You do not see that every day. They have to try to figure out this hardpoint, but so far, Ultra answering hot. 25 uncontested points going in their favor, but look at those spawns. Florida are able to flip them.
Yep, Florida able to flip Toronto in the meantime, get what they, I guess you could say, wanted in the short term. A nice little slay out there coming in from Cammy and Bance. Those two should be able to net the final 10 seconds of scrap, and it's a good sign to see. I mean, I know it's early, Jay, but as we said, this Toronto team has started to win those HPs, something that has haunted them really since the entirety of the Vanguard season begun.
Yeah, it definitely has, man. They go an entire major without winning a single one, just relying on 2, 3, 5s. It's going to get you far. Got them all the way to a top 4, but when you want to win a championship, you need to try to win some of these respawns. And so far into this hard point, they're starting off hot, not really allowing Florida to get properly set up for this P2. They have plat control, but eventually Vivid's going to be able to sneak up right behind them, take control of that. So now with 40 seconds left, Toronto, they're doing a great job of just finding a couple kills, not allowing Florida to get fully set up. Now with 30 seconds left, if you're Ultra, you want to continuously hold this side of the map so you have that easy rotation to P3.
Take a look at player 5. Take a look in the bottom left of your screen. That player 5, while these fights are going through, he is thinking about the long game. Vivid might end up being in a 1v1, or it could be Bance who sneaks on through. So two players thinking the exact same thing about that rotation, and without a doubt, it is the Mutineers who desperately need these seconds more than the other side. Again, a lot of it big engagement still to come up. Vivid wins his, Guys wins the other, and with that, Florida will be able to get that rotation set up and prepared. It got a little dicey for a moment, but they handle business.
Yeah, Florida now going to allow themselves to get back into this game. And as we continue to go forward, one thing that Toronto really struggled with on this map as well is the P4 and P5 chain. And on the opposite side of Florida, they are really good at that. They average 30 points on each one of those hard points. So they can get a good chunk of time off of P3, even though neither one of these squads are getting time. They're still controlling these spawns, but their big focus is they dominate P4 and P5. They need to have that same answer here.
See if they can have that answer indeed. Bance gets cleared out, and once again, Florida, a great job in locking down this HP. Toronto have had a few different attempts of the break and really have yet to get anything going all that much. Dave Patty very well may have snuck through inside a church, and that is the player to look out for. Again, we talked about rotation after rotation. Florida locking down the last one. We'll see if Toronto can be aware of the man who has snuck through the setup. Behind enemy lines is good old David Paddington. Not actually his last name, but I think it suits him quite nicely as Vivid slides in now for the 6th in a row. Florida doing great work on the backside of church.
And this is good work from Florida, because with Dave Patty just playing his life the way that he did towards the back, he eventually allows his teammates to set up that pinch, and now they execute a beautiful break on P4.
Oh.
Vivid on a 7 spree already has that glide bomb to work with. And when you're talking about Vivid on this roster, he hasn't really been putting up the best hardpoint stats. The reason why is because they've been playing a lot of big maps, Kavutus, Berlins, you name it. They have not really been playing a lot of Tuscan or Bouquets, but on this map specifically, Vivid always shines, sitting at a 1.13 overall and 13-8 to start, answering early.
Oh my goodness, Skies nearly turns and burns onto the second one, but as you said, partner, I mean, it feels like if you're Vivid, you're like, guys, can we please play something more close quarters 100%. To help me out a little bit? You see him in these close quarter positions, and you see what he can do. As we talk about the streak, that'll be the glide bomb for Florida for the future. And how about Cammy taking a page out of Paris's book? Rocks out the M19 for a moment. As Bance on the flank is able to take away 2. A great little situation there for Toronto. But Jay, what do you make of the M19?
I like it. We watched Tep use it yesterday in that Paris match. We watched Tep use it a little bit more today. I just feel like it's one of those weapons where it has really good strafing speed. So basically just like the Valk, but it's going to be an SMG. So in these close range engagements, we see a lot of people test it out. Like Temp was doing it yesterday on this hill specifically, and so far Cammy's doing it as well.
See if he can keep it up. 30 valuable points still left at P5 as the Titans continue to headbutt inside of the command center. Vivid from below, he gets dropped very much. So an even game as Awakening for just a brief moment sees a few of those seconds, and like we said, it really is just a battle of trying to get as many trades as possible, just trying to stay alive, be the last player inside of the hill, and Toronto will claim that title. Second side of P1 is ready and prepared, talked often as one of the most important hills in the entirety of Tuscan, the second P1, and recognizing the importance of it, Vivid rocks out the streak. That's 3 down in a row in favor of Florida.
Yeah, Florida said, nuh-uh, we are really bad at this hill. We're going to use everything we can to try to find the proper setup. So you invest that glide bomb. So now climbing, only down by 10 points. Toronto Ultra with a great nade, and Cammy follows up on the second. So all out pressure coming in from the middle of the map. Bance commits towards the flank. Bance is able to find 3 in the feed for Ultra to get the break on P1 now with 30 seconds remaining.
And those are one of those plays, right, where we constantly talk about this Toronto team in terms of how great they can be in a moment's notice. Bance leads the play, but just on the other side, these teams who have been so even so far continue to show us why they deserve to be in a position like this. Florida with an instant turn of events in regards to the slaying as Vivid over toward the field is taking everybody down. Now 5 in a row for Reese, and we'll see if Toronto can finally have an answer. The nade tossed out, and will it be another glide bomb here for Vivid? Toronto not gonna have those spawns for next, and all of that is based off of this man. Thank you for my other glide bomb.
Vivid just did it all off the rotation. I would like to see Toronto Ultra just back up so they can secure those spawns, but Vivid, a man on a mission, 25 and 15, picks up his second glide bomb so far of this game as Dave Patty finds 2. Last player here is going to be Cammy. You take care of him. All the spawns of Toronto Ultra coming in from bottom church, and who nonetheless but Vivid holding down this cut.
Oh, you just know he's gonna win it. You just know he's gonna win it. He's confident and he deserves to be absolutely wild and out over toward the ramp at church. You gotta be wild, especially being that close to church. But Vivid, he is going off on a good old CDL Saturday. An excellent advantage now possessed for Florida, especially if they can lock down this rotation. Dave Patty also sitting on a 5 spree. He eventually gets taken down. In Toronto, takedown without a doubt the most important player on the map. Dave Patty could have caused some issues, but maybe now it could be Cammy's turn to wake up.
Such a big kill coming in from Cammy, and look at the spawns. Their teammates are still spawning out towards top roof, so Bance is able to pick up that huge kill onto Skies. Right there, Vivid is thinking Skies has the top roof control. We're going to invest his glide bomb to break the back, but with that spawn coming in for Bance, he was able to secure that. So now Florida have to commit to try to break this from front, but Vivid not missing any bullets. 35 seconds remaining. Toronto not getting any time, down by 30, 40 points. They can get this time here. They need to have to bounce back, because just the way that Florida were able to hold down that P4, the way how easily they broke into it, this jump time is needed for Ultra.
Yeah, it absolutely is, partner. Insight runs out of bullets, and the Automaton has to pull out the pistol. The trusty handy dandy rat will be able to net them a few extra seconds, but no, Florida still contesting, still fighting. Awakening taking down players nearly through the middle side of the map. Climax is able to find that one, but position known. 40 points down are Toronto, and Florida once again are in possession of the rotation. It's really just a matter of where that gap, where that sequence of information can come from. We know this Toronto team is the veteran roster that they are. They can find a gap. They can make something happen. Cammy, an excellent 2 on the flank, now makes it 3, 4 in a row. He takes down the entire roster, and there goes Cammy single-handedly breaking things over at church when Toronto needs him most. He delivers.
And that's big plays coming in from Ultra, because they were able to flip these spawns. Now Cammy, you could potentially pick up the sky bomb even bigger, but Vivid there to shut him down. Now the pressure coming in from every single angle. Skies and Vivid are able to find a couple kills. Vivid through the side door, huge one-on-one, but Climax is able to walk out on top. Now with this remaining 15 seconds on this point, Ultra are only going to put themselves down by 10 to 15. Huge rotation gunfight. Awakening is going to be able to win it, so Florida should be early setup for this P5.
Florida should be here early. Bance currently in a 1 versus 3 in terms of all the players he's gonna have to deal with at the command center. At least he's able to find 1, but still, Mutineers locked in, ready to go, setting up shop. This Cammy once again, we'll see if he can make a big enough of a dent to break into the setup once more. A solid attempt at that, but
the route for Bance.
Florida, a great little opportunity, but as you said, partner, Bance finds himself on the flank, and this could be a great pinch. This could be a great opportunity. Makes his way toward the stairs. He gets dealt with. Florida handle business. An unfortunate team kill. Still, they will weather the storm. 25 points away.
What a beautiful hole from Florida right there. Bance tries to hit the route to flip those spawns, but Florida read it beautifully. Now with 20 seconds remaining on this P5, Florida can no longer win it here, but you want to try to contest this because you know how much you struggle at that P1. They're able to shut down Climax. Good 2-piece coming in from Awakening. Final 10 seconds is going to get contested by Inside, but Awakening with this third on a 6 spree, actually, 1 off of that glide bomb. If he picks that up, it's over.
That could be massive. That could be huge. Skies, in fact, is going to have a glide bomb already. So something to think about if you're Toronto. It may not just be one of these. It could be two of them. A 2-for-1 trade instantly favoring Florida. 10 more seconds before this game is theirs. Insight gets handled. Cammy, seeing the open field, wants to hop inside of the hard point, but he's got no real teammate support, no real information. A few players off spawn there to greet him as they will reach that 200-point mark. But Florida hot on the prowl, still here. Nice shots coming through from Vivid. Nice work coming through from Dave as well. Unfortunately, Insight falls off the map, and that very well could do it, and it will. Florida locking up the game one hard points. They will remain flawless still in the respawns, getting the job done here on Tuscan.
That's just great work from Florida from start to finish. They didn't really worry about their bad hills. Like P1 for them, they tend to struggle with every single time. But when you have glide bombs on glide bombs to invest on the break, it's going to make it a lot easier to play towards that hill. That was just a dominant performance from Florida towards the second half of this game. We saw how they were able to win the rotation towards that P4 every single time. Dave Patty sneaks his way through, hits the route for his teammates to eventually get to him. But then the chain to P5 as well. They were great on both of those hard points. That's what gave them the lead they need to have at the end of this game. And then you also have Vivid, 41 and 25. The guy just went off. Like, give him more SMG maps so we can see more performances like this.
That's without a doubt, man. Like, we've been talking about how it's been the Sky show, it's been Awakening. I mean, that's what the entire talk has been around this Florida team. It's like, hey, look at Skies and Awakening. They're finally able to do it together. And Vivid's like, yeah, you guys forgot about me. You're giving Dave Patty all the hype, the Harry Potter memes. It's now time for me to show my worth. And boy, did he do that in spades, Jay. I mean, this little sequence here just instantly got us fired up. And you see the score, a tie game. And from there, Florida never let loose of the reins. An excellent performance. And as you said, buddy, it's not going to be easy for Toronto when they've got glide bomb after glide bomb after glide bomb to deal with.
Yeah, it definitely is not going to be easy to do. They had a couple kill streaks on their side where they potentially could have picked up some glide bombs of their own, but Cammy dropping on a 6 spree. Climax drops on a 6 spree one time as well. Like, they just simply did not get that last kill that could have changed this game drastically. But now they find themselves down 0-1 in this series, and it's not like it's brand new to them. Like, 2-3-5 has been their bread and butter. So now they're going into the search and destroy, and this is where they need to respond. Both of these teams so far throughout Pro-Am have an S&D record of 1-2. The only win coming for Florida is versus OpTic. The only win for Ultra is versus Atlanta Faze. So this custom search and destroy is going to tell me exactly how this series is going to go. Like, if they lose this map, Toronto Ultra do, Florida is going to be able to just win this in one of the next two respawns.
Yeah, and the one thing too, I mean, to be excited about, if you are a Florida Mutineers fan, there you saw it, the path to success in our map set. So far, Jay, in all of the 9 victories that the Florida Mutineers have gotten in Vanguard, including the Pro-Am Classic, every time that they have won a series in Vanguard, it has come from the game 1 hardpoint. So, as we talked about, their path to success is there on the other side for Toronto. As you said, man, it is familiar territory. It's the reliance upon those search and destroys. And, well, I think they got a pretty solid S&D record on Tuscan, though. That is something to think about.
Yeah, their overall record is sitting at 5-4, and the opposite side for Florida is 4-3. But one thing that Toronto really do enjoy in this map is just simply attacking that A bomb. That's the biggest thing. They find themselves with a 70% win rate when they're attacking A really fast, a 43% win rate when they're attacking it slow. They do not really see a lot of success when they're taking it towards B. And so it's going to be huge for them to just try to take that mid-map control, try to get this bomb down towards A, and continuously play your man advantage. Now, for them on the defensive side, one thing that they really struggle with is their retakes on that B site. And that, in the opposite side for Florida, has been really successful. They are 100% on their slow B attacks. And if you are Toronto Ultra, you have to make sure you're always having someone towards that P5 area, because a man like this, Caesar Skies, is unbelievable on this map specifically. And in S&D this season, #1 overall KD, #1 damage per life, #2 in percentage of team kills. Like, he's just assisting in so many plays, and we actually had the opportunity to cast him on this map versus OpTic. 1v2, 1v3. Like, this guy's a man on a mission on Tuscan S&D.
Jay, you were slapping your chair. You were so excited on his clutches. These are wild. This man, I tell you what, man, I mean, ever since he entered the league, like back in Black Ops 4, he already had, you could tell he had the highlight. He had the juice, right? I think it was like UIU or something like that. And obviously, he's been with the Florida Mutineers team ever since we entered franchising, and he has been their man. He has been their guy. Now, obviously, so far in the search destroys, he has been a man on a mission without a doubt.
something you've got to look out for if you are a Toronto fan. You're already a little bit nervous because you dropped the opening hard point. You've liked Tuscan hard point so far throughout the Pro-Am. You're not going to have it here, and now you've got to handle business versus the best S&D player statistically right now in the CDL. There you see the numbers, offenses versus defenses. And as you said, buddy, Toronto, they see a lot of success when they hit that A site nice and aggressive. We'll see if they can find themselves in the early advantage, or if Florida can continue to clutch the way that we saw them do versus OpTic Texas.
And the crazy thing is, like, Sky's our #1 overall S&D KD, but on this match specifically, it's even better. A 1.67. So if you're
goodness
Ultra,
sake.
shut this guy down.
Yeah, okay. 1.67?
Yeah, insane.
That's a little frightening, I'll be honest. And especially if Vivid's playing the way that he is. I mean, my goodness, Toronto Ultra. A lot to do and a lot to try and handle as they will be on the defense to start off round 1 here on Tuscan. Florida, bomb laying somewhat dormant toward the roof side as they are at least tempting at the idea of a B push. The only player that is going to be in ear's distance is the one and only Benjamin Bance, but on the other side it is Cammy. Doing work from the top side of church. He finds the first blood.
Big first blood coming in from Cammy to take down Vivid. And I already see the adjustments coming in from Floor, because yesterday Vivid was dropping the bomb everywhere. Do not give him the bomb if he's going to be your most aggressive player. But with 35 seconds left, right now, Ultra have 2 players towards that A site. You have 1 player playing towards B, so I have a feeling it's going to be a huge gunfight, or at least Awakening trying to be the playmaker. But Skies, he works his way right through the middle of the map, almost wins the second, but now it's going to be an immediate 2v2.
Immediate 2v2 and 20 seconds left on the clock. Player number 4 in Kleenex. He decides to reference back and enter inside of church. Does Awakening spot him going toward the top side? Unfortunately, he does not. So information by no means on the side of Florida as they will look to clear out A as fast as possible. The Bance is there to strike, takes one off the bomb, and will get out of dodge. Awakening left between a rock and a hard place. He will get taken down. And that play at a Kleenex, him staying alive, getting out of dodge, and thankfully not getting spotted, ends up allowing for Toronto to get the clearance and get the timing advantage toward the stretch.
Yeah, that's a good round from Toronto Ultra, because right there, Florida, they basically were spreading map. They had someone watching P5. They had someone watching bottom fountain to see if they were going to get aggressive in their spawn through A or even on the flank. Not a single player pushes, gets a little bit overzealous. They find that first blood. Once they've turned it into a 2v2, you see that Bance. He eventually hits that late flank, catch that player off bomb. That was a beautifully executed round from Ultra to close that one out.
Cammy tempted at it for a moment. He's got that sniper, and on the other side, you know you're going to be dealing with good old Dave Patty on the other side, confident as ever. And without a doubt, has got the big weight of that sniper to try and deal with. First blood going to be awarded again to Toronto. The first blood they're on to Vivid as Dave Patty will strike and even things up.
So now in the 3v3, look at Kleenex. He's going to be able to make his way through the middle of the map, takes down Awakening. So now that allows Toronto Ultra to have full control of this A bomb. Dave Patty is going to get some information with his nade. Does get a hit marker, a couple pistol shots, but not able to pick up a kill. So now with 45 seconds left, Insight finds Skies. Now Dave Patty left in a 1v3.
All up to Dave Patty. Sniper in hand, the pistol as well. He is going to get found out. Great work once more. They're out of Toronto. We thought for a moment, right? They find that first blood. Insight goes big. The sniper strikes there from Dave Patty, but Toronto, they played the numbers and nice plays inside of middle as Dave Patty will readjust the glasses and prepare for the third round. Florida need to get on the board.
Yeah, that's 2 first bloods onto Vivid. If you're Vivid, you want to try to just slow these rounds down a little bit, slow down your pace a little bit, allow your teammates to try to help you out in some of these gunfights. Don't fully commit to it, because in a man disadvantage, it's never going to be an easy job. So now with Florida back on the attack, Insight's going to stretch out towards the right side of the field. He's going to spot one, not hit the shot, but now it's an all-out aggressive push. There's multiple players here. Kleenex finds the first.
Kleenex finds the first, quickly traded out. Insight giving Toronto the numbers advantage, and they're also aware of Sky's position. However, that's not going to matter. #1 S&D KD in the league. You got to be aware of his position as Awakening toward top fire. It's going to be up to this duo to not just perform in the respawns like many have talked about, but now in the search and destroy department. Hanging out toward middle. Cammy looking for information at P5. Is he an Insight? Potentially look to group on up. Keep things in mind. Insight is going to be on a nice little spree, and he will continue on it. A great reaction onto Awakening. Skies with the pistol is going to have a handful of players to deal with. Marky B, the golf clap in the back. And for good reasons, Toronto, 3 up and 3 down.
Such a heads-up play from Insight to turn around in just the nick of time. Finds that kill onto Awakening. And eventually in the 2v1, you play the buddy system, you double challenge towards low, runs right into your pre-aim. Toronto Ultra 3 rounds in a row, showing why they were able to get that top 4 placing by just winning simply 2 3-5s.
That's still wild to think about. That's still insane. So crazy to me.
Insane stuff. But inside on a 5 spree, can he work towards this glide bomb? He's going to spot that sniper scope. Let's just get out of action.
Let's go and avoid. Let's just get away from that guy's perspective. He's pretty good with the sniper. Dave Patty happy to take all the map positioning he can toward field. Awakening could be in the spot for the round. Gets hit with a nade, but still finds the first blood. The MP40 shot. Her and inside the middle. Kleenex there on the instant trade. Also has bombs. Something to keep in mind is Vivid will watch those doors open over toward the command center. Everything starts to halt for a time. 3 versus 3. Bomb making its way toward the backside. As Cammy will look over for it.
And this is a beautiful setup from Vivid because he basically has the entire cross if they try to go through P5. So Skies is going to try to help them towards the middle of the map. Unfortunately, Vivid does get taken down. So now in a 3v2 situation, they know the positioning of Skies, but do they know the positioning of Dave Patty? As the bomb is going to get planted. Now in a 3v2, an advantage of Ultra.
Another disadvantage. 35 seconds to work with. Somebody from Florida's got to get busy. Keep it in mind, Insight still sits on the streak. Skies trying to clear things out with Dave. Time continues to tick away. Kleenex idling either direction. The trade comes through. Dave Patty alive with only 60 HP, but it's the numbers. The retake once again unsuccessful there for Florida. There's Toronto on the other side looking flawless.
Ultra just doing a great job. Like right there, even though they got first blooded, it's immediately there for a trade. And then they group up, they play together, they solo out Vivid towards that A bomb. And eventually in the 3v2, all you have to do is work your bomb plant. They find a lot of success just planning towards A. And there shows again, up 4-0 so far in the Search and Destroy. Beautiful showing from Toronto.
Yeah, these have been clean rounds as well. It's not as if it's just been, clutch 1v1s type of, down to the wire type of moments. I mean, it's been nice and clinical. Fortunately, Dave, a few extra shots. The teammates back as Cammy will strike early, nearly for the second one. Vivid finally able to get on the board. A great performance in the opening Tuscan hardpoint. So far in Search Destroy, not been his day, but it is going to be his round. Taking down half of Toronto Ultra in the snap of a finger. We'll see if Florida can finally get one in their column. Insight still sits on 6 in a row.
Yeah, if you're Insight, you just want to hold down your line of sight, pre-aim, and just try to pick up one of these kills. Or at least allow Kleenex to be the playmaker and at least find one, force it to a 2v2. But time is starting to tick. 30 seconds remaining. They're going to group up in towards P5. Kleenex is obviously going to be the guy that's baiting. Spot's awakening. He's going to back himself down with a stun. But time is just ticking, man. I don't even know if Insight's going to try to commit towards winning this round. Yep, now you back up.
Yeah, it's gonna be, I was gonna say, it was pretty interesting just to see from their point of view, a team that wants to make it seem as if they're gonna go for the clutch, but in reality, not all that interested. I mean, maybe if he finds the pick, it could be different. Insight, knowing time is ticking away. Florida may want to get aggressive. Things will even out. Challenges in. Awakening will drop Insight 1 kill away from the glide bomb. And that had to be, I mean, what, milliseconds away from the round being closed on out. Toronto tried to play it cautiously, and they will pay for their efforts. I mean, a big round to take. Obviously, it's the first one for Florida, but Jay, that streak would have been huge for Toronto.
Such a massive kill, massive play call to just commit towards finding him and eliminating him from the map. To not worry about that glide bomb later on. Can now allow Florida to have a little bit more life in this map. You see all out aggression towards the middle of the map. This is a perfectly executed play. You're going to push right onto A, and it's going to be Insight with the snipe. He's going to get picked, and now that's going to be the first time, I'm pretty sure. Oh, actually, the second time that Florida found the first blood.
Second time, and it could never, or rather, it's coming at the best time possible. Somewhat of an awkward angle, one of those spots that isn't often called out. Just the instant mid-rush. Cammy not able to spot, rather not able to spot what was the great beginning of this round for Florida. And on defense, they'll be happy to allow for Toronto to make the plays, make the calls, and maybe even give themselves up. A solid game so far for Tobias. Kleenex sitting at 7-3. Some shots echoing throughout Tuscan, but nothing yet to land in favor of the Ultra. Hanging out toward the top side of Church as they get dealt with. Another one there for Vivid. He now sits on 5 in a row, eventually gets dropped. So streak after streak getting thwarted. As now it is Toronto. And the man disadvantaged Skies able to take down Cammy all on the Kleenex.
Reads it beautifully. And a 1v3 left up to Kleenex. Skies is knowing if the one's going to turn the corner, probably the second one's going to come as well. Just keeps his gun up, wins the both gunfights to close out the round. And slowly but surely, Florida gaining some momentum. 2 rounds in a row. They shut down the glide bomb. You've seen what that was able to do for them. They were super aggressive towards the middle of the map. If Toronto have a glide bomb there, they're all probably just going to camp in towards bottom church or even play P5. But since they shut that down, the game plan completely changes. And now is when you see Florida just trying to continue with this aggression, because so far it's been working.
As we said, this has been the lifeline for this Toronto roster all throughout Vanguard. Oh, and Dave Patty brought low off the rip. Heads up play just to slide on through, keep himself afloat, but cannot be understated what this game would mean for Toronto, how important it is for them. Especially with that Berlin control up next. There's a very sparse amount of information. Cannot be so reliant on a game mode that really just got entered into the rotation just weeks ago. Everybody up. Dave's tacticals utility tossed. Aplenty. Pockets emptied as well. As Kleenex sitting firmly now over at that A site, waiting for Florida to make a move.
And this is a big round too, because 4-2, this is where the swing round usually comes in. But it's looking like it's going to be an all-out middle push coming in from Florida. Kleenex in a great spot to at least spot one, but Awakening, he's going to sniff him out. Now the aggression is going to be here. Cammy finds that first blood, which is a huge kill, but Vivid able to at least even up the numbers for now. Now 23 seconds left. Just work this bomb plant. Unfortunately, Dave Patty unpreaims at the wrong time, but 3v3 now. Bomb is going to be down towards A. Cammy finds the first.
Cammy finds the first. Toronto with numbers. Toronto with numbers. They're aware of player 6. That's going to be Skies over toward the field. Cammy's there to read him. All on to Dave Patty. Now to 1 versus 3. He's got the sniper. He's also got the information. Takes down the first, quickly checks the bomb, and has to relocate. 20 seconds to work with and a bomb to defend. Toronto quickly group on up, and their efforts will pay off. The Ultra hold off what was a solid momentum train brewing for the Mutineers as they will put themselves on match point.
Yeah, that one got a little scary right there, but I think it was all on Cammy. Once he was able to back down Dave Patty from that top window, you saw he immediately just jumps out towards the middle of the map, finds that opening kill onto Vivid. Now in the 3v2 situation, they take down Skies. Now Dave Patty, great trigger discipline to try to clutch out that round, but Toronto, they were able to just group up towards that backside of their spawn. They wrap all the way around, because instead of hitting through you where a guy can sit in a corner and get away with a kill, they play the buddy system correct. They come up behind them and now put them at match point.
It's great work as well from Cammy in that last round. Now sits on the 4 spree after his efforts in the prior one. Is this where we call it curtains for the Ultra? Is this where they even things up? Or is this when Vivid starts to strike, puts some work into the second one and has to go hunting? Also brought down to 17 HP himself. He's got to be careful with that. Vivid ends up getting taken down. Meanwhile, it's Awakening inside of you who helps give the team those numbers toward the stretch. A very hot and heavy round. Fast and furious as it's Florida staying alive again.
Yeah, I thought once Vivid got that first kill, I don't know how the second guy didn't die, and he was able to get away with his life. But then Awakening, he was able to, across the map, find a 2-piece of his own. As Vivid and Awakening shut that round down, stay alive in this S&D a little longer. But now they're going back on the attack, and I would like to see an all-out B push, like all-out aggression. Aggression has been their success story of this S&D for all the rounds that they have won, but they're just continuously just slowing down this game, playing the mid-map setup.
Slowing things down. We'll see if they will be awarded for the play style.
Oh my.
My goodness. Nade after nade. There's a reason why that building is in fact destroyed. It's because of all the nades that players are tossing to it, especially in ranked. I find myself dying from there multitudes of times. You know that firsthand, Jay?
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not very good.
No, you're great.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. If you've listened to Casters on the Climb, you know that's a little bit of a difference of opinion. 40 seconds left. Somebody's got to do something. Florida, as you said, stalling out their play style. And all of that is somewhat for nothing unless they can make a play. Insight is going to be here as he repositions. He spots Awakening heading toward the tree. Kleenex as well looks to try to make a play up and personal toward you, but he gets found out. Skies will open things up for the time. Insight on the trail. Not able to find one onto Dave Patty. Cammy brought low as the plant wants to get down. The trades once more in favor of the Mutineers as they desperately look to plant down the objective. Bomb down. Toronto now on the retake and without numbers. Insight peppering up player after player, but nothing yet to land. 30 seconds. Insight able to find one. Trade it out again. Trades continue to favor the way of Florida. But Bance now brings it into a 1v1, and he can find the timing. Bance could find the timing. Oh, he shoots his gun, but Dave's able to escape. He's got the pistol out. 15 seconds. Can the rookie hold? Can the rookie hold? Trying to stay alive, but Bance will walk away with the 1v1 down in numbers. Not a whole lot of time left, but Benjamin Bance goes big for the squad, and Toronto escape what was a crazy final round, evening up the series now at 1 apiece.
That's just good work from Bance, man, to take the long route. Once again, they do not commit towards pushing towards NOU. He goes around the long route, gets a little shaky there when he takes those first couple of shots, but he at least finds that kill towards the middle of the map just in the nick of time to work that defuse, man. That was an insane search and destroy between both of these teams. Toronto Ultra, even when they got first blooded, they were still finding a lot of success clutching up a bunch of these 3v4 rounds. Just right there, Florida, they were just wasting a lot of time in a couple of these rounds. Their early aggression ones where they were seeing a lot of success, going down 4-0, then they match it with the aggression, they take 2 rounds in a row, and then they slow it down once again, and that's where you're allowing Ultra to just pick you guys apart. Like, I would have liked to see Florida just commit towards a B push one time to challenge Bance on that side of the map and eventually try to work it, because Toronto really struggled on retaking that site, but Ultra are going to be able to tie up the series at 1 apiece, and this is the story we were expecting. Now they just need to make sure that they respond in this Berlin control, because their hard point just really hasn't been it.
Yeah, it definitely has not. And obviously the same token as well, you can say the same thing about Florida Search Destroy. That now marks 1-3 here at the Pro-Am Classic for them. So I don't know, you and I both thought maybe coming into the control, it very well could be 1 apiece. We weren't really sure how Toronto was going to play in the hard points. Florida, or I guess as well, Toronto in the Search Destroys as well. But hey, this series, as we thought, could be one of the best ones of the day, and so far it has delivered. Folks, it's going to be a fun one. Berlin Control, a map that, again, is still being experimented on. We're still trying to figure out the strategies. As you see, an array of players eager to see who will walk away with this series. And if you're New York, you're wondering who you are playing tomorrow. Folks, we will be back right after this break. Berlin Control up next.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back. Florida versus Toronto. Nearly said Minnesota there. It's all good. Battle of the North. It happens from time to time. Take a look at all those players who are eager to see who's going to walk away with this series. Marky B, interested to see if his roster can keep up flawless in Berlin control so far this weekend, because they have got a test on the other side of the stage. Jay, Florida have been absolutely insane so far here at the Pro-Am Classic in this very mode.
Yeah, so Toronto Ultra in this map, they're sitting at 2-0. Florida are 1-0, but look at these records so far for the Pro-Am Classic for Florida. 3-0, 9-1 map count. I'm pretty sure that's round count, actually. And then Team KD sitting at a 1.4, basically 80% non-traded kills. Florida have been the best team so far at the Pro-Am Classic at this mode. And they're probably going to show it here. Toronto needs to respond by trying to at least make this competitive, because Florida, they have great amount of slaying power, and that's the thing that cost them in that map number 1. They need to match that energy here, and at least it's a brand new map. You're not going to really know what kind of work they're going to be able to do on Berlin control, but like I said, Toronto Ultra a little bit more comfortable sitting at 2-0 on this one.
Yeah, man. I mean, you also look at the numbers, like from Big Wake, he's got a 1.55 so far this weekend in control. Skies, he's got a 1.36. We keep talking about that dynamic duo that Toronto are going to have to handle at some point in one of the respawns. And like we said, Berlin, maybe not as experienced, but so far in control, that duo has been so hard to deal with. The reason why they sit flawless is because of their strength in the swing mode, but nothing that the veterans of the Ultra haven't seen before. Jay, for those who have maybe a little bit new, they're saying, wait, Berlin control, that's out of the rotation. Let the folks know, just in short, how this new map plays out.
Yeah, guys, so if you guys haven't known, Berlin control is now going to be in the rotation. This is our third control that's going to get added, and basically, compared to all our other controls, Kavutu 75-25 on the defensive side, Tuscan 65-35 on the opposite side, but then for this map, it's basically a 50-50.
I like
the way that you can play this map. So I really enjoy this map as control round.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you for explaining that. I hope that all my ranked teammates are listening to you, because they have absolutely no idea how to play this map. But we will all learn as well, as Cammy is showing us exactly what to do. The lovely little bait over toward A. It works out now for the full-on capture at that B zone. Nades aplenty over toward the plat as Cammy, King Cammy, continues to fry 3 in a row. He's saying it out in small room, as it's now going to be up to Florida. Instantly trying to make the retake. Is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? Here they come. Here they come. Vivid somehow wins it. They will hold off the progress for now after what was the best start to a Berlin control that I've seen, well, in a while.
Yeah, right there was this Ultra playing the mind games. Early attack towards A, but then you transition over towards B, because you know how hard it is to capture B captures in control in general. But now that Ultra have 2 seconds completed there, it's time to commit towards A. Make sure we have the stack going. This is going to be able to extend time by a minute. So now 2 minutes and 3 seconds to work with for Toronto Ultra. Try to find 1 tick of progression towards B. So now if you're Florida, you want to get pushed up towards change. You want to continuously influence Ultra to spawn out towards that water side.
And honestly, Jay, like, this already just feels like this is our first opportunity, you and I, to be able to cast over Toronto on Berlin control. Yeah, it just instantly feels like a map that suits them quite nicely, just because they've always been a team who's been so good at pivoting between, you know, different sites, different control points. Like what? It was like Moscow Search and Destroy last year, where they had everybody with their head turned on A versus B. The same thing on like raid control. You know, that's had a lot of comparisons so far to Berlin. Thankfully, Florida have been able to even things out, as now it is all about B, but 1 tick left to go. Florida doing the job that they have to here off the rip. But it's all going to be on to Insight now to try to help close things out, but he gets dealt with the great shots once more from Awakening.
And this entire time, like while trades are going back and forth in towards his B point, Dave Patty has just been cruising on that train side of the map, just influencing the spawns for Toronto Ultra to spawn a little bit farther. As Vivid and Dave Patty are able to find 3 kills in the feed. Dave Patty on a 4, make it a 5. His 5 kills, he just picks up, and that's going to be his kill streak. But he's doing so much on the map for his team right now, causing so many problems for Ultra to try to focus on just eliminating him from this side of the map, because it's so much harder to try to get across the B from him.
I think Insight has literally just been ADSing, waiting for Dave to make a move in the backside of the spawn. And he's just like, all right, I guess Dave's just going to hang back there. I got to move forward. I got to do something. Meanwhile, they run right into the grips of Florida once more. And this is the spawn trap that we've all learned to know about quite quickly. The streaks being extended from everybody right now on the Mutineers as Dave now enters in to 6 in a row. You've got Vivid on 5. Could be double glide bombs unless the Toronto Ultra can do something. A current 2 versus 12. Down and, well, just about out. One more player left.
It was like 14 to 15 in lives remaining. Florida are up by 1, and Toronto simply just can't get out of their spawn because Dave Patty is, with his 7 kills, so impactful, also picks up that glide bomb. He was just influencing them to spawn warehouse, to spawn water the entire time. They simply could not take control of their own spawn. Great work from Florida to close out that defensive round. It got a little scary in the beginning, but big plays from Dave Patty, big awareness from him to just simply continuously block that spawn makes it a lot easier for his team to pick up some of those easy kills.
Big Patty. Love to see it. 7 and 1, 12 and 6 for Vivid. Man was all over the engagements in that opening round, but here we go. Into our second attack, the first one for the Mutineers, and so far for Toronto, they established everybody inside of B. In reality, Florida Mutineers going for the more safe play. At least is putting somebody in that A zone, spotting Dave Patty out. Mance knowing that position quite well. He got killed on it about 18 times, it felt like. And now is going to deliver the same business that he had to suffer in round 1. Now here in round 2, Kleenex from the skies is going to get dealt with as Caesar is going to get brought down. Vivid as well enters in, and I think it's that second tick officially for Florida. There it is. One more to go at that A zone.
So now it's all about eliminating this player from your spawn. Insight's going to be the player towards top tower. They take care of him. So now that allows Florida to start to try to take some control of this train side. Skies and Kleenex unfortunately get the trade going on there.
So often
it
this
has.
weekend.
I saw it in the last series too. It was a sniper trade. I was mind blown when I saw that one. But see, Toronto Ultra, they can big picture. As long as they hold down this train side, it's going to be a lot easier to defend this B. But Bance turns up. I'm pretty sure before this round even started, he was sitting at like 1 and 6, but 6 and 8 so far into this round number 2.
That's like the Zero meme. Like, you just get beamed like that, and you instantly just get right up close to your monitor. 1 minute and 50 seconds. As we do eventually say goodbye to Cammy after he has been alive for quite some time. A lot of time to work with if you are the Mutineers, but as we said, Jay, they've got to be very, very cautious of what can be that vice grip, that full Nelson setup that can be granted from the defense at a moment's notice. Insight able to collaborate on a few, is able to shut down Dave Patty after some assistance from the teammates. Guys remains a lighthouse, a beacon inside of the middle of the map, trying to issue out some information to the squad mates, because that first minute, just like that, is gone. We've got some map positioning. Now it's time for the push as Cammy drops a double.
That's a huge 2-piece coming in from Cammy. They can get a little bit more aggressive towards this train side as Dave Patty trying to do everything he can from back alley to at least stay alive. He finds one, but they're trying to set up the play coming in from Skies. Look at the route that he's taking, and he wins the gunfight as well. So now this is going to force Ultra to at least push forward or turn around and play for Skies. But the pressure's going to be here. The pinch is going to come in from Florida. Insight and Kleenex go massive, winning 2 huge one-on-ones to secure this point and at least shut down the pressure. They take care of Skies as well. Now with 40 seconds remaining, Florida have one more good push at this to try to take this round.
Well, I thought Vance and Vivid dead to rights. He spots that size 10 shoe inside a secret, but not able to fully take him down. Another possible push here from the Mutineers. Can Toronto once again hold on their defensive side? And every single time that they make their way forward, it is a clutch 2-piece from the core of Toronto. Kleenex again continues to clean house, and boy does Berlin need it. Vance spotting out the flanker. We say goodnight to Vivid. Defense after defense has been the story at times here on Berlin, and so far this control is the exact same.
That's just good work from Ultra, holding down the train side every time they needed to. Someone going massive, finding a 2-piece, like you said, at the right time to eventually close out that setup or stop the setup coming in from Florida. Toronto Ultra, They were able to take 5 ticks on their very first offense. Florida only responded with 3. So Toronto Ultra are currently up by 2. So if I'm them, I'm just simply trying to complete this A capture. But you have to make sure that you're also putting that pressure on towards B, because I love their initial break off.
Looks like they'll send 3 strong into A. As you said, just playing a long game, trying to be cautious, get that A zone out of the way, and just have the rest of the round to work with. Florida does not want to give this one away quickly. Obviously hearing the gong, it gives away where the objective points are being captured at. As Vivid continues to strike, however, it's going to get dealt with from the MP40 out of Kleenex, is well, working off of a few comms that unfortunately his teammates get taken down, but he works off of them regardless. And eventually Toronto, not just with some presence at A, but presence now across the map, as Vance in a great position.
Yeah, Vance is in a great spot to be the playmaker for the Ultra squad. He's going to work his way back in towards Fire. He's going to be able to find this kill onto Awakening. Awakening's just trying to finesse his way around, but eventually walks right into Insight. So now if you're Vance, you want to just try to play a couple spawn kills in towards Fire. They have one consistent spawn. It's going to be either in Fire or backfire. He's just going to take his time. The A capture is eventually going to come in. 1:57 to work.
Nice work from Vance. Hanging out toward top Fire, as you said, buddy. Basically just trying to hold off the spawns, close the spigot of spawns that could be happening toward the backside of Fire. He's ready. He's prepared. But Vivid, all the more superior, is going to be able to drop him what could have been the excellent opportunity for Toronto. Once more is going to be another halted push. Vivid eager inside of the train station. He gets dealt with from Kleenex, just trade after trade. And this is really going to be the story, my friend, of how Berlin and Control works with the remainder of this season. It's really just a matter of that trading control. If a player can get into Fire, that's great. But so far, both of these teams have been rock solid in these crucial moments at the B zone.
Yeah, on the defensive side, if you go 4 dead, then you're basically going to lose the round. But the fact that both of these squads so far have been keeping the kills stagnant, huge plays from both of these squads. But that's going to be Ultra able to find 2, and they have a little bit of pressure coming in towards the middle of the map as well. One player is going to commit towards that flank. It's going to be Vance. Do they read it? Skies does find one from hallway. You have one player in Day Patty who's going to be inside the point, but Skies and Vivid are able to find 2. Last player closest to the point is going to be Cammy. And with 45 seconds left, Florida, once again, they hold the line.
They hold the line. Great work so far. Maybe 1, 2 more good pushes left at this for Toronto, but they've got to put the pedal to the metal and try to rely on good old Cammy to maybe make the play. But here comes Demon Joe right in your face. Silences one onto Cammy as Toronto do once more have Vance in somewhat of a power position. Skies is going to be able to find him. Finally able to get into the zone for just a moment. Kleenex wonders what it's like to be in the office. Finally gets his chance. Cut down once more as the Mutineers look to lock this one down. About to be 3 for 3 on defense as they find 2 more throughout the middle side of the map. Florida will go up 2-1. And as we said, partner, it has been the same story so far throughout this control.
So now if I'm Ultra, going into a defensive round, you are currently up by 5 segments. You want to make sure, all right, you're probably going to give it that A, but you want to push aggressively through trains. You cannot allow them to hit you with the mind games where they're attacking A and then adjustment or readjust, rotating back towards that B bomb. B site. You do not want to give up any segment because you need to try to guarantee yourself that defense. Dave Patty still has that glide bomb to work with.
That's right.
So I'm curious to see what Florida are going to be able to do off this break. Are they just going to fully commit towards A? Yeah, they're probably just going to go towards A, get the 3 captures done, and then eventually try to work towards B.
See if it comes in at any point. And as you mentioned, right now down by 5 ticks. So Florida going to have to get some work done in the objective. If they do, in fact, go toward that round 5, Dave Patty extends the streak now to 5 in a row. And Vivid tries to clean out the Cam Man from top Fire. So a lot of positionings taken right now from the Mutineers, trying to, I guess, get somewhat of a chain going inside of the middle of the map. Toronto doing their best to try to prevent that for as long as possible, as Vance does get dealt with, and Caesar, someone alone inside of the objective, is happy to allow for that A zone to flow. Climax trying to get in a power position over toward the trains, ends up getting found out. But the quick capture going to be in from the Mutineers while they do go 3 down. Nobody from Toronto in one of those big spots as of yet. An important few fights to win for Florida inside of the middle. They do that as Vivid now is going to make his way into backfire.
Vivid, he could be the playmaker because he's going to get great timing onto Cammy. Cammy's going to push right on through. Vance does find 1 kill, so it's going to slow down the pressure a little bit. But now with Dave Patty finding that kill, it's time for Vivid to pounce. He's going to be able to hit through intercepts. He finds his first kill. Can he find a second? No, he does not. Big kill coming in from Crimsix. That could have got scary, but the trade's going to be here for Dave Patty. That's going to be 2 dead. He's going to go for the challenge, just dipping and diving, sliding everywhere. Able to at least get up with his life.
Dave Patty, how did you do that, my friend? How in the world does he stay alive in a position like that? Also has to eat a nade. A life that somehow manages to get extended. I don't know how that's even possible as Toronto fill up the feed with purple. 3-1 exchange overall as they will be happy to reclaim control once more over of that train station. Mutineers, as we said, man, they've got to get at least a few of these ticks over at that B zone. The magic number is 2. Obviously, if they get 3, they close out the game. If you get 2, you bring things at least even heading into that round number 5.
Big 2.
As they look for the opening, keep in mind, Vivid once more trying to be the route man.
He's going to be the guy that's going for that flank. Is he going to decide to cut these players off to our flat? And he's playing this beautifully, but Cammy and Insight are able to cut down these players that are pushing from the front side of train. Vivid finds 1, but he gets traded. Ultra once again are holding on the defensive side. You can just not go for dead all at once. As long as you're continuously keeping this kill stagnant, that's how you want to do it, especially when Insight's not missing on a 4 spree, trying to go for the 5th onto Skies. Not able to close out that kill, but 20 seconds remaining until Ultra are going to push it to around number 5.
Vivid has got to get so frustrated. I mean, literally every time he has been on a flank, he either gets pieced by Clemix or he makes a play, finds 1 or 2, and then gets dropped by Clemix. This time it is Cammy. And so no answers, it looks like, are going to be Florida. Awakening may find the gap. Clemix there once more to try to silence things. Skies overall traded. So Toronto will head into this final round here on the defense again. Florida had to get 2 of those ticks. They are unsuccessful at that B zone. So something's got to give, Jay. Something's got to give. Are we finally going to see an attack, or will defense continue to reign true and give Toronto the advantage in the series?
And keep in mind that Florida still have the glide bomb to work with. Dave Patty picks it up in the very first round. Now we're all the way in round 5, and he still has not invested it. But now you have to. I would like to see them just try to commit towards B off threat, because it's been really difficult with the way that Toronto have been setting up on the defensive side. But they're going to commit towards A once again. Dave Patty getting that player towards top tower, watching that late flank. Phoenix does not spot Vivid. He actually does. So he finds that opening kill. Now it's looking like Toronto going to put a lot of pressure in towards P5.
A lot of bit of pressure into P5. Keeping things in mind, player number 8, Awakening, has snuck through. Vivid gets dealt with inside a train. So Awakening on the backside of A. He also manages to get dropped. I just instantly saw Cammy, that player number 2, Arrow, just quickly circle back around. As blow after blow, trade after trade, still favoring the Ultra Boys as they look to get nice and comfortable, nested in the back of the positionings over at the train station. Awakening's able to sneak his way through. Vivid trying to get Cammy out of bottom tower. A major situation to try to get him out of. Job is done, but again, look at the spread. Look at the spread of Toronto right now.
Their setup so far has been brutal for Florida to try to get out of their spawn, but finally able to find a couple 2 pieces. So at least relieve that pressure from that train side. Should open up that A capture for them to close it out. But 25-17 in lives remaining. Ultra, they're not going to give this up. They're still trying to attack it. Awakening finds that first kill. Vivid trying to do everything he can to stay alive towards top 3. Doesn't find the kill, pushing towards the middle P5. But there should be an A capture in for Florida. Now, if you're Toronto Ultra, you just need to make sure you're doing exactly what you were doing on the previous defensive rounds. Just properly setting up around train.
Yeah, man, I just do exactly what has been working. Like I said, we've yet to see an attack. Just continue to do what has shown you some success. Vivid elevated and absolutely destroying from the top side. And as he just runs into train station, he's met with a fury of bullets out of those automatons, those MP40s, putting him in the dirt. Awakening a nice one there on the flank, but we'll see if his teammates can make their way through trains. Again, it's just this constant battle of you make your way into one part of the map. You have to rely on your teammates to do exactly that. And so far, both of these rosters on the defensive ends have done an excellent job at cutting down those waves and not allowing for those group push-ups to have favorable positions. Great job once again here from Bance, just relocating, working on that communication. His Day Patty deems this moment the perfect time to call in the glide bomb. And they will find a few, but that's just going to get them out of their base. 30 seconds left. This is the play. This is the time.
Last push coming in for Florida. All of Toronto Ultra just stacking around towards this B capture. Time is starting to dwindle down. If you are Florida, this has to be the perfect break. Last opportunity, you had to find an opening kill, but Skies is going to get slowed down with that pressure from the nade. Cammy and Climax are able to find two. Now in a 4v2 situation, Climax finds the second. All four down, and that's going to be Toronto Ultra holding on the defensive side, and now are going to be having a nice 2-1 lead in the series.
Toronto, very well, may have found their newest map to add to the rotation. You can make it now 3-0 on Berlin Control. The team has got to be buzzing. The roster has got to be happy. They answer in the S&D and they answer in the swing mode. Obviously, we talked about it. It is now 3-0 on Berlin Control this weekend for Florida. Their perfect in general control streak will come to a close. And I gotta say, Jay, I also brought this down. I was talking to you about how Florida, every single one of their series has come from a hardpoint victory. Every single one of Toronto's victories this season have come from a control victory as well. So both teams living up to what seems to be the success in the respawns. Toronto now up 2-1. We've got Berlin again.
And going into this Berlin hardpoint, this is great because now Toronto Ultra, they can dictate how this series is going to go. They haven't really been a strong hardpoint team. We saw it in that map number one. A couple mistakes where they just allow players to slip through, get some easy rotations, split those spawns at the very end when they don't need to. They need to make sure that they're having these adjustments as well on Berlin because they struggle with one hill specifically, and it's P3. P3, they are allowing their team, the opposite team, to get about 30 to 35 points every time. But the biggest thing is that they struggle with the rotation. They're only winning their rotation 33% of the time towards that P3. And for Florida, they find a lot of success on that P3 hardpoint. Every time they're properly set up, they have a 100% hold rate on that P3 hardpoint. So if you're Ultra, you want to make sure you're rotating this setup early for that one. And then also for P1, that's another hill where Florida find a lot of success on this Berlin hardpoint. Another one of those hills where they are 100% on their hold rate. So if you're Ultra, rely on that break, but you also need to make sure you do not allow anyone to slip through and potentially flip those spawns.
Yeah, like I said, it's an interesting map set, like all the way through. Like, you know, we've been talking about like the maps, how they've been great for Florida, they've been great for Toronto, you know, all the way throughout. And at the same notion, you're bringing up some excellent stats in the Florida Mutineers. And, you know, at the same time, you could also be excited coming into this map if you're a Toronto fan, not just because you're up 2-1, but also because you've seen quite a bit of success on Berlin hardpoint. I think they're 2-0 on the weekend. Granted, I think it's versus Seattle and versus Strike X, but still, I know Ali was mentioning how she was really impressed with the way that Toronto have played in these hardpoints, and a lot of time it has been their success here on Berlin. And I know at the very start of the season as well, I think it was the one that solidified the kickoff classic, was a dominant W where Kleenex was going off. It was like a 100-point club on Berlin HP. So while hardpoint has not been their mode, it feels like this one up next has been their trusty one. But as you said, they've got to be aware of that P3 that Florida has been so good on when they're set up.
Yeah, and just based off what we saw on the map one thing that I need to see more from the Toronto Ultra just has to simply be teamwork, a little bit less individual play. And when you look at the matchup between Awakening, 1.18 on the side of Insight, 0.99. This is excluding that map number one. This is overall throughout the entire season. You can just tell for Insight, these are not normal numbers for him, especially if you're comparing to him what he was last year. Just the entire organization in Toronto Ultra, they have just been struggling in this mode. So I'm pretty sure not a single player is sitting over a 1.0 KD in hardpoint. But just the way that they showed their teamwork in that Berlin control, didn't matter if someone was getting two-piece. They always were aware of the positionings. Kleenex and Bance timing their flanks beautifully. You need to have that same performance here, that same teamwork. Doesn't really matter if you get outslayed if you're doing the right thing. So Ultra in command of this series so far at 2-1. They have that S&E at the very end just in case they fall short here. But if they can use that teamwork like we saw all of last year to get them through a lot of these maps, then Toronto Ultra are definitely a team to beat.
Yeah, I know you mentioned the teamwork aspect. I know we looked at the KDs. Like, you know, I feel like we kind of know the players to look out for from Florida most of the time. Like, we talked about Skies, we talked about Awakening, Vivid, the X Factor. But who do you think it is for Toronto? Like, who do you think is the player to look out for? As we said, the numbers have not been great in Hardpoint. They've not been stellar by any means in this mode. We've talked about the records, right? The Major 1 performance where they don't win a single Hardpoint but place top 4. What was like the 2-18 record that they had coming into the Pro-Am in Hardpoint. Who is the guy? Who do you think is the person who has to step up and get the job done here for Toronto?
There's only one guy that I'm looking for, and it's the guy that every time they are winning a series, he's the guy that's doing above and beyond, sitting in the most ratty corners, and I'm talking about Benjamin Bance. So far in Hardpoint, sitting at a .88, but you can just tell, based off of that control, he had a lot of finesse to his game, puts himself in great positions to close it out, and he is the game changer. We have the climax, who's going to be all out aggression towards the middle of the map, into hills, whatever. He's going to be the first guy in, but Bance, he's the guy that takes the routes, that flips the spawns for these teams. If he can turn out and just dominate this game by just the way he's maneuvering around the map, Toronto Ultra will be able to close it out here.
Oh boy, there you see the Berlin Hardpoint records. We're going to stay on Berlin throughout the remainder of this series. If it does see a Game 5, Florida going to do their best to force it. Vivid having a great series so far. Now, the Search Destroy was not stellar, but I know he drops like 35 plus in the control, drops 41 in the Hardpoint. A big moment for the Mutineers on the brink of what could be elimination from the Pro-Am Classic, or can it be a W for Toronto? It is time to find out. Berlin HP, here we go. Vivid instantly checking toward top shelf. Ultra holding the line, much like they did in control in this exact spot.
Good early start from Ultra to trade at least a couple of these gunfights, but Skies goes massive from that back alley door to find that opening kill. He allows Vivid to eventually slide in and find 2 of his own. The last player here is going to be Bance. He gets taken down in Florida. 4 up, 4 down. Get the easy break on this P1. It's going to force Toronto Ultra now to start thinking about that rotation. This final 20 is going to go in favor of Florida.
It looks to go good in favor of the Mutineers. Got a little dicey there for a moment for Toronto. They get that top left spawn. They make their way nice and carefully, treadfully through the street. As now they've got the more favorable position now heading into P2. Nice work coming in from Cammy, as he'll remain as the guy to look out for. A number of different players, but Whatcha, he's been the guy I feel like for Ultra that has been scapegoated the most. Like their performance, the way that he was able to dominate in Cold War, yet to see that same performance. But as you said, it's going to be a team effort from Ultra, but they're going to need Cammy to step up here.
They definitely are going to need Cammy, especially with Florida breaking in the way that they just did. A clean, easy 3 down. As they're able to control the spawns for that P3, but Ultra respond with 3 of their own. So now if I'm them, you want to try to flip these spawns, and they do exactly so. Number 3, which is going to be Insight. It's time to push up, time to know that they're going to spawn behind you. I don't know if they read it yet, but with CleanX spawning on that side of the map, now they know that the spawns have flipped. Another 3 dead in the feed for Ultra. Make it all 4. Beautiful, beautiful adjustments coming in from Ultra to finally have that rotation to P3.
And that's big, partner, because you mentioned, right, the Mutineers, P3, how great they have been, right, when they've held down the rotation so far. A great job at doing so, referencing such. I think it was player 5 and Vivid who's at least able to find one. His position gonna get found out. CleanX and Vivid continue to exchange blows here in Berlin. They did the same thing in Control, and they're gonna only continue to do the same thing here in Hardpoint. Nice little advantage already here from Toronto as they brace up and gear up for the early push here from the Mutineers. Traded and battered. The Mutineers go tumbling as Dave Patty, who's only got a breadstick on the board, is gonna have to wait for a few teammates off spawn as he gets dropped as well.
Yeah, right now Florida, they're just going 1 by 1. They're basically playing exactly how Toronto Ultra would want them to play. You're giving them one-on-one gunfights. They're slowly picking you guys apart, finding 3-4 dead whenever they want, and that has been a beautiful, beautiful hold from the Ultra on this P3. They were able to chain that P2 to the P3 and now grow such a lead. That's another clean 4 dead. Let me find out Toronto Ultra are back.
Let me find out. Let's see. Like I said, they're winning hard points. They're winning respawns. Can they do it again? Another big rotation already lined up, but we talk about P3 to P4. You would definitely rather have a solid fire hill than we'll make a rotation over toward trains. Toronto already established inside of the warehouse as Dave Patty, again, still only with 1 kill to his name. He's going to do what he can with that AR toward the back lines, but right now his teammates are getting peeled off toward the front. Cammy, the guy to talk about, now sits on 6 in a row, 1 away from the glide bomb as he gets dropped. Current 40-point advantage right now for the Ultra as Insight also now ready to go hunting, takes the head off of young Dave Patty. That's not what you like to see, folks. Get your children away from the screens. This is great work coming in from either end, but right now Florida doing a good job at holding down after what was a nice little sequence early there for Toronto.
Yeah, Pants is trying to shoot the feed off, and finally he's able to get him off of that point, but Florida able to get right back into this game. Pants with great shots to take down 2. Now remaining 15 seconds on this P4 hard point. You see Ultra, they're just trying to set up properly around P5. You have one player who's watching that street over extension from Waterside, one player who's pushing in towards hallway, but Skies is able to sneak up right behind 1, sneak up right behind 2, not able to finish the kill on Sabance. But now Ultra up by 30 points. You know how contest heavy or neither one of these squads are going to get a lot of time off of P5. You cannot allow for Florida to get back in this game with a great hold here.
And well, now could also be the same time where Skies begins to heat on up. Right at the point where we continue to discuss it. Ultra, a nice start early here on the first set of rotations as the Mutineers look to grab, like you said, some scrappy time here over at P5. But now would be the perfect opportunity, the perfect occasion where Skies and Awakening begin to go off. They both find themselves at a 7 streak combined. Awakening on one side, Skies on the other, as they're not just fighting for control of that current hardpoint, but also for the next one. Skies gets dropped and Awakening does as well. A good opportunity there for Toronto to silence the push and prepare for next. Some decent seconds for the Mutineers as they will even things up as we head to the second side.
Such big kills coming in from climax. He was able to chase down that player towards bottom middle and then eventually turned on the second player with the pistol and wins those initial rotation gunfights for Toronto Ultra. Vance still putting a lot of pressure in towards Train, but here comes Vivid. Gonna be able to sneak his way in. He finds one, does get traded, but Ultra, they are still holding the line.
Ultra hold the line for now. A great little opportunity again for them to generate a decently sized advantage. The Mutineers in such a big spot. As we said, what could be a changing of the guard type of situation. They've been called an inconsistent lineup for the past 2 seasons, desperately trying to get that notion off of their name. As Sky's trying to do it all, let's toss it to the communication now with the Florida Mutineers.
I'm trapped.
He's left window. He's stuck there.
There's no one straight. Left window. Heavy outer. Look at me. He's in small.
Climax is docks. Climax first guy docks.
Yo, he's turning me for docks.
He's on my mid statue. One's on my mid statue. I'm one shot.
I'm gonna try to hold pinch. I'm gonna try to hold pinch forward.
Look there.
Sights, one shot.
So I'll go mid statue right now. No, second post to mid statue P5.
Cammy long.
P5 behind it. There's 2 posts. There's 2 posts.
I spawned out.
No one's there.
Yeah, he's second post.
Cammy's in push up long.
Second post.
The one's Lamar tank.
Yeah, Lamar tank. One shot. I'm putting in P5 front fire tank, I think. Front fire tank, Cammy.
I can fire tank, man. I'm gonna see your kill.
I'll see him. Front fire tank, Cammy. I just saw him.
Pieces continue to move across this chessboard of Berlin. You hear the communication there with Florida, Toronto in a great spot. Let's now see how the comms sound for the boys in purple.
On the street. Fire.
That's one on the street. I hit back door.
So it's your front, Paddy, literally absolute, bro. And one's front door. It was absolute nice. One more. Upsteps on me.
Not weak.
Vivid on time. It's front. Listen, this wave's big.
Yep.
Mobbing up. You guys play that set.
He's in close.
One stocks.
He's in back door.
Nice. One's gonna be fire.
Yep. Wait up if you're front. Fire.
Yeah, one's low. Low blocks.
I have a kill. Dead.
Nice, good shit. Nothing fine. I'm hitting on the street. I don't see him deep. He's deep back in the sandbags. Dead. Yeah, nice.
What's your bet? It could repeat.
Walk up. There's no pitch.
I'll see him.
Small. Back door.
One shot. By the pillar. Absolutely.
Play life. Nate together. I'm just holding the back heady.
He's small.
And you expect nothing less from Toronto Ultra, and then calm, cool, collected comms. Beautiful leadership coming from Vance to just know exactly how he needs to set up his team as they're gonna execute a beautiful break on this P3. They were able to have a great hold on P1, respond with a great hold on P2, now breaching that 200-point mark. Ultra are trying to close it out on this map number 4 to take the series.
And again, it's the trusty HP. It is that illustrious fire hardpoint rotation that Florida have yet to really have a whole lot of control in. The first set of rotations, it was Toronto. The second set of rotations, it was a break once more from the Ultra. And now take a look at the plays already from Tobias, the Great Dane, barking in the back as Florida going to be distracted by that. A big opportunity for the Mutineers as they have got to get a full 60 and then some. Only 25 points away between the Ultra and a date with the Subliners tomorrow. Can it be here, or could it be the moment where somebody from Florida goes big and holds the line?
And that's going to be 3 dead. But do they know the positioning of Faze? I don't know if the bullets are going to register underneath that train. He does spot the player on point, but he's not able to pick up that kill. So now 3 dead in the feed for Florida. This has been a great hold for them to try to get back into this game. They did it on the first go around of rotations. They're doing it on the second. 225 to 170 and counting for Florida. All the spawns for Toronto Ultra coming in from that back alley, but finally they're able to take Dave Patty off of that point. 3 go down in the feed. Last player up is going to be Awakening. Now this allows Ultra to potentially fight for this remaining 10 seconds.
Oh, this is great work. This is great positioning and perfect timing right now out of Toronto. Here from the Ultra. Insight now sits on the 5 spree. They're prepared. They're ready for P5. Can the Mutineers get here in time? Can they make a play? They will be able to wipe them off the objective for the moment. But look at the strike. How about Kleenex? He finds 3. He finds 4. A perfect team wipe there at a Kleenex, and that will do it. Toronto continue to win hard points. Toronto continue to win series, and they will advance to tomorrow, the Championship Sunday, here at the Pro-Am Classic.
What a series from the Ultra Boys to come out here, lose that map number 1 like we all were expecting. Definitely a tough one to swallow on that map number 1, but they always bounce back on that search and destroy. They tie the series up at 1 apiece, and then they do what they need to do on that control. It was all off of that first round. The fact that they hit them with that mind game, early attack onto A, but then hit the audible towards that B point and completed those 2 captures. That's why Ultra were the best team in control last year. They make the adjustments to just win the game at the very end of the game. 3 defensive rounds on that control. Then they come into this hard point where they do not see a lot of success at that P3. They have it on the first rotation, fully set up, get a full 60 there. And even when they didn't have to spawn to the second time around, they broke in the first 10 seconds and were able to hold the remaining time. Ultra make the adjustments. They completely throw the stats out the window, and they get the series done in a 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, man, and the guy that you talked about, the guy that you were referencing so much, right, in this upcoming hardpoint, right, was Bance, and it also was Kleenex. A great performance from those 2 down the stretch. You see the numbers just continue to elevate, but this P3 break was everything. That could have been the chance. And as you said, the hardpoint that the Mutineers have relied on so much here on Berlin. When they have the rotation, they hold it down every single time. However, it will be Toronto's day, and an excellent squad wipe there for Kleenex. He finds all 4 and delivers the Ultra a much needed W. Jay, Toronto, they're 5-3 in hardpoint. It's not the greatest record we've ever seen, but it is a winning record at that here at the Pro-Am.
100%, man. You got to keep in mind the 3 losses that they have, 2 of them coming versus Atlanta Faze, 1 of them coming in this map number 1 versus the Florida Mutineers, who have been looking lights out in respawn, but it's good work. It gets them to that Championship Sunday. Now they have a match, I'm pretty sure, against NYSL. So that's going to be an absolute banger of a series. NYSL so far undefeated at this Pro-Am. Toronto Ultra getting the job done in this series here to have a match with them tomorrow. I really don't know how that one's going to go, man, because both of these teams so far have been playing lights out.
Yeah, man. We talked about how it could be a changing of the guard type of series in Toronto. They are going to stand firm in that position, at least for now. I am a little bit sad, though, about the Florida Mutineers. I thought they had the chance to do it, but today, not their day, as we'll be looking forward now toward Major 3. Let's go and bring in the desk, guys. A series that you all were divided on. I think Jay and I were a little divided on as well, but Toronto, they come through big.
You know what the thing is, Lando? We all like the fact that Florida Mutineers are looking better and better, right? But the fact that Toronto Ultra are back, like, yo, this is what we've been waiting for. So,
Good feeling.
It's a real good feeling. Shout out to you guys, by the way. Great commentary. But, yo, Ali, I have seen so much Berlin, I'm feeling German. All right, so what are your thoughts about all of this?
This is my favorite stat so far. Out of the 7 times we've had a Berlin control followed by a Berlin hardpoint, 7 out of 7 times the team that wins the Berlin control smokes the team in the Berlin hardpoint as well and end up taking the series. The only time it was close is when it was OpTic versus ROKKR in a 250 to 234 fashion.
It's a guarantee so far. Yeah. Exactly. Yo, Nameless. All right, so Toronto Ultra's looking good. We were talking about it before the game started. Kleenex going off. 29.5% of the team's kills. Ended the series 28-23. popping off. Toronto Ultra looking good, man.
Yeah, he had a beautiful series. I mean, Toronto Ultra, that was a very convincing victory in those last 3 maps. I mean, in the Search and Destroy, they played phenomenal.
Yeah.
Over near P1 side, they kept finding the kills, like every single time. Even when they were man down, they were clutching up in those rounds. Then in the Control, that very first round, able to get those ticks of progression over at B, wrapping back and forth. It just felt like vintage Toronto Ultra, something we haven't seen in a very long time. And this would be very easy for them to hit the panic button over the last couple of months. No, they've been in the lab. Like going into that hard point on Berlin, where early in the season, they looked very good at it. We're talking kickoff classic that early in the season where they were good at that map. And then they started to slow down. They weren't able to break hills. They became very bad at hardpoint overall. Well, that looked like vintage Toronto once again. That P3 break was absolutely perfect. They run away with the game in that moment, and now they're able to close out. So this is a Toronto team that looks new and improved, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, shout out to Coach Marky B one more time. But we also have a scuff play of the game where, speaking of clutches, Band's clutch at 1v2 on Search and Destroy. And Ali, it's been a while since we see Toronto Ultra on one of these highlights.
This was so clean, and you know what? Dave just had to stay alive here. We were like, oh, Dave's gonna hit a credit corner here. He just needs to stay alive with a couple seconds left on the clock. Vance, unfortunately, doesn't clean up the kill here, but he plays for it, right? He chases Dave out, but Dave tries to hit this route. But Vance, I mean, he gets that wide peek on it to check the bomb, and Vance just aggressively pushes up for the kill. I mean, 11 seconds on the clock. It was just big plays out of the vent.
Just a tough spot. Like, if Dave went to mid-truck there and played behind the truck, he probably would have clutched it. But, yeah, I mean, that's just Vance, right? He has the absolute ice. And what's going on, Benjamin?
Hey, yo, Vance, how's it going, man? Congrats on the win. And, yo, let's be straight up, man. You always keep it real. What's taking you guys so long to look this good again? I love seeing you guys win.
It's a difficult one. If I knew, we'd have probably been much better much sooner. I think we just needed a mental reset. I think right now we're going a bit more in depth than probably we were doing a couple months ago, and I think that's definitely helped us.
All right, I don't know if you heard me when I brought up this stat. Did you know that 7 out of 7 times Berlin Control followed by a Berlin hardpoint, the team that wins the Berlin Control will win the Berlin hardpoint? So I'm wondering, on your take, how has Berlin Control been for you guys, and do you think it just added to your already big map pool?
Yeah, it definitely helped us for Control. I feel like we learn maps quite quickly, and I feel like we're very comfortable on that map. We know how to play it, how to play every single situation. Obviously, it's shown. I think we've done that 3 times now of your stat, where we've won the Berlin Control and won the Berlin hardpoint straight after. So yeah, I'm feeling confident on it.
All right, Bance, as the captain of the squad, you've been in tough situations before on different teams many times over the course of your career. It would have been easy to hit the panic button, make a roster change. We've seen plenty of teams do it in worse situations than what you guys are in. What was the team morale like, and sort of what were the conversations like within the squad to stay composed and actually improve over this last couple of months?
I feel like for us, we already had the components to obviously go far in tournaments, as everyone's seen last year. I think it was more confidence that we were lacking. We just didn't believe in ourselves going into stage 2, because obviously all the talk of hardpoint and that, we let it get into our heads. And I definitely think the month break helped us so much. We were able to all just go home, see our families, fiancés, girlfriends, just get away from COD and just gain our confidence back.
There we go. Bands, keep up with the wins, man. We'll catch you guys against New York Subliners. That's going to be a crazy game. And have a good rest of your day, all right?
Thank you, you too.
Oh, anytime, baby. All right, so, you know what was really interesting about your question, Nameless, for this fact that Toronto Ultra struggled. That's not a surprise to anybody, right? But the thing was, what you guys don't know at home is that everybody talks about, you know, what if Toronto doesn't get back to how they used to be, right? And we're saying, who'd you even replace on this team? I'm happy that they didn't make any changes.
No, I'm sitting right there with you with that sentiment. I think Toronto Ultra across the board, you couldn't have pinpointed it on one single player. I said that before we headed into the break, is it was not one player falling short. It was just all of them needed to get back on the same page. And with that break, like Vance said, it really helped them kind of gain their confidence back. And we're seeing that now in the Pro-Am.
You're right. Now, also, speaking of Toronto Ultra, they're hosting a LAN right around the corner. It's going to be Major 3. Major 1 and 2 is fantastic, but if you are a Toronto Ultra fan, you saw what happened in Minnesota. The ROKKR versus OpTic Texas. You heard the crowd. You saw the reactions. It was I had to tell my life, that was one of my favorite death segments ever, by the way. Make sure you guys cop those tickets. The arena is going to be beautiful, and the tickets will sell out. So get yours now, and I hope to see all of you beautiful people out there.
Yeah, it's primetime weather as well. In the middle of the summer, it's going to be absolutely epic, man. The last 2 majors have just been an absolute treat. Major 3 should be be no different.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we're moving right along in the bracket. And speaking of which, we're going to a commercial break. But on the other side, we're going to see OpTic Texas versus the Atlanta Faze. But before that happens, let's go ahead and congratulate Toronto Ultra one more time. A team that was second best last year and found their way struggling up to the midpoint this year. But you know what? They got a big win today, and hopefully they continue on to show that they're still one of the top teams in the CDL for their major hits. We'll see you guys in a few seconds for our next match.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it right here. This is the Titan against Titan type of matchup. You got OpTic Texas, you got Atlanta Faze, but let's talk about it. Atlanta Faze, they're looking so good lately. The most consistent team in the Call of Duty League so far. We're talking about back-to-back second place finishes, right? But going against a team that actually won the first event. They didn't show up during the second one, but still, they have a chip on their shoulder and they're trying to prove to the world they're the best of the best out there. And what better way to do it than against your rival, right? Atlanta. This is gonna be a beautiful match, but we're gonna break it down all right here on the desk. My name is Veli, we got Ali and Nameless, and still setting the stage up right now when it comes to Atlanta Faze. Ali, this team looking good, but the one thing is, there's so many players to highlight. But the one guy I have in mind is going to be Simp, definitely, because against Toronto Ultra, what did you say? You had like a 1.38?
He had a 1.38 versus Toronto, but I do want to also touch on the likes of Abizi, because we talk about how he's kind of been the one struggling on the squad in this game thus far. He had a 1.24 overall, and Atlanta Faze, again, they have been undefeated thus far in pools, and now heading into the actual bracket play, they have to go against one of their boogeymans in OpTic Texas, but we have to tip the scales a little bit because they do have General filling in over Illy.
Yeah, and with General filling in, I mean, Atlanta Faze got to be sitting down feeling good about this, but you still can't count OpTic out. But looking at this star-studded lineup, Celium, Arcides, Abizi, Simp, this is what Nightmares are made of right here. But when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what do they have to do?
Well, I mean, Atlanta Faze have struggled against OpTic Texas this entire season. 4-11 map count, 0-4 when it comes to control, so they got to be better there. And they need Celium's MVP form to continue versus Dashy. 1.49 KD this weekend and a 1.18 non-traded kills per life. Like, he has just been on another level, and that is what you need versus a team like OpTic. And take both of the hard points. 5-0 this weekend. Average margin of victory has been plus 89. That's number one in the CDL. Number one this weekend. They've been absolutely going off. And then find offensive success on Tusk and Search and Destroy, winning 45% of offensive rounds. They are 10th in the CDL, so definitely some room for improvement there.
That's crazy. When a player pops off and I say, hey, Ali, how did so-and-so do? Oh, you know, Octane went 1.6, 1.5. I'm like, yo, that's nuts. That's good. The fact that Cell has had a 1.49 consistently overall, he's a demon.
He's easily probably the best player in this game right now. Celium, not only that, is that he is just consistent. Atlanta Faze is consistent as well as a team, but as a player, easily the most consistent in the game. As you know, he's always going to be absolutely frying. But again, they're going up the likes of OpTic Texas, which Dashy as well, again, like in the game fuel keys to victory, has also been frying consistently.
Right, when it comes to OpTic Texas, we love this team, we know what they're made of, but this is going to be a tricky one, right? You know, maybe Illy should just grab a stem and jump in the lineup right now because this squad, they're gunning and they're looking for blood right now. They're phenomenal, but the thing is with their IGL out of the mix and what we saw yesterday of, you know, Dashy having an off game and whatnot, and this team not being, you know, the full squad that we know them to be. This is going to be scary.
Well, yeah, I think you nailed it right there. Dashy needs to definitely be consistent in this series as it's a very tough matchup on the other side. But also for this OpTic Texas roster, I think the most important map in this series is going to be that control. That is where they've had the edge on Atlanta Faze all season long, and they have Berlin in this series. So this is a map that, you know, Atlanta Faze picked up pretty quick. OpTic has to be strong there, where they almost lost that to ROKKR yesterday with a couple mistakes. It came down to a clutch at the end. But for the game field keys to victory, Ali, what does OpTic need to do?
Win the Gavutu hardpoint battle. OpTic have won 6 of the last 7. Atlanta have won 7 of the last 8. So this is on the both court sides when it comes to these teams in this map and exploit Atlanta's weakness in the S&Ds. Atlanta is at a 40% round win rate this weekend, ranks 15th overall. Atlanta have been seriously struggling when it comes to search and destroy and need a big series out of Shotzzy versus Simp and Abizi. 1.09 KD this season. We talk about it all the time that Shotzzy counts as 2 players. So when it comes to that key to victory, obviously we're looking at him to match up versus both.
And the player to watch is going to be right there. In my opinion, it's going to be all about General. There was a lot that people had to say with him filling in for one of the greatest ARs in the game, right? Well, General came in yesterday and did a fantastic job leading away for his team in control.
He's been doing perfectly fine statistically, but the biggest issue when it comes to OpTic Texas is going to be the IGL. It's going to be who's making the play calls right now because I have no idea if it's General. Good for them. He's been watching their VOD. He knows how they play. But again, we saw what happens when you take away the IGL and Illy. We need to see what they can pull out against Atlanta Faze.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get it. We got Merc and Maven. Fellas, we got Faze and OpTic. Let's go ahead and get this rolling.
Yeah, Joe, obviously pumped up for this, but question marks kind of all over the place. You know, you have a fill-in. Illy's not going to be playing this Juggernaut matchup, maybe with a tiny asterisk on it right now. But if OpTic are going to do this, how's it going to get done?
It's going to be really tough. I mean, obviously, Atlanta Faze's hardpoint has looked ridiculously good. This event, their margins like a plus 98 per map. And when you think about winning 100 points, every single hardpoint in this game, that is something. That is something really darn good. For me, it's stealing a respawn and winning both searches. Honestly, it's the same question when Atlanta Faze had to play with Pristini with a fill, right? He had to come in and sub in. But OpTic Texas, they won that first Kavutu hardpoint, even with Pristini, who had like that crazy start.
Yeah.
They did balance themselves. I will say, though, right? Now, General has obviously been on a top challengers team. He's played probably a lot more, competition. For me, this Kavutu hardpoint is an opportunity for OpTic Texas to steal a respawn. The reason why, to me, Kavutu, if your slang is there, right, or one player is able to sneak on through, someone like a Shotzi or Scum just flip the right rotation, you can kind of steal this map away. Faze, if I was them, I'd want to be playing with, a ton of pace and a map like Bocage, but that's not in this. So it's a little bit more structured where OpTic Texas, they find the right kills, the right moments, they can win it.
Yeah, you're just thinking Faze a bit scrappy, right? Tons of gunfights. You'd give the edge to them right now, just considering the lineup. But let's see how this plays out. It's Scump's POV. He's got pressure from basically everywhere off the rip, but focused to the first hard point. And General, we'll see what he can do. You saw the interview with him yesterday. He kind of said he was trying to fill Illy's spots and thinking, what would Illy do? And Rambo was kind of like, just come in and play your game, man. That's what you need to do.
I mean, that's what we saw with the Guerrillas, right? I mean, with Spart. I mean, it's kind of just like Spart was doing his thing. They played around him. That's what Slasher told him. And to me, that's kind of it. If I'm General, I'm just trying to get around like a one KD, get my trades, play in some power positions to try to make the game easier. But right now, it is all Atlanta Faze as they are finding so many kills on the map. A nice 40 points from this first hill, rotating over to P2.
Yeah, it's an incredible start, and you have the rotation as well, and you've got Celium, who might be one of the best players, and you talk about getting him to a power spot, getting him to a nerdy spot, letting him do his thing, and Top Ship is somewhere he can do some damage.
Yeah, I think it was like Dashy's tweet. He's playing on like 9.6 or 8.6 sensitivity. He's like, dude, this guy is just playing on another level. He's got it figured out. He's just so comfortable in this game. We heard it since the start of Call of Duty Vanguard, how Cell has been playing, and you can just see it right now. You have, what, 2 kills, General and Shotzi, before Shotzi picked up his third. Dashy and Scump combined 2 and 10. You see it in the scoreboard.
And Cell right now, 7-1 on 5 in a row. We'll see if he can tack anything on that. You have a 5 spree for a BZ as well. The Caster Curse alive and well, as Celium will drop right after we highlight it, but let's see what a BZ is going to be able to get done. In behind one.
Maybe we should just not bring up that number anymore, right? Like, don't look at a BZ streak. It's not even there. I'm telling you, it's not there.
That elusive 7, right? How many times have we seen it? But we get ready. The next hard point to pop. You only have 3 total points up for Texas, but this their chance maybe to rally back.
Yeah, you had Shotzi inside a ring. He's going to get taken down. A BZ trying to do what he can to start the push, start the pressure. General with a nice one-on-one win. Yeah, and this is what you need, right? Nice rotation over. Don't allow anyone to make you play like a BZ was trying to do. Now they can slow this game down. Get some nades and, stuns from that P1. Does Atlanta Faze as that one was able to land onto General. And I think Sips already had a couple of clips with this pistol so far. And right after a nice hold, it's a break from Atlanta Faze.
Yeah, they get the break to get him pinned back, and it's like, how much can you just keep them out of the hard point and get prepped to head to next? A chance here to definitely do some damage, but at least for OpTic, you're finally getting some points on the board. As Scump tries to get back into ringside. Tries to hit the pre-fire, not gonna happen. Semp and a BZ are there, and they're finding the kills.
This is worst case scenario now, right? Okay, never mind. Well, Shotzi is able to get pushed on through. Yeah, he's able to get pushed up, but they would have had no one past the 50-yard line if it wasn't for Shotzi, as this hill is going to pop. As you said, they do find some points towards that P3. Here comes the first push. And it might be so far so good. You already have General and Shotzi starting to get towards the front. Now the rest of the players coming in from Cliffside. But Atlanta Faze are going to spawn up close. Try to deal with this, but it's General who's on a 3 spree. Almost finds number 4, but that's going to get them out of the hill.
Exactly. At least clear them out for a moment. A big moment there from General, and now it's really just Shotzi trying to stay up. Oh, it's a team nade though. It's Generals that actually hits, and probably one coming through from Faze as well. But you still have a presence here. You got the close spawn on either side. Cell with what, the 7-1 start, he's slowed down a bit, and this is fantastic for OpTic Texas. They're starting to rally back.
And now you can see Shotzi's position at P1. He's just going to lock them in ringside. They could chain P3, P4 together. Do not Atlanta Faze to get out, and they are not. That is 4 dead once again. But with that 4 dead, we know some weird things can happen, and it does happen. And that is just a little bit unfortunate. Now they know the green arrows swing. It is so hard to control that you just don't want 4 dead at the same time, and it happens.
Yeah, it's like,
man, you know, I got a lot of things to say, but it is what it is.
You kill 3 there, they're probably still spawning deep, and you got them pinned. But yeah, the 4 down, you see, it's like, what's going to happen? And they get the spawn
I don't know.
right
The game
by the
doesn't
next
know.
hard
I
point.
think it throws a dart at the board, and they just spawn there. I really don't know.
But yes, I mean, it's an amazing sequence there by OpTic, but now almost the play too good. They end up getting punished a bit, and we'll see what Faze can turn this into, but you somehow have to flip this frustration. But it was a good sequence from General to get them in for that time. He's found 2 in a row here as well. Let's see if they can break through, because they got to chip away to lead once again.
That's just true. I mean, that's an 80-point swing. I mean, right?
Yeah,
you have that spawn trap come in. I don't know if Faze would have broke. They could have, but you're talking now that 90-point lead is back in play for Atlanta Faze because, well, it was a clean P5. Now over back to P1. Simp on rotation. So on 1 player to deal with. That's going to be Scump inside, and he finds that kill.
Well, it's just got to be so hard. I mean, traditionally, like, you love getting a 4 down, right? It kind of opens up the map. You can get to your setups, but in this, it's like, how do you stop yourself from doing it sometimes? it's odd.
It sure is, Smith. It sure is. But yeah, since that moment, it's been all Atlanta Faze. OpTic's going to try to break on through Scump with that MP40 in hand for this P1. Wants to try to get inside a ring like we've seen him do it before. General's got one as well to try to help them break. But it's Simp, Cell, it's RCs, all 3 find kills.
Yeah, he just kind of slides in, but the support's not there, and there's the clean wipe, and it's just, they're getting handled now. I mean, I know there's the unfortunate sequence, but they're up massively as they're getting close to closing out this map 1. I mean, we knew this was going to be a tough one. 1, because you have a sub playing, but then also just the hard point from Faze lately has been bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You know, if you're an OpTic fan, that's what's kind of talking about it, right? They've owned the control in this series, but they are going to have to win a respawn and try to get to a map 5. You get to a map 5, anything could happen. In Faze's search has not been great. I think even at this event, they're ranked like 15th in, round win percentage. So there is an opening in this series. But they're going to, as the Des was talking about, they need their stars to step up. I mean, you have General on 18. This is what you want from him. He's 18 and 14. Now is when you need Shotzi. You need Dashy to step on up, right? To get them further and want to try to win it.
I mean, we've talked about like Ultra's hardpoint and other game modes people have struggled, but I still think Faze's search and destroy woes is the single weirdest thing for me this year. They have been the #1 or #2 team at every point since the inception of the CDL on this team. For whatever reason,
for search, yeah,
not clicking here. And if it does, it's terrifying for everybody because the other modes have been solid. But they still need 12 points to close this one out. They're set up. They've got the position to do it here. We'll see if the double push through the backside of it will be enough here for OpTic to break and maybe continue on. But surely this lead just a little too much.
I'm going to say it's a little too much. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, Shotzi trying to do what he can, maybe keep that gun warm. We always kind of talk about that. It's a momentum rolling into map 2. The slow map. I mean, right from the get-go is Atlanta Faze, but yeah, there was that one opening, and yeah, the spawn said no. That's gonna do it. Is Atlanta Faze? Their hard points, they're just so strong in it. They're gonna take map #1.
And what did you say? Like they've been winning by an average of like 100 is what it was, right?
98. I think we were told plus 98 this event.
Yeah, and that's Joe's point. He was kind of touching on it, but that you don't see a lot of 100-point clubs in this game, just due to the nature of the spawns and how it plays out. Like having an average win by that is just it's pretty ludicrous. They have been on point and hard point, and they continue it there. And you don't get a ton of positives except that little sequence you kind of talked about. But now, I mean, I guess we didn't really think that's where it was going to happen, right? If you're going to get this win, if it's OpTic Texas, it's probably search and control is what we were thinking.
100%. I mean, again, I think a good sign is that General's playing well. If that play, something turns around from there, maybe they can get some momentum going, getting everybody else heated up. But it's all Atlanta Faze. Sim's gonna finish a quiet 25 and 16, by the way. But here are just some highlights throughout that map, and it's kind of right around this moment. I mean, it was still a very big lead. You know, OpTic, they do a really good job just making this messy. That's when General started to pop off. You had Dashy as well. Now, this is when OpTic was doing their thing, but it's the spawn out from P4 to P5 once they set up that trap.
And that, I mean, it's a monster map from Simp, and I think you heard Ali kind of talking about in the Toronto series. He was huge, whatever it was, at 1.38. It's obviously been a weird year for them in Search. I think the other kind of outliers with Cell kind of taking over and being what he's been, and maybe it's just been kind of slower at times for Simp and Abizi, but they'll remind you at times they're still quite good, Joe.
Well, I think the odd one at Major 2 was Abizi, right?
Yeah.
And, that was kind of the odd one. And when you talk about their search and destroy, even last year throughout Cold War season, it was like, all right, does he win the first blood? If he did win that first one-on-one, typically it went really well. And I'm not putting all the pressure on him, but we know with the role that he plays, and especially at the level he plays it, if he gives them an advantage with that first blood, they should be able to capitalize.
Well, now we look forward to Search and Destroy, and this is where, if you're going to find an opening, OpTic needs to do it. In your experience, like when you've had somebody come fill in, I mean, Search is typically one of the harder ones, right? To get rolling with a sub.
Oh, 100%. I mean, because there's just so many intricacies in Search and Destroy. There's so many timings. Okay, I mean, even something as simple as a post-plant position. All right, let's plan at A. We're in a 2-on-2. If I've been playing with you for months, I know kind of where you like to go, how you like to play it. They don't know General, right? I mean, that's just, you have different habits, and it is very tough to learn those on the fly.
Yeah, 100%. That's, I mean, it has been so difficult. That's not really why we are highlighting this is where they might find an opening. It's more just kind of how Faze have been performing, I guess, would be the main thing just within this event especially. But when you're talking top performers for these two teams, Cell and Shotzzy have been leading the way. I mean, throughout this title, those have been the two really in the conversation for best in the game.
Yeah, and I think Tuscan was that game 5 at Major 1, right? The reverse sweep versus Atlanta Faze, and I think Shotzzy started off that game. I don't know if he died that game. I don't remember. I think he did die once, but he had a ridiculous stat line, so we know he could take over this map.
And they're going to need him to do it here. I mean, it's like in some ways it's less pressure because you're playing with a sub. The expectations might not be there, but if you're somebody like Shotzzy, I think you're feeling a little bit more like you got to be a superstar. You need to make the plays. Like you don't have a choice. You can't. As much as we say sometimes players try to do too much, this is one of those situations where maybe you kind of need to. You do.
Yeah, it's Dashy's just like hilarious trash talk yesterday, right?
Dude,
like he had 9 kills, and he's like, I had 19 EKIA, and you lost. Like, I don't think that it could happen. That'll be control from map 3, but. You know, yeah, I mean, that can't really be the conversation when you just talk about this matchup.
You just can't get away with it, yeah, when it's facing the other side of it. But the boys fist bumps out, getting ready to rock and roll here in the Search and Destroy. We'll see what they're going to bring, and I don't want to touch on it too much, but I guess, like, I think a lot of people probably have the question mark of why Faze have struggled in Search. Is there anything you've seen? Is just this title and the way it plays? Like, what? Why aren't they one of the top dogs?
I mean, it's not one of those things that I've like solely focused on. I think Abizi in Major 2 was probably the biggest thing. You know, you can kind of look at this. Their offensive win percentage is 10. I don't know if they are the communication's off. They're overthinking it. Usually, when we're this deep into a season, and again, we're saying struggling because they're not a top 3 team. They're at 50%. It's not horrible. They're like 16 and 15 overall.
They have been like top 2 like for years. I guess.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
I just think maybe it's one of those things where they have to try to simplify the game because they've probably tried so much. And while speaking of Shotzzy, he just hits this. I think did he get spotted though? I think Cell saw it. You see number 8 looking this way. Yeah, Cell did see that. So he's watching that cross, but OpTic now with Shotzzy overall all the way over there. They know where this is going.
This is one of those things we're talking about. Like he's going to have to make plays, and he's trying to do it off the opening, but as he gets spotted, it slows down for a bit. But the picks start to come in. It's going to be General. It's able to take Cell out of the mix. Abizi there with a follow-up right after though, and now they start to push this bomb through. It's going to be Scumped. It's going to be ready and waiting deep.
And what we just saw with Arstees with the MP40, right? Just he's playing that flesh role. Maybe that's something that helps them a little bit more in S&D, right? Someone who can play a little bit aggressive. Maybe Cell was just playing a little too slow in certain situations. So maybe this change will help them fix some of those problems.
Yeah, I mean, with the year Cell's having, sometimes when you're performing like that, I mean,
You're doing your thing.
Yeah, but maybe it does hurt the team sometimes. I mean, it's tough to tell. It really is. But Shotzzy, he's going to follow it up, and there's 2. It's a big play from Shotzzy to start out 2-0. Sip can't quite catch him with a pistol there. He's able to finish it up, but the trade is in. And General with the first blood, Shotzzy, though, with the 2 late. And, I mean, he had that push through immediately. He had been lurking throughout the round, and finally he's able to collapse.
Yeah, he stayed very patient, broke inside. He was able to find that first kill on the player going for the bomb. And it's one of those situations where they don't go for the plan immediately. They don't have certain positions. That top broken was open. They were worried Shotzzy was there. Well, of course he was. They don't push through field. It could be a tough push, right? Because there's so many angles in Church. You push back Church. We've seen it fail time and time again. In Faze, they kind of just get stuck back there, get picked apart.
Yeah, maybe that's part of it. Like sometimes in this game, it just seems like you've got limited options. Well, a General's just hanging out, like looking over, and a BZ comes and says, "Hello, mate." There's an easy first blood.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about pregame, where he can just kind of do that at times. Just ready, knows where the first gunfights are going to come in. And this could snowball in this round. Is Simps going to find the third? And quickly, it's Dashy and left in a 1v4.
Let's see if he can pull off something miraculous. I mean, the one benefit is he's got time to work with, but that's about it. Everyone else gets slaughtered around the map. It's just one-on-one picks. See if Dashy can make some magic happen.
The first blood is also the bomb down. I think the other 3 players were kind of around well, right? Broke inside. General had the bomb. He's just playing for information, seeing if anyone get pushed up. And, well, BZ does. Yeah, he gets pushed up, and he finds that kill so fast. He doesn't even have time to react.
Yeah, that's what it kind of looked like. I was wondering if his eyes were elsewhere or he was, like, scanning something. Because, yeah, it was so quick. Like, he didn't react or move or try to do anything. Just got laid out so quickly. And, yeah, that'll certainly make the round tough to develop if you're talking offensively for OpTic Texas. But
I imagine most of the time, if a player's playing outer like that, they might throw a quick shoulder, right? And for General, that's like, all right, I'm going to back on down. But BZ doesn't throw a shoulder. He just throws his weapon at him.
Yeah. There's some bullets directly to his chest. A little bit of a different hit now offensively for Faze. You still have 1 lurking on the offsite. That'll be Simp. The other 3 starting to work their way towards Scump, who I believe is playing deep at B. He's got some help in the way of Dashy. It doesn't look like they like what they saw.
But I like, okay, well, I was going to say, I like this right now because they put so much presence over towards B that Dashy and Scump had to back on up. They would have had a 4-on-2 on A if they would have executed right away. But with that pick from Shotzzy over towards well.
Jeez.
Okay, and poor General. He just gets beat. But Shotzi's having that game. We talked about Dashy with the teamwork, looking over him. And now it's down to Simp in a 1 versus 3.
Can't quite hit the flick. Bit of flinch coming in. 1 versus 3 now, trying to just finesse his live pistols hitting, but not hitting hard enough. And OpTic Texas able to take it. And General's like, I'm holding my spots, but yeah, that's just tough. I mean, you're on a heady. You've got the angle. You're holding it, but before you hit the trigger to shoot, you're gone.
Oh, but it's Shotzzy with the big first blood to give them that man advantage. And he finds his second kill with the teamwork of Dashy looking over him. So a nice defensive round from OpTic, and their defense has looked stellar so far.
One of my favorite quotes this year was just when Shotzzy sort of said, these maps are my playground. It is kind of fun just to watch him move around and the way he has a feel for the map. It almost seems like supernatural at times. The guy's a beast, and there's a first blood for Dashy. And Scump following it up immediately.
And they've been putting so much time, him and Illy, just playing so many S&D 8s at night, right? Just with some of the top S&D players in the scene. And yeah, you learn these timings, you learn what works, what doesn't, where maybe even playing with his sub, that kind of helps out. But it is a 2-on-3 now for Simp Cell. OpTic are already through B very quickly. Dashy's about to be in the defensive spawn. Bomb going down.
Let's see how they try to work this retake. Simp Cell now into the 2 versus 3. Cell just kind of clearing every angle as he starts to work forward. But OpTic giving him nothing as of now. In general, there he gets something going. He goes to slide for the peak, but he gets evaporated. It'd be a 1v3 for Cell. Still has 2 to work with, 25 seconds on the clock to go. And they get Scump lurking, finishes the kill. Another round there for OpTic. But yeah, they hit him quick, they hit him fast.
Yeah, they find the first blood, does Dashy, then Scump through the middle of the map. Execute over towards B. But, you know, that's what we talk about with a bit of an off angle, right? Cell is kind of looking at the stairs, Eddie, where that player is just kind of proned right to the side. Cell doesn't expect him, doesn't see him. Nice final kill. So nothing gets a little crazy there. But, yeah, 3-1 lead now for OpTic. And they've been so good on Tusk at SCD all year long, and they're showing it here why.
Well, Shotzzy now up to 5-1. He's on 3 in a row. And kind of a similar start there for Faze for a moment, except this time Sim's going to be wrapping. Provide the assistance on this side as well. Won't linger towards A with the sniper. You see the full rotation coming in from OpTic as well. Trying to push through the back quickly is going to be a Beezy. He's going to catch General. Dashy, though, hits the snipe. There's the insta trade. The head pop clean off of Beezy.
There's still a lot of position, though, here for Atlanta Faze. You know, I mean, it was a very strong mid hit from OpTic, but they kind of just get blind counted, right? You had Dashy looking through middle alley as all of OpTic get pushed up middle of the map. So now we're into a 3-on-3 as they're able to take B. And you can see Shotzzy and Scum just very quick. And this is what's been so fun to watch with OpTic's S&D this year. They are very fast. They do not take long to make decisions where everyone else is just a few seconds slower. And that's the difference.
Well, if you're Faze right now, you're just trying to make up your mind.
I don't think they know where they are. They were just so far. They were all the way in the defensive spawn where I just don't think they still think they're here. Now they're going to know they're still at B.
RC's just trying to get out, able to tuck away into a corner. You've got this like triangle setup here with Sim. Watching the full wrap through. RC's going to get caught, though. They know where he tucked away. Dashy, though, gets tagged as well. Simp's been lurking this entire time. To a 2v2 we go. Skunk goes to Chow. Cell ready and waiting. Down to a 1 versus 1. And Faze, they'll close it out. Yeah, I was about to say, is that what it was? I heard the explosion.
Yeah, I think the nade goes off, and Simp's able to find that kill. You can see it right there from the camera. Yeah, right up top onto the balcony. A nice nade from Simp. But yeah, I mean, OpTic, I was talking about how fast they were. They were looking for information because Faze just kind of tucked away. They didn't give them anything. They didn't see anything at B. So the players middle of the map were looking over towards that A site, but it was the B plant that comes in.
He's still got a round advantage. Shotzzy up to 7 now. RC still looking for his first kill. Something feels right in the world when you've got Dashy and Simp sniping on the map, huh?
It feels real good. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
I'm trying to spot something, wasn't able to. General with the tack. Able to get some information mid. And Shotzzy again going huge. There's the first blood on a Simp. Continuing his monster effort, and a big part of why they're up 3-2. Is it easy? It's just
now.
He's just kind of locked in between everybody asking for help, right? And Scump able to take him out.
And that's the power of that well position, right? Scump at any moment can come and help out. See the angles over towards you, right? Because when you try to retake A, you love to control the middle of the map. Now into a 2 versus 3 as RC is able to find his first kill, takes down Shotzzy. A bomb is planted. And Scump has worked all the way around. He's behind both of them.
Yeah, he was chilling kind of church side, just looking for this opening pretty much the entire time, and he should find his freebie soon. There it is. Cell's going to drop. RC's last one up. We'll get his second kill in the match, but you've only got 20 seconds to go. He's got to work the kills and the defuse. And General's coming for his ankles.
And I gotta give props to Scump, man. I mean, you know, he finds that first blood well side and then immediately hits the route. He goes all the way through B. His teammates are able to find a BZ, but he's already through church. The Atlanta Faze guys had no idea that he was in that area, did not expect it. Thought, all right, maybe he's just going to play around well, play around middle of the map, just check the bomb. But no, that's what we've talked about. Just very quick in their decisions, and you're seeing it there.
And they're just keeping a bit of separation here, holding on to the lead. Shotzi's been, I mean, great throughout, but especially in the first bloods. He's finding those opening picks to give them the numbers. We'll see if he can find another one, but it's going to be General. It's going to be the first at the bat. He gets some information. The call's coming in that everyone's flying forward. He needs to at least get one. He's able to do that. He's able to do more. He gets 2, gets some tags into Cell as well. But Cell and Simp never count him out. They're still alive.
Yeah, Simp was lurching through the middle of the map the whole time, just hoping General could find one. Even better, he gets 2 headshots. But Simp was there watching the flank throughout that sequence. So we're into a 2 versus 2. Still a long time. So both of these teams can rotate throughout the map, try to find openings to Cell. Nade's not going to connect onto Dashy.
He just went for like the hit a bullet or two, maybe get the nade killer. Dashy's out.
And look at where Dash is. You know, 15 seconds ago, he was in the other spawn. Now, he's going to be top broken. Are they going to be ready for this spot? His cell is going right to the bomb.
Nope.
No, they are not. And why would you?
1v1, though. Simp, Dashy. Just over 20 on the clock. He's got to know he's got bomb down, obviously. So he's staring at the bomb. Yep, it is right there, just tucked away in a corner. 10 to go. Simp's got to make a play.
Well, Dashy's position might give him an opportunity here, depending on what corner he checks. But it's not going to be that corner. And Dashy, he's going to win the round now. That was what 4 versus 2 after General's play gives them the numbers advantage. But yeah, what Celsius Dashy, the nade doesn't connect. Well, Dashy's all the way in the offensive spawn, top broken.
And there, I think Simp's just maybe thinking Dashy got a little bit cuter than he did, right? Like it repositioned somewhere else, but he just kind of backed up in the corner, just sat there in the bomb corner. Knew he had it down, but yeah, I was kind of thinking if Simp chows that, he's got a shot. He's got the MP40 out, but he looks everywhere else. He's looking for the opening, sees 2 players in the cross, just can't hit the shot. The needle hit, though. I don't know who he combos that with, but Shotzi's going to be ripped out of this one.
See if they can stay alive now behind that first blood. It looks like Celium, he's going to have some players to deal with. He's going to hear that a team kill comes in. So essentially it's a trade for Cell. See what Dashy could do now is he's trying to find a pick. I mean, Sim's got a sniper back there. Yeah, he's going to spot him, and that is just absurd. It's absurd. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was looking
I mean, we were sealing on Gavutu, too. That pistol, he just doesn't miss.
I was looking for the sniper in the kill feed and saw the pistol. I was like, okay, all right, well.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that was not a sniper rifle.
Sometimes it acts like one, but General at 5 and 6, he'll be left alone. This 1 versus 3. OpTic just need one more round to go, so they have some wiggle room to work with. I'm not sure what you try to do in this scenario, but we'll just take a look at the minimap, kind of see the spread from Faze as they're hunting. And
I mean, I'm kind of thinking Faze's offense has not worked. Yeah, so I'm thinking don't give them a kill. I don't think they've won an offense yet. So
yeah, okay.
That's where they've struggled. That's where we talked about it. They've been struggling. So you're just going to stick to that defense in case we do get a round 11. They want that advantage.
Well, Faze are going to have to pull a couple of rounds if we're going to get there, but a shot to do it. I feel like we've had, at least yesterday, it felt like it was like 10-point hard points and round 11s, like all over the place when we were just hopping around. We've had so many round 11s. Well, Simp goes to peak. Dash has got the snipe too. Dash is the shot. There's the first blood now for OpTic as they're closer to closing out this game too and staying alive within this series.
And that's 3 rounds in a row where Dashy's been looking for that. The last 2 rounds with him looking over him, they've taken mid control. This time, it's just him going for that one-on-one peek. Simp not ready for it. Now look at this. I mean, Dashy's ready for this angle. He's ready for this, and he finds number 2.
Right into the hip flexor. Abizi gets ripped out. Is Dashy's snipe hitting a little bit better than Simp's right now? And you've got the 4v2. You can close it out here. Don't let this get to another round, and they're not going to. Shotzi finds another. That'll be bombed down. It's just Cell by himself on the other side. Tags into 1, but shots into him as well. The push is through, but the pistol is a pop-in. And just getting out. Nope, never mind. Nade to greet him. The nade hits there for OpTic. Cell can't wiggle away like a snake.
Oh, that was awesome, dude. Just the timing of that as we, the observers go into that. But honestly, OpTic is so fun to watch on Tuscan Search and Destroy. They are comfortable on it. And you can see why. They're just so fast in their decisions individually as a team. And props to them with this sub. They take it to one of the best.
Yeah, that's why I think it speaks to a couple of things. It speaks to how improved OpTic Search has been this year, with this team of having Shotzi in the lineup. And it also speaks kind of to Faze's woes, because I think in the past in Search and Destroy, if you told me I didn't care who they were playing, if they were playing somebody that had a sub in Search and Destroy, if we're talking the last 2 titles, Faze is winning that. But they're not that team right now. And OpTic are not the team they've been over the last decade when it comes to Search. You're right, you nailed it. It is fun to watch.
Yeah, but now we're doing that Berlin control, and could be an interesting one. Now they're going to have to try to win a respawn if we want to go to the map 5. Heck, maybe they'll win both of them. You never know what's going to happen. But for Faze, yeah, the S&D woes continue. I don't know. They were one of the teams in the past where they were that fast reactionary team setting the pace. Just not happening this year, where a team like OpTic is doing it. Like Shotzzy, Dashy, just watching them on that map, seeing what their arrows do. They're in one spawn, they're in another spawn. If I was playing against, I'd be like, how the heck did he get there that fast? I have no clue. But yeah, just props to him.
I found myself pulling for OpTic in general, man. Like, just seeing if they could do this. I loved in the interview yesterday, thanking the haters as well. He's fired up. He's trying to get this locked and loaded with the boys, but we're tied up at 1-1. OpTic take the search. Control's coming up next. And yeah, Joe, this is maybe where they strike. At least, like kind of Ali was saying, like when you've had Berlin, like all this crazy stuff has happened. Basically, teams won both. That's not the case here. We've got Berlin. We've got a Tuscan. We're tied up between these two juggernaut rosters, and we continue on. We're headed to a quick break, but do not go anywhere. Control, getting ready to come up next.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blox gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
We are back! Series all tied up. Players in the venue getting ready to rock here into the control. And Joe, I think this is the one, especially with Faze's hard point as of late. Do we think OpTic Texas need to win? If they can get this to a game 5, anything can happen. I mean, I don't think the expectations are high just when you're playing with the sub, but we're going to talk about the top performers in control and while we're seeing Celium again.
Yeah, no surprise there. 1.16, but on the other side it is Dashy 1.25. Now listen, yesterday didn't help him. It was Berlin control where but they won. He was 9-21 over 5 rounds against Minnesota ROKKR. That clip was just hilarious. But maybe it's one of those things where you know, even with General as a sub, you got a map rep under your belt. You know what you can do a little bit differently, what to expect. So I think that plays into it in terms of the map vetoes. But we'll see, because in game number 1, you know, it was the red hot Faze with their slaying prowess that kind of took over.
No, that's like, it probably shouldn't be, but that's literally one of my favorite moments of the whole weekend so far. Like,
no, it is.
Just his reaction. Some of the tweets he had last night were amazing. Like, yeah, he just laughing it up. They got the W. That's all that matters at the end of the day. But we get ready to continue on to Berlin. And now that we've had, you know, a few days of it and you're seeing it more in the mix, well, what overall opinion?
I am very happy with this. Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. I think this and Tuscan are probably my favorite too. I think, you know, there's opportunities for the offensive team to win, even with how difficult it be to get in a B, but we're seeing it time and time again where it just takes one push. And then for the defense, I think that they could get a lot better at sort of setting up those spawn traps. And then really what I'm looking at is how teams deal when you have players spawning, right? When A's done, when you have players spawning, you know, dock side, right? Dealing with the setup at B, where you know they're coming from your spawn, in dealing with that pinch in that setup.
Well, I just like that, you know, the harder point to get in B and being the further point for the offensive spawn. I think you're going to see a lot of these crazier finishes because it's one, there's actually some cover. You can't just spawn up and nade them out of it like you can a lot of the other points, right? Like, you've got a chance to stack it and make something wild happen. No, that's it. Yeah, the nades, it's tough to get some nades in there. Yeah. For some of the other points that are just wide open, yeah. Off the start, what? OpTic trying to go over to B. That doesn't work. And that's what we've seen, right? Just some breakoffs trying to get to that harder point. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. Faze, they were ready for it. But now over to A, we go for OpTic. I think it just makes sense to take a shot. It's like if you hit that Hail Mary, whatever you want to call it, like, hey, you win the round, typically, right? If you're able to somehow pull that off, you've got it in the bag. But now it's how do you bounce back once it gets thwarted? And at least in the lives department, you've kept it close. And now even after Scump able to get the one from third, it's Shotzi is trying to find a BC who's wrapping all the way around. He's going to reposition for now. Just leave that one. Yeah, he's going to try to get into a spot now. Maybe they think about rotating over to B. That might be the call. You see Dashy in general just trying to see where Arcides is. Off a spawn comes Cell, and back on spawn you go, and that's gonna be 3 dead. Abizi's over at A, so they can work B right now. At least stop the clock, play around the spawn kills. That's exactly what they're going to do. Shotzi getting comfortable on the map, but Abizi does flank through middle, trying to play spoiler to this push right now for OpTic. Yeah, it's like you take this chance, you take another crack at B due to the position, but it's like you better make it work, right? Because now you've only got 20 seconds on the clock. You've got players. General is headed to A. Yeah, he's like, I'm going over here. Yeah, you've got players on both points now. We'll see if they can get the time extension. Dashy able to take out one towards B. His teammates have got to go huge on the other side. It's a BZ that's come across, and BZ's able to get both. That might be the nail there, or maybe Scump on the other side. Well, the key here is you only have 1 tick done in the round. Is Simp, he's going to get taken down, but off a spawn. Come his teammates. BZ's going to see nothing at A right now, so they're going to go over towards B. And here comes the big fight, but Scump on a 5 spree spots it, but I love that. Doesn't reach out quite yet. He sees the nade coming in. He has 8 HP as he stays alive. The second tick about to be coming in over towards B. Here comes a push from Faze. And he's just stunned up. Nades keep hitting, but he's staying up, looking for number 6. B so close to being done. In Faze, they just have those 6 lives. Like, you can do it. 4 lives? Still at 4 now. Scump spree has been outrageous. I thought after BZ got that retake in the 1-on-2 and A, they were in trouble. But now you've got the extra minute, no lives remaining. Scump going to get thwarted there. So no streak's going to be coming through, but it's a 10-on-4 for OpTic.
And they're just going to take their time. They slow it down. I like this. You have a minute to play with. Don't allow Faze, you know, to stagger your push, to gain some numbers. And while they're going to hear that open, Shotzzy, he's going to find one. There is the trade. The trades are going to help you. And General finds two, almost finds the third, and OpTic steal that round. What a play out of Scump over towards B. I mean, it was a chaotic round, but the chaos was helping the defense, right? Because there weren't a lot of ticks done. We're thinking this round's going to be done for Faze. They're going to have one take for OpTic. That is not good. Instead, Scump goes on that spree and stays alive.
It's like as soon as I started to hype up, like I was looking at the mini-map of BZ making that play, it's like instantly Scump gets two. And throughout that, I mean, he stays alive, what, for the next 90 seconds or so? Like, he's just lurking around B, playing his life, finding the picks, a massive round there for Scump. And I mean, it did look good. I thought they had the round lost. Like they said, no time to work with, but they take the big lives advantage. Scump goes huge at 12-5. Knock, who's there? Fortunately, 2 to Guerrilla.
Well, talk about a break off. This is one. That's going to be 3, well, 4 dead. Faze, they do it a little bit differently. They don't show a lot of presence. They kind of just waited. You kind of see the green arrows. They're just going to give this up. So now you're going to have to play defense for a very long time over towards A. I think in maybe in I don't know, I would say in a couple of weeks, a month or so, maybe for Major 3, this might be possible. I just don't know if it's possible quite yet.
I mean, this is just, it's been hard in any title with Control. Like when you lose the more difficult of points and you've got to hold it the whole time. I don't know what the percentage is of holding it, but it's never been good. It's just, it's so hard to do. But yes, once teams get a little bit better, add more reps, maybe. But it's just, it is hard. I don't care how long. It's so tough.
Or maybe as storytellers, we're telling you guys how insane it would be if they actually do this and they do it.
No, I mean, yeah, it's not impossible. It's just hard. But let's see. I mean, that's everything's stacked against them right now. If you're OpTic, I mean, you gotta stop.
It's just a new map. That's really it. It's a new map, and you know, it takes 1 or 2 teams to figure out how to do it, and then teams kind of mimic it, maybe throw in their own little sauce. But right now, we just haven't seen it yet. Yeah, me too.
Scump likes the sauce as well, but he's able to get one and get out with 20 HP. Now off the top rope, but Simp able to read it and find the kill. And yeah, that's a fast one. That's typically how it'll go when you're gonna win the effort on B right off the get-go.
I think you just have to play a little bit safer here on defense for both of these teams. Just don't give up that B point. I would probably just send all 4 over to it. Maybe someone top fire to watch some angles to help out if needed. But I'm not allowing that to happen. I do not want that team to get B off the break.
Well, they make it look easy there, but we're tied up at 1-1. And here comes the hit. OpTic Texas going to take another crack at it. They've got a 4-on-3. I mean, it's what, Simp on the other side of the map. It's General with the opener. You got a shot to do it, but I think it's a BZ. It's going to be kind of flanking around, trying to get behind enemy lines. This Celium is just holding and trying to deal with the litany of grenades that are coming towards them. Drops one. Scump there as well. RC's and Cell able to hit it on the crossfire. Who's still lurking?
He's just lurking, yeah. He's just kind of lurking on the outside part, and I thought that could have been an opportunity for OpTic. I mean, it was very slow on the flank. Darcy's is going to find him, and now you kind of have, you know, you see in the kill feed, 5 kill advantage for Atlanta Faze.
And that's just big though with the comms. You think you just don't lose track of one, right? Shotzzy could have been able to disrupt everything.
They know there's nobody on A, and what does Shotzzy like to do? He likes to, you know, find those routes, get behind enemy lines, so they don't allow him to make an individual play.
BC's getting shelled by 2, but nice movement, little bunny hop there to take it now to 5 in a row. Instantly going to get dropped. The second bit of progress now through on A for OpTic. And you have General and Shotzzy starting to move their way forward, and Shotzzy is moving through them. 5 in a row for him now. He's got the 6 maybe at the window, but Abizi's just going to funnel right on through.
Scump gets off A. I like this play. They had so much presence at B. They're like, screw it, we'll deal with this later on. I like the opportunity, but there was only one player on the point. And Shotzzy gets picked. So now they can go back over towards A. But I like that, right? Just, you know, the opportunity presents itself. Scump trying to cut them off from middle of the map just doesn't work out in their favor.
Yeah, they just get back to it so quick. But no, I'm with you. I mean, take the shot while you have the opening behind Shotzi's too. You'll be able to finish it, kind of like you're seeing. They'll get that done. They'll get the extra minutes. So what are we? 17 lives, about 90 seconds to work with. Now let's see where the openings start to come through. Not going to be an opening on Cell's side, as that's a nice little headshot. He's just hopping away like a kangaroo. His shots, he's trying to hit the shots, not going to be able to do it. And BZ's going to make him pay. Dash, he's just trying to get away, but BZ hunts him down.
Scrump now just waiting for his teammates off of spawn. They're going to have to find a, you know, a good push here. Maybe he can find a kill. We saw him do it in round number 1. To try to start things off, but Arcides, he is not allowing anyone. He did it versus Shotzzy early in this round. Now he does it versus Scump to get behind them.
And that's just huge, right? I mean, just in the chaos of it sometimes, especially with the pace of this, to be able to pick that up, but right after it, you get 3 kills for OpTic, and now they've gotten forward towards the point. It's a messy gunfight, but generally able to take that. It's back to even. The teammates now here in support. Celium, though, continuing to do damage at range. And they're just looking for their opportunity to pounce, but they want to kind of stagger this to stop them from getting in. But once again, just the movement, quick little strafe jump from a BZ takes the fight.
All right, couple of chances. Now look at the lives. It's still 7 versus 8. Very possible for OpTic to win this still. If you're General, you do not want to get staggered here. Try to wait for your teammates. Arcees is lurking. He goes through P2, and they were not ready for that. He takes a long route out of fire, gets behind OpTic, trying to see what else he could find. Still a 1-life game.
Okay, he's just up 1. It comes to a standstill for a moment, but there's not much time on the clock. You have to find the push somewhere. Can anyone find the pick? It's going to be Shotzzy. He's able to find the opener. They try to slide in behind it, but Arcides is able to respond with 2. Arcides with 3. Arcides popping off, and it might not be showing overall. I think he was like 14 and 18 before that, maybe back to even. But whether it's been like a big push that he's able to help shut down, or finding somebody on the flank, or even the flank of his own that you saw a little bit ago, he's had so many crucial moments in this.
Yeah, these impact kills, and that's why we're pointing him out. Yeah, just he's the one, and we talked about it last year throughout their Cold War season. Why it was such a big pickup for Atlanta Faze, because we knew he was going to be the one to not let those kind of plays happen. And you're seeing it right here.
You'll see. +3 right now for OpTic Texas when it comes to ticks. But it's a fast stack onto A. I mean, you already threw the second part of progress. What are you going to do here for your OpTic? It looks like they might be giving up behind the pick.
Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to see if they were taking another crack at it. They go in, but the point's already been done. But well, they did kind of what you asked for, right? Like, just don't allow that to happen where they can heavy hit B.
Yeah, they just made sure that didn't happen. That's how they lost that last defensive round so quick. So yeah, they get that done with. They send 4 over to B off the break. Faze are like, all right, we know that they're probably going to do that, so we'll take A. But if you're OpTic, I'd much rather prefer that. And now you have Dash in a power position.
Let's see what info and shots he can hit on the cross. He's worried about somebody wrapping deep for him, but they're just not there yet. General sending a BZ back to spawn. General continues to hit. Like everyone we've hopped to, kind of flirting around even. But that'll be 3 straight for Faze, as that's the open to surge on forward. The point man going to be a BZ.
Yeah, while that's going on, you have Cell working over towards Fire, seeing if he can catch some angles, and that's going to be 3 dead. They find the angles. Now can they get on the point? General, the last man standing for right now. Well, BZ backs down, and I like that, right? Doesn't overchow, waits for his teammates to move on up. Now he's going to pounce as he regens. And kind of just trying to finesse around this window. Has the nade in hand, making sure nothing flanks through secret. It's a 3-man stack on to be OpTic. They have to go. They have to go. He's just able to get in. There's one more player, but that is going to do it. Atlanta Faze on offense, able to take control 3-1 as they are up 2-1 in the series.
And that was kind of an example of like how you can get the stack there, right? Like they got kind of a 4 down to get in. They had to get another wave of kills, but once the VZ got one more track back to the point, you had the 3 stack. It's just quick, and there were some nades that came in, maybe some damage done, but it's not like I don't know, a Tuscan or something where you can hit some good nades and kill 3 people. It's not gonna happen that often. There's just so many different points to cover.
I wouldn't be surprised if like you were a Faze team to see that one maybe vetoed later on in this tournament, right? People watching this. I think it's just a strong map for them. You can just have so many different engagements. But gonna take a look at the scoreboard here. I mean, pretty even slaying wise. Just a couple of key moments on the attacks from both teams where, I mean, Atlanta Faze just able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, there wasn't a ton of separation in the kills at all. But yeah, again, shout out to Arcides. He had some incredible moments. I think A BZ you saw at the end there, some good discipline, and a nice chow at the end to kind of put that away, just to deal with the one guy that was really in a good position, maybe get a nade in or get some shots in off the point. But we'll check out some of the highlights through it, and it's interesting because it's like, if you're able to hit B like that as effectively as they did, and kind of guarantee like that full 4-man setup at B, you're just like guaranteeing yourself an easy A. Like, and not that A is like that hard to get, but they got it instantaneously. It was just so fast. Because the threat is there. You make them play defensive.
And I think what defensive teams are going to have to do, like what we saw in that last round, is once 3 goes down for OpTic, what Faze did is they had like Cell, Fire, and then they had another player, I think like Connector, Stairs, or around Statue, just cutting them off, right? You're funneling. It's kind of what we see from Shotzi right here. You're funneling the players off a spawn into one alleyway. Someone is going to have to like try to take a route through middle. You do not want to be funneled through one doorway, because that's just going to be, well, it's not good. So the defensive team's going to have to try to have someone take that long route, or a little bit longer route.
Yeah, there was a moment there where they got the contest for just an instant, but then it's 3 kills quickly for Faze, and they close it out. So that's where we thought the opening might be in the respawns when it came for OpTic, but not going to happen on Berlin. Now we go to Tuscan Hardpoint, and I mean, it's been a good one for them, but you know, you're not playing with the full roster, so not really worth talking about stats and how this could play out. It's just, you're gonna have to muster up something. You're playing what many would say is the top team in the game. You're playing with a fill-in. You need something special here. I don't know who it's gonna be. It's gonna step up. Maybe General has one hell of a map. Maybe Shotzi is completely and utterly takes over, but it's gonna take a little something extra here if you're gonna get it to a map 5.
Yeah, I'm with Tuscan. I know we focused a lot on, Dashy and Shotzi, but with what we've seen this year on like a Tuscan Control, a Tuscan Search, those two, it kind of is their playground. So I'm going to focus on them. Jordan, General, he's really had a good series. Even in the respawns, just right around even right now, pretty much. So it's what you want for him. So you just need the other guys to step up.
Yeah, I just don't think it's realistic to expect him to come over and take over and fry, or maybe be the in-game leader that Illy is. That was, I think Ali and the desk were kind of talking, just the question mark of who's going to do that. And I think you did see when we had a shot of them right before the series started, I mean, he was being very vocal, and I don't think he has an issue doing that. He's a confident guy. He's done that with teams in the past, but it's a little bit different when you have these types of guys sitting next to you. I'm sure maybe you're a little bit more hesitant, but it seems like he was being vocal enough. I mean, doing what he needs to do to get done.
I mean, he's been on this organization now for a couple of years. He's very comfortable with them, right? He's got some relationships with them. Yeah, I'm sure he watches their gameplay. They scrim versus one another. It's just more of things like breakoffs. Where do you want me to go? Where do you want me to look at when we're doing something like this? They're all just trying to get on the same page. It is difficult to do. It truly is. So, like I said, already props to him for winning a map.
Yeah, no, it's not easy, and it's just, again, a testament to what their search has been and why we enjoy casting their search so much. It is fun, but we don't have a search yet. You got to try and get there. It's got to happen through a hard point, and Faze have been ludicrous when it comes to that. It feels like they just, whether it's been search in the past, there's always been something that they find that they're kind of lights out, and it's usually good when it's one of the modes you play twice. Hard point or search, where it covers 40% of your series. When you're playing that well, you've got a chance in any series. You got a chance to make deep runs in tournaments, and big reason why we've seen them second twice.
Well, I think if you look at last year, they were always a really good respawn team, but when they had struggles in search, like when Ultra won Major 2, or when they lost at Major 5, that is typically when they've been weak. Even looking at this year, they have 2 top 2s, but their search hasn't been up to what Atlanta Faze par is, and that's why. So that's why it's such a focal point. It's like, yeah, I love it that they're maybe the best hardpoint team right now, but typically that has not translated that well for them.
Yeah,
so,
no, you're not wrong. Well, at least it's like hard to say not well because they're getting to finals, but not winning.
Right,
not winning.
Yeah.
It's like a weird combo. But General, get it started off right with a clean headshot. Get OpTic Texas started. Now, can they do it? Can they get us to a map 5? I want it. I need it.
Well, they might give it to you. We'll see. I mean, a very good start here off the break. Shotzi trying to get aggressive. It's Cell very weak, but already 23 seconds earned. Atlanta Faze is going to fight on back behind that nade. Darcy's getting aggressive with that MP40. See, that's the big change. Cell, he's going to be the main AR for this team. And RC, he's going to use this weapon when he has to.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it at times over the course of his career. I mean, obviously, you think of him more as a main AR, but there's been points where he's needed to flex. It's usually been brief periods, but we know he's capable of it.
So Faze do fight back, so they're only down 5. And on the rotation of P2, it's Faze with control. And Simp is able to find a multi-kill as he takes down Scump and Dash. He allows his team some breathing room.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because now Shotzzy can't surge on forward like he wanted to, right? Like, simply gets one, you might have immediate pressure, but now you're just sitting and waiting for a moment, and now they start to go. It's the nade through the top from Scump that gets them out of the point. His face now looking for the opening. You get in quickly there if you're OpTic Texas, you get back in the lead.
They just kind of stop, right? After their player gets taken down in the hill, they just kind of wait for him to come off a spawn. And then what? Some nades connect. It's kind of what you would like to see. You have the close spawn, but they don't allow them to lose it. Cell pulls out the pistol. Dashy is going to win it. A very tight game, and on rotation, it is all OpTic Texas.
Yeah, I think you saw Faze then kind of sit back and wait for a second. It's almost like you want to wait for those lethals, then maybe make your approach. This is one that you can just nade so heavily.
Yeah, they're pretty good. You always have 2 of them. Abizi's struggling right now with a 2-7, but his team has the lead. We'll see if he can turn it around. Shotzzy watching this push, and he's going to have 3 players to deal with.
I think this is during the last grand final where you saw Abizi struggle us on this map. Just at times seemed a little bit lost, getting caught. Shotzzy is trying to bait people out. Yeah, I'm here.
Well, he doesn't bait him out. He goes for the challenge. RC's is going to win it. But still, a very good hold the first 30 seconds over towards P3. Zelena Faze now finally going to get that player in Dashy off of the hill. Shotzzy trying to bring in some reinforcements. But a good hold for OpTic Texas in the lead.
And Scump just used this half wall to his advantage. Now trying to reposition, but Abizi already and looming. A little bit of a spree there before he drops, but they'll maintain this 20-point advantage. And now we'll get ready to head church side. Just take a look at the minimap. Working all the way around. You're not going to be watching Shotzzy. He's trying to get in behind, but the movement not going to be there. The shot in for our cities. And now you get to set up, and you're kind of spread all over the place. If you're Texas, you've got 1 mid, you've got 1 working the flank again in general. So many lanes of avenues to hit here.
Well, with that first domino going down towards OpTic, that might be the break. They're going to get in the hill. Abizi, he jumps out the front, but Shotzzy and Scump are going to catch him. Cell now the last player here for right now. His teammate's off a spawn, and he finds 2 with that pistol. But General finds 3 somehow, but there's 1 more in Abizi.
Yeah, dude, he almost makes such an incredible play. You know, he absolutely is. He's 12-7 right now, and they're in the lead. You get into the point for a second if you're Faze. 13 seconds left. They'll retake the lead. We'll start to focus on that bottom middle part. You see Abizi. We hopped to his POV. He's just lurking and waiting for the push to come in, and Shotzzy just evaporated as he's trying to hit it.
Yeah, able to find some rotation kills. Is Faze going to get set up here into P5? Still a 10-point game, but is a lead for Atlanta Faze as they were able to retake control of Church. It looked like OpTic were going to break it behind General. General with that MP40, him and Shotzzy, that's going to be 3 dead. The last player up is going to be Cell.
General, he can do it all. He's a general. I don't really know what that means, Joe, I'll be honest with you. I don't really know much about generals. But
yeah, your accents or something.
I don't know what that was either.
They don't get any better.
They don't. I've been working on it really hard, too. But the pistol, that's hitting for Scump. That's getting better. As he's trying to battle back towards even. -4 right now. Some brief fire in, but the nade's going to greet him. It hits him down to 16. He's just trying to avoid everything. The fact he's staying alive and still getting kills. A beautiful bit of finesse here from Scump. And they are still racking up the time, just trying desperately to get this to a map 5, building the lead up once again. Getting to around 30.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 40-point swing there at that P5. So, I mean, P3 and P5 for OpTic have been almost perfect. Just both of these teams just blow after blow, trade and back and forth. But it's going to be a small lead for OpTic. As the rest of Atlanta Faze to get pushed in now as 3 go down.
Well, now it's going to be on OpTic to try and break. They're trying so badly to get this to a map 5. Let's hop right to elicit in with OpTic Texas.
I have their side you. I have their side you.
Yo, push up their side.
I have their side you.
Yo, outer. Let's go outer.
I'm one shot.
Our side under.
That was him. Watch your side, watch your side.
Close side. Shit on!
2 seconds.
I have their side.
I'm mid.
Push that dead.
I'm gonna rotate deep.
No, I got dead.
Their side. Yeah, their side. Their side mid heady dead.
Yeah, they need to be gone. They're hitting through.
Watch the push.
Guys, we need to play.
Okay, I'm here.
I hear that.
I'm backing up.
Really play. You're behind him.
Make sure he holds sponsor.
He's already in front. Dude, inside green. There's two in radio.
Hold spots behind me.
Eyes
They're
on
short, guys. They're short.
Here, I'm marking.
Stun your short. Yo, close right.
Just short right now. They got my reaping.
Yeah,
I'm challenged with you, Sam.
Let's see anything short. I'm holding pot. I'm holding pot.
Yeah, he went to the back, guys.
I don't see him in time.
Flat dead.
He's still in the back.
Yeah, he's short.
He's
Short.
Absolutely left side time.
It's 7 in a row, and Scump is pooping on people. He's fired up. You heard the comms from OpTic, though. Let's kick it right over to Faze.
He's challenging. Good job.
I'm top radio. I'm going top radio.
I'm watching pot.
Okay, go. I don't see him climbing. They keep killing
I'm needing again. How many time, guys? Nothing top pot. They're hitting front.
Kill me, Arch, bro. Arch, watch out.
No, and this guy top radio.
Yeah.
How many? Yeah, he's just
This is a good time.
Yeah, nade this.
One of you guys right there.
I will.
Anytime. I'm going Arch.
I'm trying to do.
Yo, we got top. Join his mid.
I got him.
I'm trying to go. Is he middle?
I'm on mid. He is. I'm going top far. We gonna riff for what?
I'm gonna go left.
I'm gonna go middle.
I don't see middle.
Yo, one's you.
Watch out, Seth.
I'm one shot. I'm
Shot you.
absolute.
Top fire.
I'm gonna go.
Yo, one's you. He's still you.
Chimney. Looks like coming.
Heard.
I'm climbing up.
On the Chimney, Chris.
Close. I'm pretty sure.
I'm trying. You, Seth.
Dead.
I'm roof. I can hit this whenever, guys.
Yeah, you're best left.
We're
Every side.
I'm about to
Feel
I got Hetty.
On team time.
It's about to be a tie game. It is an intense one. 162, 164 in its face with a push up the middle. You heard them setting it up. They're trying to get through. Just looking for any opening they can, but you still got Scump deep.
Yeah, I mean, you had sort of two go down. They spun out towards well, and that kind of just allows those OpTic players to pinch the Atlanta Faze push. I mean, I like that, right? You get Simp up top broken. He peeks that player who's at Chimney, gives them the call. That starts everything off. But it is a little bit more chaotic because Atlanta Faze, I mean, the last time we were in this position, this is where OpTic got a big chunk of time. But with that break, they're going to hold on to this lead.
It's not much of one, though. This one seeming to go down to the wire. Just take a look at the right side of the map. Is everyone now getting set up for church? It's Cell on the tank, trying to get to his nerd spot. Scump says, no, sir. Takes his face clean off. Chow's the next, but Simp ready and waiting. Now to Shotzi's POV we go. A hop, a slide, and 2 will drop. There's nobody in the hard point for a second, but Shotzi looking to get inside, just wanting to take the next gunfight, and the movement continues to be there. Catching Cell, Shotzi making the plays when it matters most down the stretch, but still down 8.
Yeah, Faze does find 2. A little bit staggered here, right? So you're kind of going 2 at a time. Faze, they have to wait for one another. This is great time as OpTic, another lead change comes in. Dashy with that first kill on the push. Abizi, though, working the back with his teammates. They're going for this scrap time, and they are going to earn it. And OpTic actually spawns all the way in the back. So this is a chance to win this rotation. They know that. The awareness from Simp, this is something we always touch on, just to be aware of the situation. Simp now in a great position. Are they going to be ready for this? I don't think so. OpTic with a 5-point lead as we go to P5.
And they're going to go probably off that nade. Now, how many of these can he get? He's ready and waiting. That's a big trade there from General. The fact he's at least able to get one, not allow the multi-kill from Simp, and they clear the rest of the way. But Abizi, he is into the mix instantly.
Wait, that hit fire hits? Oh, man.
Okay. What do we have between the two teams? Just about to be a 20-point advantage for OpTic. You've got enough time for them to close it on this hard point, albeit it is a scrappy one. But you got 3 players collapsing now, and Cell trying to hit the ludicrous shots through the wall. He's able to combine on one with Simp. But they've got to get in at some point. Tex is so close to pushing this to a map 5.
All right, they got to break this now. 20 seconds. The focus is going to be on the P1. They're staying alive. They're trying to keep it close, but General, he's going for the time. He's going for that time. And Cell is going to find the wall bang. 5 seconds left. He's having such a good game, and he was so fired up on multiple kills. But here we go. They need 20 seconds to send this to that map number 5. But RC's getting into a good position, and behind his 2, can Faze now find the break.
They're trying. You still have Shotzi here. General's going to get picked up the back. Now RC's going to move forward. He has had some massive moments for this team and chalk up another one. That's a nade that comes through that'll finish him off. But Faze are into the point now. They're trying to make the rally. Just 20 points needed for Faze. basically about to be a tie game, and it's contested around the point as the super subs for OpTic trying to pop off.
Yeah, it's the autos from Faze that get the break. Now the subs trying to get on through. Scump taking his time. They don't know he's here. He is behind them. He can break this right now. He's going. There's one. There's two. Where's the teammates flying on through? All four dead for OpTic. And look at the spawns. Only need 6 seconds as Atlanta Faze, but I don't think they're going to get there in time. They're going to go for this because they know the rotation of P2 is so long. And I think OpTic, they're going to win it right here. Maybe we're headed to a game number 5.
OpTic, you got to be fired up. The comms. Scump killed himself. And he makes the play there. It was Arseny's right before that. I think that was going huge with the auto kills, but they lose track of Scump. He gets 2, and that 4-man wipe sets them up to close it out. With how Faze has been in hardpoint, and the fact you're playing with a sub, this is just incredible stuff. And you know, if you were OpTic, like all the pressure's on Faze to win this, right? When they're playing with a sub,
100%.
like if you win this, if you're OpTic, you are chirping for sure. I feel like that's just a mental edge, at least for some period of time going forward between these two teams.
Yeah, but look at that. 30 bombs out of Shotzi and Scump. Scump 32 and 23. Just finding kill after kill. But look at General. I got to give my man props to getting these respawns.
Yes,
29 and 27. Doing it with the auto. Doing it with the MP40. And it was a close one, a 6-point game. But honestly, it was just some of these key holds that OpTic had. They were finding 30 to 40 points. Swinging back and forth. With the P5s, they were great.
They were great. I think you heard Faze kind of I think it was RC's kind of calling sometimes like there'd be, 10 to 15 seconds left, just trying to get that little bit of time, And you just wonder if maybe in a couple of occasions it might have hurt him a little bit. His Texas was able to get set up in spots and actually hold. The breaks weren't as clean or easy for Faze as maybe they thought they'd be.
Well, I think that's it. I mean, they've played for that scrap time. I mean, that's just kind of this game, right? We've heard pros talk about it on Vanguard. It's very unorthodox, but with squad spawns, it's not the worst thing in the world to find the final 10 to 20, where in other games, that's not what you want to do. Well, I'll tell you what, if I'm playing OpTic in any, I'm getting rid of Tuscan. I don't know. That's their map. That's their home. Not playing them on anything.
No, it's unbelievable. Here we are. Here we go. I mean, you said kind of from the beginning, you get to them at 5, then Joe, what? Anything can happen.
Anything can happen in Game 5 Search and Destroy. We all know that. We all know it. I didn't expect this to get here.
No.
The fact that it is a big surprise to me.
It has been unbelievable. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. We're all tied up 2-2. We have a climatic Search and Destroy coming up next. Winner moves on. Loser, bye-bye. The players fired up. You heard the listen-ins from both sides. It is just gas all over the place as these guys are trying to lock it down. Whether it's the pressure, the bragging rights, the money, the glory, it's everything, and it all comes down to this map 5. Be right back.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
We are right back at it into the Scuff play of the game, and Joe, Scump, General, pop off for the final hole there to get us to this map 5.
Yeah, and I mean, Faze, they just let him slip on by, right? He slips on by. He had a kill. They had to know that he was still alive. Maybe a misstep in the communication, but Scump, he takes advantage of it. He finds both kills, General as well with one. And now at this point, Faze knows they're not going to get across the map in time. They have to go for this fight. And my man Scump holds it down with General looking over him. And OpTic, they get us to this game 5.
Yeah, I think they got 5 of 6. And yeah, I mean, that first pick was on Arceus, and he's been the one that we've kind of been shouting out that's been really good about picking that up. The one guy that might leak through, but that's a very different moment, right? Like, it's like a 240 type game, and stress at all-time high, and comms are probably all over the place, and you're just flying, and you lose track of one person, that's what can happen.
Yeah, I just don't know. He got a kill, right? So he gets a kill, he's getting called out, and I don't know, there was a player like top broken. Nobody looked mid-alley, and it all fell apart. Just one of those plays can't allow to happen if you are Faze, but it does. And now we get to a Berlin search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, if you kill Scump there, if the read is there, yeah, you probably win the map, but not the case. Scump makes the play, he goes huge. In general, he's having an incredible series. I mean, what more could you ask of the guy, Joe?
I mean, I guess to keep it up here, that's pretty much it.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
That's it. I mean, my man is putting up some numbers for Atlanta Faze, and then you saw just what shots he's doing.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Map 5 time. We've seen a lot of Berlin. What did Veli say? He's seen so much Berlin, he's feeling German. Well, one more time now. In this matchup, Shotzi wanted to make sure every door is open on the map.
Yeah, he's the doorbuster. He's just making sure that everything's open. The nades can come in, but bomb down quickly. We're into a 4 versus 4. This looks like a control B retake. Here it comes. Shot's gonna be the first man in. He's gonna see Simp, and he finds that kill onto Simp.
Yeah, and he was hit down
for the trade.
Like 30 HP or so. The fact he gets that one, just insanity, but...
Look at Abizi. Abizi's behind enemy lines.
Oh!
With a snap, little team shot.
The second is there. They pick up the final player in Faze, able to get it. Yeah, no, it looked a little bit like a control round there for a moment, but as things get scrappy, it's Abizi that finds the opening.
Yeah, I think you had one player working the flank for OpTic. The other two were working towards the bomb site. And while that happened, Secret and those connector stairs were wide open. Nabizi finds the timing, gets a little help. His teammates challenge with him. But it's just a quick plant. It's a quick plant. And almost, I mean, it's still a very big first blood out of Shotzi. It could have turned into something, but it does not.
2-0 star from Arceus, 2-0 star from Abizi. Open, close. Let's open it one more time. Ah, okay. No, let's close it.
Yeah, he's more of a closer, right? Shotzi opens it. It's just what you prefer.
We got 30.
You're a pessimist or an optimist, you know, it's the same thing. You open your doors, you close your doors here in Vanguard.
We got 30 seconds off the round. And now the engagement's gonna start. Abizi keeps it going. He's just able to finesse his life and get away. That's the first pick, but Dashi brings it back through mid. Now Bomb's starting to move up. It's Selly and ready and waiting inside of fire. And now you've got Bomb down, only 40 seconds to work with, and you're in a good spot. You got numbers, you got Bomb down, you're feeling good if you're Faze.
Yeah, both kind of an odd round. What we see on Berlin, it was like a 2-2 split on offense from OpTic, and they were just kind of lurking outside of A. But it felt like the entire time, Abizi knew that they were there. He was just like looking for them. I think he saw the spot when he shouldered out, so he was just checking all of his positions. Ends up finding it, but looks like Scump's gonna get the bomb, and he's gonna be able to at least get a plant in. So still a chance here for OpTic.
It's like, can you get a clean pick and turn this into a 2 versus 2?
And I don't know if they're gonna expect. Look at Dashi's position. I mean, he is all the way the defensive spawn.
That might be the freebie. It should be here. Yeah, there's the freebie. Now to a 2 versus 2, but they know he is deep. They try to chow it. Okay, well, I was wondering if they were just going to hit out the bomb and take the 2-on-1, but they both take their 1s. They both win them.
Yeah, it's just a little bit different when it's planted on this side of the bomb. You obviously don't have 6 buildings, 7 windows, and 8 other places you have to check as a defensive team to retake it. So, you know, as soon as they take care of Dashy, they have a good idea of where Scump is. They're able to find the pick.
That's probably the most like frustrating or anxiety inducing like POV you'll watch when somebody has like 20 seconds to work with and they have to clear that the deep warehouses and so many spots to check. You're just like, good luck. And every now and then someone pulls off a crazy play.
Roof, below the roof, mail. Yeah, sounds fun.
Somebody is somewhere. Not gonna get lucky and sniff them out, but the 2-0 edge for Faze is they get rolling early. Now through secret we go. And Shotzzy hears something and he snaps back. He's able to take it, but there was 2 of them there and Simp able to get the trade.
Yeah, BZ, I mean, he has an auto there. It's probably a kill. Just the range, just a little bit of an advantage over to the auto, but nice plays from Shotzzy. At least find that to turn this into a 3 versus 3. Chump just lurking now, hoping to find one. He's hearing all of this. They have a good idea. It's over towards A. Well, maybe a rotation in now.
That's looking to be the call. We'll see. I'm not sure. They're still kind of lingering. It's Simp was trying to get information. The cross isn't. Don't think he's seen anything. And it's just sort of, do we execute? You only have 35 seconds to work with. And yeah, they're going to go ahead and execute here. Just maybe with that time, they're hoping they bait out some kind of rotation. But everyone's kind of stood still if you're OpTic Texas. And Scump has been here this entire time. And Scump is able to get the kill. It's a big one. General there on the cross as well. It might be a much needed round. They have the 2-on-1. They're able to hit the shots. And it's just patience there out of OpTic Texas. I mean, I guess you could say the same thing for Faze, is maybe trying to bait out some movement, but they stand tall. They hold.
And where they've struggled on offense, it's just after BZ's gone, it just kind of slows down. And maybe the thinking is like trying to just find someone on rotation. Maybe, you know, they kind of wait back. They think OpTic's going to maybe send a couple of players over to B, but they don't.
Well,
with Scump and A, you had the info.
I think you're missing Shotzzy on one side and BZ on the other. So yeah, it's like the two players that probably would be roaming or trying to find that opening are gone. So yeah, everyone just sort of like holds tight, and Shotzzy is right back to it. It's another first blood. Scump, I thought, was maybe going to follow it up with another one, but can't connect to the doorway. The information is there, and Shotzzy keeps it rolling. Just a tear on the map. That'll be 2 in a row for him, and up to 4 and 3.
My man's just going rogue, dude. I love it, dude. He's just like, whatever, I'm gonna just win this round for us. As he finds the first 2 kills, I just kind of finding the openings, finding the holes in the defense, and now it is Simp in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, it's like the first one, you know, he's just finding his time, he's finding his openings, but then once the information is there, he's just like, some sort of tiger cat, dude. He's hunting.
He's a tiger cat.
A tiger cat.
I'm pretty sure tiger is a cat.
Yeah.
Maybe more like a liger.
Yes. Some mythical cat. I don't know where I was going, Joe. Just bear with me. I'm very hyped up right now. It's a game 5.
Oh, that is just your go-to right now. But yeah, I mean, just great plays out of Shotzzy to give them that round win. And again, Faze back on offense. We'll see what they can do. It's where they've been struggling. Get back into that form. Well, Shotzzy just is not going to let that happen.
It's just first blood after first blood. He is just finding so many now. 3 rounds in a row. He's been able to do it. And again, he gets another 4 in a row for Shotzzy, taking over in this map 5.
Does he have all of them? Does he have all the first bloods in the game?
I just can't. I'm trying to remember the first round. I think he did. He might have. He might have 4
or 5.
Yeah,
he's got 4 or 5. Either way, it's ridiculous what this man is doing right now on Berlin. He finds both of the picks. Well, Cell just trying to see what he can find, but again, it is just Scump hanging out, laying behind his desk.
Hey, it's a
to tie his shoes, and now he's gonna try to run through this wall. Almost turns on Cellium, but Cell now in a 1 versus 3, trying to do what he can.
Hey, it's Nameless here. I'm mind blown. I got your keys to victory for Faze. We're gonna have to go ahead and kill Shotzzy.
That is, yeah, that's the key to victory. Try to find, try to just stop him.
And how do you, like, when someone's like hot like that, especially early in rounds, like, you know, you have a playmaker like that in the BZ. Maybe he hasn't been able to do that exact thing this title, but how do you try to deal with that when somebody's just hot and picking you apart early?
Well, on defense, he's been going to the same place, right? Right around those connector stairs. I think you just try to avoid him, or you just try to double chow him. Obviously, there's Simp there. He's looking for him with the sniper, but he's ready for it. with that angle from Shotzzy. That is a nerd spot and a half. But on offense, it's a little bit more difficult. You have to be there for the trades, because last time it was just he picked them apart. And now look at this. Look how fast and decisive this round is. They go right to B. Simp does see the cross, but he's got a sniper. He sees the nades on him. He's got to dodge those, but bomb down. Now Faze has to work this retake. His RC's working the flank.
Yeah, BZ's got an auto in hand, so just trying to line this up if he can, but Mr. First Blood himself is inside. They're able to eliminate Shotzzy this time around, but the plant so fast. You've already only got 25 seconds to work with, and one of those mini spots we were talking about, well, the 3 OpTic players are all over them.
Okay, BZ is the one player here who might be able to make this happen as he finds one, but look at the time. Only 13 seconds left. Faze has to go. They have to go. Someone's got to get on it right now. I don't know if they will. BZ looking over him, and a Dashy wins the one-on-one. Simp might have had time. He might have had it, but Dashy wins the pistol.
And that is what a fast plant can do, which is everything you have to clear. I mean, honestly, it's a pretty darn good job from Faze, but you just don't have much time, and then yeah, I mean, once Dashy wins that one-on-one, that's it. That is it. And then a little pizzazz at the end with the pistol.
Their search, man, it's just been so good, and you can see why. Well, Shotzzy's one of the reasons, but just how decisive they are.
4 in a row.
Sound like a broken record, but yeah, now 4-2 in this game 5. If Faze loses, they are out of the tournament.
Losing to OpTic with a sub. We're going to hear about this one for a little bit, but you're not done yet. You just need a round so desperately here if you're Faze. And man, a first blood would probably feel great. Just feels like they've been in a numbers disadvantage so often.
Well, and here he is, Mr. First Blood, just trying to find something. Beezy's on the other side. Are they gonna see each other? Maybe. There's another one for Shotzzy.
It's like 5 or 6 of his 8 now. First Bloods. Just a dominant effort. This time, at least, you're able to get him off the map and not allow him to chain that into another. Dashy having a nice little sequence as well as he's at 5 and 2. Some information on the cross. Bomb will get a cross for Faze. And Celium, he has stepped up big here. Celium now with 3. Celium working on the ace. After the Shotzzy first blood, it has been all Cell. And there's the information. Maybe you set it up for Cell, let him close this out with 4 in a row, and that's exactly what'll happen. It's an ace for Cell. And that's what you need. When you lost 4 rounds in a row, a superstar needs to step it up sometimes. That's exactly what Cell does.
Yeah, just picking them apart. Shotzzy finds the first blood, and then he gets picked. That's the first domino, and it's just one after another. He knows exactly where OpTic's coming from as RC gets that bomb over to B. A much needed round for Atlanta Faze.
Yeah, I maybe the key there is just literally as simple as it sounds, just the fact that Shotzzy is traded out this time. There's been so many where he has been able to get a second or keep rolling. That time, you deal with him. Simp nearly gets Shotzzy out of it here with a little flick of the snipe, but it does not hit. Into the one-on-one we go. It's Scumping to BZ. If BZ takes it, the streak now for Cell continue. He's up to 5 in a row as they're trying to get this to 4-4.
Well, BZ's like, finally, I could fight someone in a first engagement that isn't Shotzzy. Shotzzy plants the bomb. It's Simp with the movement. Usually it's the other way around. All right. Hold on. We're in a 1-on-2. He's trying to find the wall bait, but there's just too many players. It's Celium. He's up to 10 kills, 6 in a row. Now 1 away from that glide bomb in 2 rounds, back-to-back for Atlanta Faze.
Yeah, it's like Cell and Shotzzy are in a boxing match right now. I don't know how that would go in real life, but it is just, I mean, there'd probably be some nerdy shit that he would know. I don't know what Cell will be capable of. Some sort of weird boxing
It's just like watching, like, it's like two superstars, right? And
yeah, it's incredible.
Just hitting shot after shot after shot, and that is exactly what we're seeing here. An elimination game here in map 5.
So what, you get 2 in a row to Faze, then 4 straight from OpTic, now back-to-back again for Faze. We'll see if Cell can get a streak. He is making a run now. And Shotzzy, well, he's going to spot. He's going to get some information. And boys, I am out. Back to opening doors.
Wait, last time through, though, this retake did not work out. Are they going to catch them on the bomb plant? Is that going to go down?
Nope.
I don't.
Nope.
No, it did not. It did not. He was worried he was going to blow up. So now this actually helps OpTic, right? Yeah, okay. He said he's got some nerdy stuff, and he's bringing it all out right now. He is bringing it all out.
Literally a battle of the nerds, and I'm absolutely loving it. All right, now they're going to get it planted. Can they do the retake better this time around?
Well, Scump might have found good timing here. He might have. I think Cell was checking this.
No. Okay,
We're good.
I think he lost aim assist just for a second there with like the light pull. I got nervous, but now it leads to 2. Scump going huge. Give him a 3rd as the king going huge. Late, the 4th is there, but Dashy's gonna nab it. But they get the retake done. 5th round on the board for OpTic Texas.
And listen, I'm gonna get props to Scump there, right? To regain composure. But how is Faze not? How are you not watching that flank, right? Like, how is that so open where he's just able to turn that into a 4 versus 2? Yeah, it definitely loses some aim assist there. But look, right? I mean, Cell's all the way in spawn watching the full flame. Nobody has the middle push, and because of that, Scump finds the opening, and he's going to give them the round win.
Well, it was all Cell and Shotzzy to that point, but Scump, what a moment. 1 round away from, I think, shocking Mini.
And Cell's got a glide bomb. Oh, okay. He gets another one. I don't know what number it is, but it's all of them.
His first blood numbers are just ludicrous at this point, but it's Abizi now trying to answer back. There's just mayhem around this site.
He's trying to. They're trying to find him. Look, he planted the bomb. This man is out. He gets another one. It's his playground. Abizi's gonna bounce back. Now we're into a 2-1-2.
Thank God. I mean, if Shotzzy got another one, this one's probably done. But you've got a chance here for your Faze to get it to around 11. But tucked away, it is Scump. It's his turn now. 4 in a row. It's all on Cellium. Can the man make the play? He can't quite finish the kill. 17 seconds to go. Scump is at the window. He's going to get the spot. The pre-fire is there. He's worried about the flank. The pistol's going to hit. It's damage to everybody, but there's 8.5 on the clock. There's not enough time to go, and OpTic get it done in shocking fashion. Unbelievable.
The squad is vibing, and why not? I mean, this man Shotzzy's in first bloods. He's planting bombs.
Yeah, I'm going to need a total tally on how many first bloods it was, but it might have been like 7 to 10. It's somewhere in that realm. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. And he's laughing again. All right, here we are. We're still rolling. Having some fun.
We're in top 4 now. This is a $250,000 tournament. They've made it to Sunday. They have made it to Sunday. And right now, for Faze, you lose both of those S&Ds. I'm just going to be honest. Their offense is just abysmal. If Abizi's not getting a first blood, it just feels like they don't really know what to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's where we thought the opening might be in this series. I don't understand how a lineup with those 4 players can be struggling in so many moments in Search and Destroy. But the fact is they are. And Cell, I mean, he puts up a bomb. He drops 13. But it was Shotzzy. We can see 6 first bloods at least listed there. I mean, his impact was unbelievable.
Well, that's at round 10, so he got 7. It was 7, yeah. So 7 first bloods. Not only was he doing that, like, he was also the one who gets the bomb down. That last round was just ridiculous.
Oh,
Wait, 6, right? Yeah, we didn't go to round 11. It was 10. I'm silly. But
no,
yeah.
You're good. But 6 still, I mean, of his 10 kills and like 2 were follow-ups. So just insane. We're checking out some of the highlights here from a thrilling and entertaining Search and Destroy. Cell and Shotzzy traded blows. So that was Shotzi's POV. We saw from Simps when he was trying to hit the snipe. That's just
that was ridiculous.
That's a few to the forehead and you're just gone.
Then he's ready for the next one onto Abizi, pushing on through, trying to hit that position. It was 4 rounds in a row after Atlanta Faze went up 2-0. Dashy with some ridiculous plays. That pistol, I mean, between him and Simp, those pistols are nuts. And then it was Faze who fought on back. Cell, in a much needed round, found an ace to try to propel them forward. The OpTic, they clutched on up.
Yeah, it's like as much as you can hype Shotzzy as much as you want or Cellium's plays, like I think the round for me is still this. It was Scump. Like in this round 9, just the ability to get 3, especially like whatever you want to call it, the mental toughness or trigger discipline. Like it looked to us like he lost a little bit of aim assist. That's where we're like, whoa, it looked a little wonky, and that's usually what the case is. But the fact that he turned that into 3, We've all been there. You lose a little bit, you start to panic. Not scum.
Just walks up P5. It's just like, hello. Hey, guys, I'm here. Oh, you guys playing the bomb? Nice. Let's hang out. You guys want to hang out, watch a movie? All right, I'm going to just take 3 of you down. And that was an easy retake for OpTic, but there you can see it. Through the S&Ds and a clutch Tuscan hardpoint. They're moving on. Top 4.
Yeah, I mean the search isn't the most shocking thing, but that map 4, I mean that was everything.
No, it is shocking. It is shocking. Play with a sub, like
you're right. It is shocking. I mean, just with how Faze has been playing, especially this event, like you said that in round 1 percentage they were like 15th. Like they have not been good in search, but the map 4, yeah, I mean the scump play late in a tense moment. I mean, just think about those last couple of maps. You got a 6-point hard point, you go around 10 almost the entire way. That was, I'll be honest with you, that was a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. You just, with the way Faze has been playing, and opted with a fill-in, I was worried it might be a stump, but that was not the case. We got to have some fun. We hope you enjoyed it at home, but for now, let's get it back to the desk and hear what the hell they thought about that.
Hey, yo, Maven, I thought it was going to be a blowout. I thought Faze were going to kick OpTic. But you know what? No illy, no problem. It doesn't even matter. General showed up in a big way. But not only that, yo, that man Shotzi was on Demon Hour the entire series.
No, the first bloods that he got, not only in that last S&D, but in the first one as well. I mean, he was just the man making the play on the map. And we got to talk about the fact that Faze might just have a mental block on Berlin S&D. They lose it to OpTic at Major 1. They lose it to LAG in Major 2. And now they fall to OpTic with a sub to close the series out 6-4. I mean, nobody expected this. This is insane.
No, they have a mental block on being the best in the game. This was their shot. They couldn't beat OpTic. You know, no diss to Faze because you guys are good. You're great.
With the chest.
Not the best in the game. You're second best. That's a feat right there. Nameless.
Guys, this is a mind-blowing performance out of OpTic Texas. Like,
that is crazy.
I'll be honest. Like, there have been times where I've doubted them before, but I have never doubted them more headed into a series versus Atlanta Faze, who have been dominating all weekend long. They have a substitute player. They lose their IGL. They haven't even looked that great throughout this tournament. They come into this, they dominate both search and destroys. Scump turns up in that hard point. Like, this is an insane victory. And this like establishes like, yo, we're not going anywhere, Faze. You literally cannot beat us. There were so many rounds where Shotzi just had his way with them in that search and destroy on Berlin. Like, and this happened before as well. Like, this isn't the first time Shotzi has been able to do that against him. He just has their number.
Well, Nameless, let's talk about it, man. That search and destroy, Maven called it out. So Shotzi, he's responsible for 6 first bloods, right? But it's not only that, it's what he did after the first bloods.
Absolutely.
And the first 2 wins by OpTic, he had 4 kills in a row. He went 4-0. He was perfect.
It was rounds 3 and 4. He got the first blood, and then he insta-chow somebody else, gets the second one. And then the next round, he gets the first blood across the map. Somebody runs at him. He gets that kill as well. He just gets away with his life. That elusive movement. He just knows what he needs to do to give his team a buff in the round, and they're capitalizing on it.
It's one thing to get that first blood and get traded out. It's a whole other thing to get a first blood, hold that information, and continue to play your life and still have an impact on the round. And that's what Shotzi did. Cellium dropped 13 and 5. Berlin is probably Cellium's best map, and they still lost with him going off. So OpTic, I mean, the composure when they went down as well to make that mid-game decision change of the pace and just hit B-site, that aggressiveness to throw Atlanta Faze off their rocker, incredible.
Shout out to OpTic Texas for the big win. And matter of fact, speaking of them, we have an interview with the king himself. It's gonna be scumpy. Let's get him up on the screen. Yo, Seth. Dog, you guys did it. My question to you, look at him. He wants to bust that smile out. Hey, yo, Seth, all right, you know, I would compare and ask you, you know, what's the difference like having General from Illy, but, you know, scratch that. General deserves a spotlight. How much did he help this team out in a win like this against Faze?
I mean, it's a huge difference. Jordan plays a literally completely different role than Ender, so we've been just trying to make him comfortable within our system. And I mean, that's obviously showed in the Florida match. We had probably about like 8 maps total played with Jordan. So it was pretty tough because we played our first match with Ender just throwing Jordan back in after not practicing with them for a couple days. But he's really meshed well. He's doing really well on the comms. He's directing a lot of traffic as well. So he's just been really great so far. And, you know, we're just trying to build on whatever we can at this point, you know, until Ender gets back to healthy. So it was a big win. I don't know how we did it, but here we are.
A little bit of a 2-part question for you. One, I have to ask, the play on the hard point, when you were making the pinch onto P1, were you coming to your team? Were you trying to get the timing right? Like, that is what broke the hill and ended up giving you guys that dub. It was a huge play for you to play it patiently, wait for the opportune time to make that push. And then on the flip side, not having Ender in comms, has it been kind of a toss-up on who's making the play calls, or has anybody really stepped up?
Nah, it's definitely a collaboration of all of us pitching in whenever we need to. Ender definitely did the heavy lifting in that aspect, I would say, whenever we were playing with him. But now that he's not on the team, I mean, we kind of still did it with him on the team, but now it's like extra. We're all putting in a little bit more communication. But yeah, the pinch play, I don't really know what happened. Kind of blacked out for a second, and I was just saying, I have a pinch, which I didn't even know if I had a pinch because I saw one cross, and I thought he was going to hold the pinch, but I just got a good timing, so it worked out.
Seth, I gotta ask you, man, how? Like, what is the game plan coming into a series like this? You have a substitute player, you're going up against your rival that you had battles with throughout this season. So what's the game plan coming into this? Knowing, do you think you just have to win both search and destroys? What are you guys talking about leading up to this match?
I mean, we kept saying we got a Neslo in 2-3-5, but we actually ended up winning a hard point. So we just thought we were going to have to get through. I mean, after first map especially, we got 100 points. So we thought we were just going to have to win the searches and the control. We came out hot in the first round of the control, and I started making some weird noises. But yeah, we got the hard point. We just needed one respawn. I mean, that's basically how we're going to go into all of our series. I mean, one respawn, and our search is hopefully going to carry us through.
Hey, Scope, congrats on the big win. That was phenomenal. We were going crazy in the green room, man. We'll catch you next time. And, hey, shout out to the Green Wall. You guys are fantastic.
Hey, thank y'all. Have a good day.
Oh, anytime, man. So, all right. I mean, what do we even make of this right now? FaZe is out of the event. OpTic moves forward. General's looking comfortable.
I mean, it's just very scary for the competition, like when Illy comes back too. General's playing phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's playing absolutely phenomenal, but Illy is the final part of this team. If they're playing like that with a makeshift roster, whew.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series on the day, and you got to be lying to yourself if you're saying that this event isn't just popping right now. Shout out to Belong for throwing this event in their arena, and coming up next, we're gonna have Boston versus the Los Angeles Thieves, but hey, this is it. OpTic knocked out Atlanta FaZe, the favorites to win this whole event, and now look what's happening. This event is up for anybody, and with any given Sunday coming up tomorrow, who knows what's gonna be across the horizon. But for this last series, I can't wait. Let's go.
The CDL Pro-Am Classic is brought to you by Belong Gaming Arenas. With high-end PCs, consoles, and community events daily, Belong is the place to go for gamers of all levels. Belong has arenas in Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Houston, and Nashville, with more locations coming to a city near you. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, everybody that's tuning in right now, this has been pandemonium. This has been crazy. We just got off of a hot series where OpTic Texas knocked the Atlanta Faze out of the event. And now we have one more series on the day. We have Boston Breach. Boston Breach versus Los Angeles Thieves is going to be a good one. My name is Veli. You guys already know the deal. This is Ali. This is Nameless. And Nameless, man, it seems like event after event, play day after play day, we just continuously get mind blown after these events.
We do, and I think we're about to have another mind-blowing one. I think Thieves are going to take this series. I feel like Kenny's going to have a bounce-back series in this one, and they just look so much better in their last one. But yes, I think that it's finally time they turn the tides. Boston haven't looked that hot this event, to be honest. I feel like they've been slipping up, especially some machine gun players at times.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about Boston for a moment, because Boston is a team that has been making strides this season, right? Top 6, top 4, and now they're looking at making it even better run for the Pro-Am Classic. And you say the subs need to step up in a big way. I mean, I agree. Boston still has a ton of potential heading into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I just think they've been a little bit inconsistent. In Search and Destroys, we've seen some great moments out of Nero, but it was really Methods in the last series that took over. You know, 1.32, like absolutely popping off, which has sort of been the story for this Boston team. When they are all consistent, they're playing super well. Just can they put that together? And throughout this one, it's been some of the same. So still waiting for them to get over that hump. But for the game field keys to victory, what does Boston need to do, Allie?
Well, they need to continue the AR dominance. Since the beginning of Major 2 qualifiers, he's first in KD with a 1.27. That's going to be likes of Methods. We saw it yesterday in the Berlin S&Ds as well. A lot of clutches coming out of him. A 1v2 followed by a 1v3 to keep them pushing up into Saturday and find success on a second control map. 5-1 on last Tuscan controls. They are insane at Tuscan. They have the auto van on Gav, and now they're going to be heading into a Berlin control in this series and figure out offensive blows in bow cage S&D. Winning 32% of offensive rounds this year on bow cage, which is last overall, and that is going to be the second map of this series. So a little bit in favor of the side of LAT, but again, this has been a month off for teams to work on these issues.
No, I really like that last point, because overall throughout the entire year, Search and Destroy has been one of Boston's strong points, right? That's something that we really considered a big dub every time we walked into that. So hopefully they could clear things up against the Los Angeles Thieves team that are looking to really make waves, especially with that big win yesterday, right? So, Allie, when it comes to Los Angeles Thieves, there's a lot of questions about this roster. We're talking about Kenny, Draws, and all them. What do you make of this squad?
They've had to seriously battle their way into today, right? After the full sale against New York, they had to battle their way against the Challengers teams, and they forced their way into it, and it's all on to Kenny for me personally. With the 0.5 in that series and still going negative even when they're winning convincingly, I need to see a turnaround for him in this role switch to the sub, and if it's not working, maybe we need to switch back. But map 1 is in their favor, as it's going to be a Gabutu, so he's going to be able to get comfortable early in the series.
And earlier on in the season, I had my doubts against Octane, but Octane has stepped up in the biggest way possible. And now we need Kenny to really join him on that upward swing. But when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Nameless.
Yeah, for LA Thieves, they have to lock down the map for Tuscan Hardpoint. Boston 0-2 this weekend with L's to Paris and Ultra NA. When you look at Tuscan Hardpoint, Thieves 7-2 in that map. Despite them being in a slump, they've still been good at Tuscan HP. Then Kenny needs to find a groove in his new role. 0.8 KD this season, rest of the team above a 1.08. Yes, he switched to a new role, but what has Draza done in that new role as well? He has popped off, so maybe that was sort of where they were leaning towards with that decision, putting Draza there because they know what he's going to be capable with in AR in that role. And then now Kenny finding more comfortability in that last series on that Berlin. We saw him pop off on that rotation to P3. That's what we need. And then we'll need to continue S&D improvements versus Boston. 57% round win percentage this weekend, ranked second, 12th coming into the Pro-Am. So clearly in this month off, JCap and the boys have been heavily focused on Search and Destroy, and it's really showing off. We've seen what Envoy's been doing. They did get full sailed, but before that, they were up 5-0. They were playing good in that Search and Destroy. So there has been some improvements.
No, so, I mean, logically, we would all think that Boston Breach are definitely going to win this game because of LAT's struggles recently. But if Los Angeles Thieves win, don't call it a comeback. This is what this team is built for, right? So let's see if en route to the redemption tour, if they can pull out a big win versus Boston, which is not going to be easy at all. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the last series of the day. Boston Breach and the Los Angeles Thieves. Bryson Tunn, fellas, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you very much, fella. Yes, we're going to the games once again, and obviously it's going to be a little bit difficult to top that last series, but we are playing for the very last slot in our Final Four and into Sunday. Boston Breach for ZA Thieves.
Yeah, when I see we had this one, I was very, very excited to see how it was going to go down. When you look at it on paper, this should be a banger, but we're going to have to follow that other game somehow. So hopefully the guys can show up and give us a good series, because that was a crazy one just beforehand with OpTic and Faze. But this should be interesting. You know, we've kind of seen a bit of a resurgence from LA Thieves. This is looking a bit more like the team that we expected to see this year, outside of the full sale. We will try and forget about that, as will most of Thieves fans. Going up against a team that have surprised in the Boston Breach, but who are maybe dropping off just a little bit. Haven't looked that great so far this weekend. This is how the maps and modes are figuring itself out. Gavutu, Pakash, Berlin, Tuscan, as we're getting ready to jump into map number 1. Yeah, but I'm just curious at how it is going to work, because Thieves have looked better. It's hard to say exactly why things have necessarily looked better, because we haven't necessarily seen the top level from Kenny yet that we could potentially see with him in that SMG role. And he's going up against somebody who is really good with the SMG. Of course, he's going to have to go and match up with Cap. So I'm curious how the dynamic is going to work out in this series, but nonetheless, Brycey, very excited.
Yeah, me too. We're going to have to find out exactly how these two look going into Sunday and finding out which is more likely to give the better game for our remaining teams. But on paper, for the very least, I think Boston Breach have got essentially the better kind of record for coming into this. They have been on the constant improvement. There haven't been a ton of weaknesses for it. LA Thieves, it's up, it's down, it's sometimes maybe good, sometimes we'll find out how they're playing. But let's get into this first one, then on to P1. We're going straight into the ring with both teams and jumping into TJ, and that's a full wipe from Boston.
Yeah, that's pretty much a full wipe from Boston. Everybody dead apart from one. Not the start that you want if you're the Thieves, but either way, they are going to get themselves forced away. But perfect grenade from TJ. And so often you do see these come on through, but the thing is, you can't wait for them. You have to make the move forward, and Draza's the only one who's been able to answer back. Boston Breach coming in to map number 1, very, very hot. They're going to be looking to try and force their way over towards P2 shortly. They got the side of spawns that they want to keep a hold of for now. 20 seconds still remaining here on P1.
No, trying to get that 2 bits to lock it down, not going to be able to. Now we are going over to boat, and you can see already Draza is here. They'll be looking to claw all that time back. They weren't able to get off of P1 as well. Any reinforcement for him? That's going to be the key thing, because if he doesn't get any reinforcements, they won't get the trades. Fortunately, it's going to be Envoy that comes through, and it will mean LA Thieves have an opportunity.
This is the perfect time to just get a little reset if you're the Thieves. Absolutely worst start possible, of course, when it does come down to P1, but you can lock in this rotation. They have done, and they found the kills alongside of it. Problem is for them, they do have Boston Breach spawning over towards the green side. You'd ideally like to swap that for the rotation, then maybe get a hold of P1. It's kind of a toss-up, isn't it? It's positives to either side when heading over towards the beach, but either way, looking good for them on the lockdown here. Octane up top, 3 and 3 for him. The start wasn't necessarily the best, but they're locking down some good time here, Bryce.
They are. This is exactly what they needed as they got back onto it as well. And one of the things you do want to keep an eye out for on this map, I've got to point him out, Methods. Every time I've seen him play on Gavutu, he is a force to be reckoned with. And they could do with another MVP performance from him in this series to get them top 4. At the moment, Draza playing ring around. I don't think he knew anybody was there. It's going to be Capsule who eventually takes him down as they now try and fight for P3. At the moment, Boston Breach have the spawns.
Looking good for Breach to got P1 ring control as well. Capsule up here with the AR. And that is where it is really going to come into things here for the side of Boston. If Methods can have a game, this is going to be a hard map for Thieves to win. Octane and Coda doing a good job of getting rid of Capsule. TJ soaking up that hill time. Let's see Nero pushed all the way up. He's actually evaded one. Is he going to be able to survive a little bit longer? I'd like to see what he's doing, but surviving is the answer. TJ inside the point knows the push is going to come. Draza with the gunny though, and Envoy is there to help out. A really, really nice break from Thieves. And this is the perfect situation for them for holding down this last 30 and then rotating towards P4.
See Envoy just trying to clear the back here as well, and TJ just getting away with his life and causing a bit of an issue. But eventually does take him down, and you are right. Now that Boston Breach have been pushed out of that and scrap time goes to LA, they are going to have this rotation locked in pretty well. And that's exactly what I'm talking about with Methods. That long-range shot just picked him out of the air. And you see, can they find a gap? Here comes Kenny, auto in hand at the moment. I know a lot has been said already this weekend about how he's going to cope with the role change coming in, but on this map, obviously, you can run as many ARs as you like.
Oh yeah, everybody running ARs at this point. SMGs maybe just to get in there at the forefront, maybe when you're a little bit closer, but you've got to clear out everybody on your way there. if you are 100 Thieves, yeah, it's very, very difficult now. Method's trying to lock this down this right-hand side. Octane will get taken down. Still holding this rock, and there's a second for Methods. Should get traded this time around by Kenny, and does so. Envoy here now. A little bit of pressure here for Thieves, but they're not close enough, and this time is just ticking up. That's 30 seconds uncontested for the Boston Breach.
See Octane trying to punch his way through. Not going to be quite able to. Kenny getting another one down, but it's Methods again. Another two. It's a three-piece from Methods. Just shuts everybody down and says, hey, I don't know if you've heard about me on Gavudu. Kind of my map. That's his fault as well. Locked in. 16 and 7 now. Boston Breach have heavily relied on his skills with an AR on this map time and time again. And it's looking like the same old story. Methods on a 5 streak. Probably will be playing for those streaks now. But already Nero heading all the way around the back for this next spawn.
Yeah, Chef Zinni is cooking right now. That is a ridiculous stat line coming out from Zinni. Look at the score line as well. It's not necessarily the worst here for Thieves. Are very much in touch and distance, but Methods really has led the charge for his team. And they need to start soaking up a little bit more time to benefit from that. I would like to say with Methods putting in these numbers, he would maybe like to see a bit of a better hold so far. But still, 40-point lead, solid enough. They've got control of green here as well. The assault from Thieves is in. Octane, Kenny combining well. Kenny can't finish his dinner, and Nero will just about survive. Octane in the point, though.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit worried here. Fortunately, reinforcements are coming thick and fast all the way through boat. Octane desperate to hold this one down. You can see they aren't really going to give him any more pressure. They are heading over for this reset here, going back into P1. Caps was already here first, but I'll tell you something. As we head into our second set of rotations, this is very, very close. Neither team really able to get a significant amount of distance between them.
Yeah, Bridge for all, though, they're winning most of the rotations. I think it was maybe 3 out of the 5 there at least. Haven't really got a lot to write home about, considering how well Zinni is playing right now. I mean, he isn't missing, which is fantastic news, but you need to make sure things are happening with it. That's 4 dead. You should now be able to push through, find the spawns that you want to get a hold of, and then make your move over towards P2 in around 40 seconds or so. Zinni at this moment in time, though, 22 and 10. Record stat line on this one, I'll have to get reminded of it, but he's on course, sir. My goodness, 5 in a row. I wouldn't have maybe put it against him to find Octane as well. It's a 40-point lead for Boston Breach off the back of a 24-11 stat line from Methods.
That is an outrageous stat line for them as well. Eventually, LA Thieves will end up breaking in, and it has been just a ridiculous time for them. You can see at the moment. We are going to go and find out how these players are feeling, though. Let's jump onto a Boston Breach listening.
Watch out, Cole. Are you alive? Above you. And Kenny's above you. Somewhere.
I'm trying to go top boat.
Kenny, watch out, new. Kenny, watch out, new. Watch out, I'm gonna take guys.
I didn't even hit him, fuck.
He's one shot.
They're side hole, yep, they're side hole.
He could be first cut.
Nice,
nice. Bring steps, Tomboy. Bring steps, Tomboy down. Jaws is here, Jaws is here. Jaws is the first guy.
Oh, we can't.
Top out, right side. Fight him. Give me cliff.
Nice. I got
cliff. I stunned him. Top cliff going low cliff. I'm watching. I have your hole only.
Okay. Watch my top.
Guys, get me some top out.
Okay, I'm on my top out.
Hole on top.
He's it. Another one, hold it. I'll even him. He's there. He's just sitting there. Envoy is just sitting there. Nice.
Nice. Let me take it. Josh, coming.
Nice. We're coming as fast as we can.
Guys, can you fuck it, guys? Can you get my boat?
I'm trying to.
I have low cliff.
Then go your top boat. Then go to your boat.
I'll go on cliff. They're weak by a nade. I got one. Cliff. You do a low hole. Hold low tower.
I got your cliff.
OC tower. Tower rocket. Low hole.
I got your hole. I got your hole.
Josh, nice.
Hold. Yep. Oh, it's
watch out, close, guys.
I'm watching top cliff weak. Dude, there's 3 old. There's 3 old.
I'm trying.
Another one.
Oh, I got me. Alright, 2 old. Mid take
I can get it to him.
You sure?
I got new to him.
Guys, get ring stats free. Can you get ring stats free or no? Yeah. I can call out.
Do you have pinch cap?
Wow, Boston Breach spitting fire on Gavudu at the moment, not just in-game comms, but also from the gunny. Huge holds from TJ. And Capsule picks up a 2-piece as well. They are now in the lead, and that has seemed to be the case for the majority of this. I wonder if they can now push us over the line, Ton.
Yeah, Capsule to find those 2 kills, but Methods dies over towards P1. It's just allowed every single player from Thieves to get a little bit of purchase over towards the hill. That's to be a fight from the back from the Breach. Can they find these kills? Capsule will find 2, though, with the SMG up close and personal. Still P1 control for LA Thieves, which is important when you're thinking about the P4 rotation and for putting the fire down. Trying to stop as much points going over towards Boston Breach as possible here. Gunfights on the transition, well, they're 50-50. Thieves are in the spot to maybe do something here on this rotation, but it is not clean cut. A good full 50 points or so here. Heading over towards P4 puts them right back in their game.
Yeah, this is everything they need right now. Can they throw up the walls? Can they hold fast against Boston Breach while looking to end this game on this hill if they can? Kenny already going to find TJ by the cliff. More on the bow, and it's going to be Kenny again. Just trying to stem the tide of Boston Breach, moving their way through it. Eventually it's Capital, and there are so many Boston Breach about to hit Cliff here as well. Draza finds the first one, Draza finds the second and the third, and just completely shuts down any semblance of a push there. LA Thieves have this one locked in, and they are now going for map control. This could come down to a very tight game.
The wherewithal from Draza. He knows there's going to be somebody on the outer. ROKKR just pushes, just completely takes him out of the game, and he's got 2 free kills. It might have looked like a nice and easy 3-piece, but big brain from Draza in that situation. Fantastically done. Thieves well and truly back into this game, and they haven't stopped here either. Octane up top, but will get taken down. But they do have members around. It was Kenny. He is going to fall, but it's now about breaking over towards green. For Boston Breach here, expand out, get control of both. It's so important that Methods and TJ stay alive here. For the Thieves, where's your break going to come from?
Well, this is it. The Thieves do not have a lot of time. They really only have one big push in them. Envoy already going down, so is Kenny. Nero trying to find somebody, but it's Octane already gets a kill back, but he does go down. It's only Draza. The magic can't happen as Nero cuts him to ribbons. And now LA Thieves, they just got to run. They've got to sprint and hope that they can find some magic to get into this one as Nero cuts down Envoy, and nobody else from them is close. LA Thieves are going to lose this first hard point. Boston Breach hold fast, and they will go up 1-0 in this. Methods again, it's Gavudu. It's another great stat line.
Yeah, and honestly, just the AR's doing a great job. Just a perfect example towards the end of that game there of the ARs locking down the cuts. They've got the sight lines, they've got the kills. You can't get anywhere near it if you're Thieves. A really good hold from Thieves over towards P4, but Boston Breach just say, right, okay, let's just count our blessings here. Let them have it. Let's set up over towards green, and they do not even get a sniff. Boston Breach, a fantastic map number 1, 250 to 209, but for the most part in control, thanks to a 32 and 17 stat line out of Methods. 23 untraded kills. You'll love to see it from him. Fantastic map out of the Boston Breach.
Yeah, it certainly is. I do have one question, though. Considering how dominant Methods was, especially in the first half of that game, the game was still very, very close. Like, he's running a lot of kills, obviously, away from these points and kind of cutting them down. Very difficult to deal with. And I'll tell you something, if they can kind of convert that kind of more meaningful into time on hills, it'd be ridiculous. Exactly. By the way, that 3-piece is outrageous.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it in real time, but that is phenomenal from Methods. Picks up another there on the Draza. But yeah, it's a query, isn't it? When it does come down to this map specifically, it's very rotational heavy in comparison to some of the other hardpoint maps, I would say. I know obviously rotations are obviously always important, but I feel like it's super important when it does come down to at least 3 or 4 of the hills here on Gavutu. So maybe, you know, he's holding those cuts and he needs his teammates still to be pitching in to find in those small gunfights inside of the point, those big important ones, of course. I mean, Methods' kills were all very, very important as well, but you need your SMGs to be stepping up. We really seen Capital step up in the second half of that, though, and that's allowed Boston Breach to continue what they were doing in that first half when Methods dropped off just a little bit. So, you know, I think they're just filling gaps where they need to be. I feel as if, you know, the rest of the team didn't need to necessarily do too much of a job when Methods was going off. They stepped up in a big way, though, when he didn't necessarily find as many kills towards that second half. But nonetheless, Boston Breach overall a good team performance, I would say, on Gavutu. And heading into Barkaj Search and Destroy, they'll be feeling confident after that one. That was a pretty good win for them, and you know, he's sitting there on the main stage. This is a good chance for them to get themselves in a good spot once again. Thieves, though, bit of a slow start. I'd like to see a little bit more at the Search and Destroy. For the most part, it has been good, barring that complete disaster, of course, up against New York. But other than that, it's looked good. So let's see if they can turn around here in map number 2. Yeah, and here's the thing coming into this one. I feel like Boston are a more consistent team. I feel like people have a lot more faith in Boston than they do LA Thieves. LA Thieves, there is just almost no kind of confidence in them coming into almost any single match they're playing at the moment, and that's something they're hoping to rectify. But here are our key players and top performers for Search and Destroy. Capital, of course, the Phenom on the map at a 1.19 against Envoy with a 1.04. Well, let's find out how that actually plays out, Tom. Yeah, interesting to see how it is going to work, but it's nice to see Envoy back in and amongst it. The root band's starting to get paid a little bit more here, I would say, throughout the season. Things are getting just that little bit better, but Capital has been a thorn in teams' sides, especially when it does come down to Search and Destroy. And, well, I mean, any sort of map that you would like to see him on, Barkaj is pretty much number 1. I'm very much looking forward to see who's going to get control of Grandmas, and those two are really going to be a crucial part of that fight, you would imagine. So So let's see how things are going to break down on the... I was about to say the new look, because it was a while ago. It was a while ago that it changed. But it definitely changed the dynamic of things, though. I've really enjoyed watching Search and Destroy and Bocage since that change-up did come on through. Honestly, I feel like it's new because we casted it when it was new, like a month ago, then had a month break, and then we're back into it casting again. So it feels new to me, Brycey. It still feels new.
Well, I've played this map about 8,000 times in rank plays. It no longer feels new to me. It just feels like Bocage. But I'll tell you something. Bear in mind the pressure for this one. It is an individual event. The Pro-Am Classic is single elimination. There is no second chance for any of these teams. And they know that also means that there is a very quick route to the final if they can find the wins out the gate here. And both these two teams would love to start cementing into that top 4, play 2 games tomorrow, and you win the entire thing. So a lot of pressure for every single one of these. Boston Breach, slight mental edge at the moment coming into it, of course. Winning that hard point and now going on to the search. We'll have to find out who has what it takes. But here are the statistics for how it's gone so far. Thieves statistically better on Bocage against Boston Breach.
Let's see if they can get something done here, the Thieves. Answer back to what was a very good map number 1 from Boston Breach. And honestly, as I said, their search hasn't looked bad at all. Really has not. And let's see if they can get something done here. Honestly, I kind of agree with what Nameless said at the beginning of the show, of this game specifically. Haven't been that impressed with Breach, and Caps it up. Going to get himself caught out immediately. It's a very aggressive defense coming out from Boston. Los Angeles Thieves, though, have answered back in turn. Complete A-site control.
Oh, we might actually see a reverse play. Actually, Kenny, just with the kind of knowledge to sit there and wait for it. And now, Boston have taken the enemy spawn, but that bomb is planted against them. TJ coming under a little bit of fire, tries to use that nade to take down Octane. Is he going to do it? Methods is going to try and get through, and Octane takes him back as well, and they don't get a single kill here, Boston.
The God Tank, as we like to call it. It's a very, very difficult gunfight, is that one, especially when you got somebody like Octane up top. Finds that final kill. Just the aggression from both teams. Doesn't work out for Breach. You kind of, in those scenarios, you lose that first gunfight. It's always a little bit hectic from that point. Thieves make it count for them. Nice and aggressive to kick things off. Kind of round that you like, a quick one, a nice and easy one to start the comeback after, what was it, probably a disappointing map number 1 for them. Seems a little, I was about to say, it seems a little bit more passive. TJ wipes out Kenny immediately, 3v4.
Octane now looking for these players. You can see him through the push as well, and that is a great spot for anybody. Rank players, Octane takes down 2, refuses to let anything go as well. Now Boston, they had the first blood and nothing else. They do not have bomb and rarely have map position. What they will be looking for, though, is a kill. Can they find some way of bringing this back to a 2 versus 2? And Draza's thrown his shoulder, and all that knowledge is now there.
Just the pause in the chaos that is Bocage for a moment. I think very, very difficult to ascertain what players know yet. A little bit of a mixy one, but it's going to kind of all be on TJ this one, I think. Is he going to get the information? Yes, he is. He's going to get the kill as well. There's Envoy, lines them up, and that's a round for Breach. Just good aggressive play out of TJ. Not scared in a 2v2 just to hold a position, moving around, cutting off different points in the map. And that's just finding plenty of information. He'll be like, right, nobody here, nobody there, nobody here. And that's giving the info to Cap. And he gives him plenty of info in the bottom left of his screen when he sees 2 kills come up with TJ on the left-hand side. Wrapping up the round nicely for Boston Breach, a little bit more like it. Moving into round number 3, tied up here.
Yeah, that is exactly what they wanted to bring this back to a 1-1. However, we will now have Thieves on the attack. A bit of wallbanging coming in. Draza trying to just check every single corner, going straight into Granite as well. Very aggressive play. His teammates are not with him. If he gets caught, it can't be traded. However, now a little bit of reinforcements. It looks like they might take mid-map control. Nero might be one of the first players under the gun here. There are players all underneath him. Capsule looking for these players coming through as well. TJ trying to get out as well. He's been caught and somehow stays alive and runs away. And Nero capitalizes on it.
TJ's a slippery little sucker. Gets himself out of there very, very quickly. The rest of the team then sweep on through. There's 2 kills going to go there. Well, then 2 kills go Thieves' way, so 2 versus 2.
This is chaotic.
It is chaotic. I mean, it's Bocage, mate. What do you expect?
Well, at the moment, you can see TJ's looking for a player here, and Octane guns him down again. And now Methods for a 1 versus 2. trying to hold this angle all the way at the back. He doesn't see anybody so far. I don't think he saw anybody on his screen either. So he has no information that these players were here a few seconds ago. And now with bomb down, Method still in a 1 versus 2. He has to find these 2 players. And he has to do it in 40 seconds.
It's so tough. Doesn't have any information. Oh, he draws that. Yeah, by the hair on his chinny chin, will get away. Methods now will have to push around and still have to find 2. They line up Octane on the bomb, not gonna happen. Well played from Thieves, a 2v4. And if you're Boston Breach, you can't let that happen. But I said things just can't get chaotic on Bukaj. The players push in bottom grandmas. It comes down to a couple of 50-50 fights. They win it, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2 and very doable. Well played from the Thieves. Find themselves in the lead once more.
I think Octane is playing out of his skin every time they need him. He is winning those oh-so-crucial gunfights. And this is where, if Thieves are going to kind of shrug off that last beating they took, they might be able to find it here. Bit of an aggressive push from Boston. Camps have already been stunned. Going to see it come down, but Octane again takes the gunfight, wins the gunfight, almost gets a second. But no trade coming in for Boston, and now they're a man down.
Yeah, beams only from Octane at the moment. Finding everything he possibly can do to help his team out at 8-1. And now they've got a lot of map control here. Don't really have anybody watching the site specifically, but they got Grandma's control. They can transfer there very, very fast. Boston Breach, what's the play? You can see already Methods is making a move round over towards Riverside. If they can find a pick over towards B, that could be the play, but not much to go with here for Boston Breach.
They're looking for something, anything here, just to find some information in a kill. It's going to be TJ, and he gets taken down. And now Nero has to make some sort of godlike play. He wants to get a trade himself. The time is ticking away. Methods finds one into River. Could be a potential rotation here. Try and play the odds for them. They are. Nero's going for it at the same time. Needs Methods on Overwatch as he goes for this plant. But they have so few time here. Surely Thieves are going to chow, and they do. Methods isn't overlooking. And now he might just hide.
Yeah, not much you can do there. Methods looking to maybe not feed into Octane's potential streaks. There's another one for Sam LaRue. My goodness. Absolute takeover on Bukaj right now.
Somewhere Lando's just saying human tyrant to himself.
I can see him. He's in the green room. Him and Chance are laughing right now, I promise.
But Octane has stepped it up on this S&D and stepped it up to a whole new level. Boston just cannot find a way to deal with him. And this is what we talk about with LA Thieves. We don't know what Thieves we're getting whenever we go into any game mode at all. Envoy doesn't have a kill so far in 4 rounds, but Octane has 10.
Truly absurd game out of Octane so far. I mean, he doesn't even see players at this point. He's spraying through walls. He's very, very close. He'll be looking to get a hold of that glide bomb. So important on a map like this to get yourself that streak if you possibly can. Important next kill coming up here for Sam.
No information. That's the key thing there. No hit markers from him. They're looking for it. And he's pre-aiming everything here. And it looks like he might try to go into that godlike tank. He sees Nero, and Nero gets away with his life. TJ is going to be close as well. LA Thieves slowly but surely getting onto A, looking for it as well. Octane just guns Capital, but eventually gets taken down after that 7th kill. TJ close though. Envoy gets one. TJ gonna be up top. He's gonna see his head as well. And TJ just jumps in the open. Kenny takes him down. And now Methods left into a 1 versus 3. Does find Kenny. Time ticking away from him here. Can he find a way through? I think he's been seen. Surely they're gonna look and wait for him here. Almost wins the gunfight versus Draza. And does get taken down. The Thieves keep on going.
This man just opening everything up here for the side of the LA Thieves. Time and time again, he finds that opening break, and the rest of the team can then just move on through. He's got the angles, and he's saying to himself, right, okay, yeah, your main AR had a good map number 1. Yeah, hold my beer.
At the moment, Boston really struggling. Let's see, though. They have the attack. They have the opportunity to choose the tempo and pace of this one. They're going straight in for it, but standing in their way. Sam LaRue Can he find his first kill as TJ comes around the corner, eventually does take him down. That's a huge first opening break because it looks like that bomb's going down as well. Envoy trying to find something here. He knows he's in trouble. He is outnumbered by Boston Breach, and that bomb going down is a difficult break.
Next kill's crucial. Could be down to Kenny to maybe find the kill over onto Capsidal. He's going to get caught himself though, isn't it? Capsidal will give him the info here. Draza will find one at Nero. Envoy finds one at the method zone. 2v2. Good shots. Finishes it off. Boston Breach switch it up with a push over towards B very, very fast. Catches LA Thieves unawares. Octane's streak had already ended, but another round where a kill doesn't go his way and isn't able to use the streaks. I think, you know, if he's in a better spot and they know that they're planting over towards B, that first kill doesn't go through onto Octane. He may well call in that glide bomb to stop that plant going down. Doesn't get the opportunities. He's back in the respawn queue. Boston Breach able to answer back. 4-2 now, Bryce.
Can Boston Breach make this comeback? That is a big question mark so far in this game. Octane gonna get taken down first blood again. And somehow they found a way to take Sam LaRue out of this game. All Boston have to do now is convert this first blood. LA Thieves kind of looking a little bit lost. They're not entirely sure they want to push. Checking all of these corners. Slowly but surely committing to an A.
Nobody really in control of Grandma's right now. A couple of lingering thoughts of a push through a door.
There's some COD timing going on, by the way. Nero twice, shoulder check there, then ran across and nobody saw him. TJ going for a nade. Is it going to be good, though? Whoa, also takes one to the chest. Gets out of it, and it's now bombed down, and Nero gets two. And TJ gets the last, and Boston convert flawlessly on that round. They played patient. They played to stay alive. And as soon as LA Thieves make a play at all, complete and total annihilation.
Huge 2 kills from Nero. Can't underestimate any of that moment. Flies on through. The first kill was great, but not to get that traded if you're a member of the Thieves. That's a tough one to take. That's a couple of rounds now for Boston. The only thing is for Thieves here, they still do have a hold of that glide bomb, and that could be super influential when it does come down to it here. On Bakaj. But look at these streaks starting going from the Boston Breach. Can they formulate that into anything? Or can Thieves bounce back?
Well, Boston Breach, current plan, kill Octane. Every time you've managed to do that off the rip, you've won the round.
Yeah, it's working. It's working.
Right now, playing it very, very patient. They haven't really taken control of everything. At some point, they may start checking towards A, but that bomb carrier doesn't really seem to know where they want to go. There's an awful lot of map left for them to check if they do start to make this push. Okay, is Kenny seeing Nero just like the shadow of ever? No, Nero sees Kenny. Kenny gets out of dodge. But Boston Breach have still not committed to anything. They have Method sitting river. And slowly, this is now you can see on the mini-map, Boston are starting to check the corners for A. They are trying to figure out if they can make a play towards it. They're taking Granny's control. They may even start rotating towards river. Look at that. Methods has got in a position where he knows they can plant.
But he's just trying to make the flank, and there comes the streak coming in. You can hear it. You got to get inside Grandma's. Plenty of information, but threads the needle. Capsidal will fall. Kenny takes a couple to the head, and Nero will find one of the Draza as well, but the challenge comes in from Envoy. Big ball plays out, and Fabi's going to have to get away. 2v2.
There's no time. There's just no time. They're going to have to go for this plant right now, and Octane is going up to the window. He wants this. Octane might be able to find it as well, and he does. Octane shuts it down. And they just burnt so much time, Boston. They played it, and he rechows Octane. I don't know if that was a good idea, son, but you got burnt for it.
The streak comes in. And the job gets done. If Capsidal can get inside of Grandma's, it may well be a different story, but the streak forces their hand. Boston Breach then have to start moving. I think that's why Octane probably called it in. There isn't a lot of time for Boston Breach to get anything done, and all of a sudden they have to stop panicking. They have to start moving because that streak is coming in. 5-3 Thieves, 14-4 out of Octane. One more round to tie the series up. Oh, look at this.
Seen both of them as well. Talbot drives there to back him up, and that has completely shut down Boston as TJ tries to get away and runs into Envoy. And this could be all over now.
Boston Breach have very little left in the tank as they go down, and it's on board with Methods one more time. He tries to get the trade, a 1 versus 3 to stay in this S&D. But for every bit as Methods was good in the hard point, Octane has been superb in the S&D, and the LA Thieves take it. It goes to 1-1.
That's a big game out of Octane. Very, very big game. The streak is another thing as well. You get on something like that and oh, stop leaving him hanging. God damn it, there we go. What a game out of him. Just finding all of the angles, finding all of the first bloods, and every round that he survived, every round that he found a kill, it felt like the Thieves could not do anything wrong. 1-1, tie it up, and deservedly so. 14-4. 3 first bloods on top of that as well. An enigmatic performance from Octane.
Capsule was actually the one being caught an awful lot by the look of it. Just ended up running into Octane a few too many times, maybe. But yeah, that was a big performance coming out of LA Thieves, and they just didn't really have a way to break it. I've got to say, that slow round we were talking about, Boston obviously were either trying to find a pick or trying to bait out that streak, or there was a plan in place. Unfortunately, the time ended up playing for them, and you can see Octane, that decisiveness. He says, hey, they have to be planning A. I don't think they're up top, and I'm going to check the window, and that's it. That's all it took, and he just completely and totally shut them down. That was every opportunity for Boston Breach to come back into this game, and it got wasted by the clock, as happened so many times.
Yeah, it's one of those where if you're passive and the other team are passive, it works out in the defensive team's favor every single time. You do not have the opportunity to put your feelers out where you need to, and yeah, not a great game out of Boston Breach there, and it was all Octane. My goodness.
No, it certainly was. Well, what a game we certainly do have on our schedule. And Boston Breach and LA Thieves are fighting for this spot into Sunday and into the top 4 here at the Pro-Am Classic. They are looking to see who can go further. Currently 1-1 and so much more to play for. We'll have to find out, though, what happens in map number 3 right after this break.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is the Pro-Am kick off the Classic, the Pro-Am Classic. And joining us here, Boston Breach and LA Thieves, and about 3,000 COD fans in the arena. And currently it's 1-1 between these two teams, and we're going to find out who can go the distance. What is on offer is a spot into Sunday, Championship Sunday, of course, and a place in our top 4. But being single elimination, there is no chance for mistakes. This match will decide it. Ton, been a good game so far.
It has been a good game, and I've been enjoying single elimination, to be honest with you. There's none.
You've already been cancelled on Reddit. They are screaming for you to get rid of
Reddit.
it.
Listen. I like it, right? So you know what? As a commentator who has absolutely no say in these decisions, I will make sure that it keeps happening. No, actually, I presume that it probably won't happen again this year. But besides the point, I've enjoyed it. I like the none of this double jeopardy kind of carry on. It's just win your game or you're out. That's it. Absolutely love to see it.
I'm not with him, Reddit. I'm not with him.
Well, yeah.
Let's talk about Octane though so far.
Yes, okay. Oh, of course. How can we not after that S&D performance of 1.29 KD over the series, about a 15 KD in the Search and Destroy? That was an absurd performance, and he's got his team at a 1-1 here, heading into map number 3. And let's see what Berlin Control looks like for either one of these two teams. I've enjoyed this so far this week. Let's see how it goes down here between these two.
Well, it seems like Burnley gets added to the rotation, and suddenly it's on everybody's list. We keep playing it over and over again. Capitals will open up towards B, and that will shut down any potential push coming through. You see Capsule just trying to fly out here, trying to find the middle at the moment. Somehow stays alive. Nero helps him out. Capsule still somehow alive for so long by Ticket. Eventually will go down. He's looking to make an entry here. Methods pre-firing, and eventually gets taken down himself, and the Thieves are in.
Yeah, Boston Bridge maybe took a little bit of a risk there with that collapse. Wanted to force the Thieves back as quick as he possibly could have done, but look at these shots from Octane once again. Just slides in, Methods gets beamed. TJ was nearly next on the list, but does find the shots. And now for Thieves, it's about maybe trying to get a little bit of purchase over towards A so you don't get trapped in your spawn. Good shots from Capsidal. The rest of Boston Breach just trying to clear Thieves out. What Thieves are doing really well here is keeping at least somebody alive, so the pressure doesn't come in too strong.
Now Nero's going to just continue to play this ticket area and push them back as far as possible. With the time running down, it does mean that essentially the Thieves are going to have to commit to A. And that's going to give Boston an opportunity to farm them just a little bit if they can find these kills. Nero's going to try and do it as well. Finds Traza. Can't find the second as Capsule takes it away from him. Pre-fires Envoy. Doesn't get that kill either, though. These are a little bit stuck here. They are spawning all the way back with 1 tick on the board.
Good push from Boston. It's such a strange map in the sense that things can change so quickly, though. It's all of a sudden 4 dead. Oh my god, Nero! He's doing it all on his own. I was about to say 4 dead, and it just puts you in a bad spot, and all of a sudden, Thieves 4 dead. Boston Breach forced them back. Nero on a 6 spree. He just has these moments every now and then, doesn't he? Thieves have managed to find another route in. Can they finish the deal here, though? Boston Breach make it 7 for Nero, make it 8 for Nero. Give him the 9th, would you?
Oh,
bloody hell, that is
so simple.
Disgraceful.
It's so easy. What a ridiculous run of fortune there as well. LA Thieves. After that
play
first
the crowd
punch.
noise. Play the crowd noise. That was good.
What crowd noise? They're actually all there, dude. Like, come on. Anyway, moving on swiftly before I get into trouble and get fined. Let's talk a little bit about the Boston Breach. Nero on a 9 streak now in this control. But here is the real proof in the pudding. Can they make a push towards B and be every bit as devastating as we've seen some teams be? Nero now on a 10, continuing this reign of terror as he heads through fire. He's looking to cut off these reinforcements. Octane's going to be in here. Did he hear those doors go? I think he did. Nero still staying alive on this flank. Still hasn't really found anyone, though.
He's running circles right now. Hasn't found anything, but there you go. Octane will fall. I mean, honestly, you would have expected Kenny just to fall again there with the way that Nero has been beaming so far. But what that has done with that push out, it means that LA Thieves have been pushed back just a little bit. It's allowed Boston Bridge a little bit of purchase over towards A here. Let's get a hold of this, and then they can make their assault over towards B. Envoy needs some help here, though, to maybe just try and slow this down.
Looking for it. He's going to bust. Oh, he's not going to bust through the window. Just gives it a little love tap. But just to go around the back in the end, and that 8-point has been secured. What he wants here now is kills. Finds one, and he's trying to be as annoying as possible. We'll see Nero at long range. MP40 doesn't quite get the kill, but that will be called out to his teammates. Nero all the way through. Eventually will go down. Kenny finds him. Now, LA Thieves will be looking to throw these walls up. You see again, Draws a familiar spot. I don't think TJ is going to go for that chow here. It's very, very difficult. They say that. They say that. He's trying to shoot his feet out. His toes are disappearing.
He's managed to get away here. Draws has done so well. And now this is the problem here for Boston Bridge, is you have somebody out there. Capsule, and maybe he's the one who can just ease this pressure as Draza will find another. If Cap could find that kill inside the point, now they're all momentarily dead, but thankfully for them, Thieves have pushed up the right-hand side. They don't have full mid-map control, so Boston Bridge can push out. They can go through fire if they wish. Great shots from TJ, but still, it's such an awkward spot because Thieves can just flank them every single time.
Oh, there's Envoy. That's another big kill coming in from the same time, and you are right. The problem with this at the moment is that B can look really, really easy to take, but you have to break it first with numbers to get that team funneling through that choke point. They're going to be trying to look for it as well. Finds Kenny. And Boston Breach, they want to find out if they can get more down. He sees Draza, tries to get it at the same time and can't. Envoy and Draza, though, do combine. That means Nero's now outnumbered, but not quite outgunned. Eventually the trade comes through. Kenny takes down Capsule. And Boston may just have to settle for this. It's a long way to be.
Honestly, I thought Thieves were in a really, really bad spot there. They were all kind of turtled up inside the point, and there was actually a pinch being set up, but huge kills off the respawn. I think it was actually from Envoy. Put themselves in a good spot to then go on to find this defensive win. Methods get in. Can he do anything about it? 4 seconds to go. TJ, gotta get your skates on. Not gonna happen. Kenny shuts them all down. And that's a big hold out of Thieves. They really needed that after a very, very lackluster round number 1. They hold the defense, though. And themselves will get themselves another opportunity, I should say, at this attack now after, as I said, a really poor one in the first one. But I think, honestly, they did well there. I really thought they could have been in a bad spot with that turtle up inside of B. Boston Breach, though, did get those ticks over towards A. So technically, yes, the tick advantage will be with Boston Breach.
Well, here they go. This is, again, a very normal strat. Hit B, hit it fast. You win this engagement. You could take this entire round straight away, but no. Getting shut down already. Boston Breach throwing on the walls. It comes down to a 2 versus 2. Envoy trying to stay alive, but taken down by Nero, who finds a couple more kills. And LA Thieves will have to rethink. They do not have the numbers to make a very fast push here. So it'll probably be a split and pick across the map.
Just the flanks, the routes that can be found. So many times you've got to clear out every single angle. If you are on that attack, eventually Thieves, they'll get themselves a spot inside of A here, and it's going to be a hard retake for Boston. There's plenty of Thieves members around here. The utility, though, is on its way in. Can this be the break to be found here by Boston Breach?
Oh, Nero gets one. Looking for that second, guns him straight out of the sky. Eventually taken down by Kenny, though. And it is a very similar story. If you can get players out on the defense and have them flanking around, it causes all kinds of issues for the attacking team.
And they can find a breakthrough here. Thieves managing to keep a hold of that kill lead as well, and maybe Boston Breach have lingered too long. They find a couple of more. Makes it easier for Thieves on this retake, but Boston Breach is not wanting to give any mid-map control up here whatsoever. Even if A does get taken, which it may not with the way that Nero is shooting, then maybe Boston Breach can then force Thieves back. That's exactly what they've done. Because of Kenny being pushed up against Capsule, they forced them to spawn back docks. Now can Thieves find these gunfights and get a hold of it?
Well, this is crazy. LA Thieves really want this, at least for the ticks, depending on who gets defense. TJ playing his live methods gets 2 as well. And Thieves can't even get into A at the moment. They are really struggling. And TJ goes and takes down Draza. There was a player behind him on the stairs. He sees him. It's Kenny. Kenny wins the gunfight eventually, but not in the cleanest manner. He has a second one as well. Octane finds a third, and I think the Thieves will now lock this one down and gives them 1 more minute to try and make this magic happen. Capsule already pushing out towards Ticket, though. Kenny does find him. So much has been said of Kenny switching back to his SMG role. So far on a 5 streak. The Kenny is alive and Thieves are moving fast. The pressure
The unrelenting pressure. Capsule trying to hold on. Kenny's going to go for the flank. He might find a few here. He's seen so many. He finds Methods. He finds a second as well. Kenny stays alive. TJ's desperately looking for him as the rest of the Thieves pile in. Has he just done enough? They are now into the point. They get that second tick in just a few seconds. Envoy looking for TJ, who's found around the back as well. An unbelievable play coming in from LA Thieves. One player left, just Nero, and he's going to go down, and the Thieves win their attack. And it's Kenny on the SMG that makes the plays.
Typical plays out of Kenny. Just the perfect timing round the back. The rest of the team was set up then. We've seen this fire push coming through so many times. He nails the timing there. Sensational from Kenny. The roots come through. The streaks come in. It's 24 and 15. Thieves on the defense. Advantage Thieves. This could be a 2-1 lead if they can hold down their defense.
That's what they're looking for. Already though, Boston Breeze trying to make some serious moves. They want this one straight back in the pocket. Nero and Capsule combine, and Capsule gets a second. Methods breaks it through, and this is the danger on Berlin. You get in a B, you wipe the team, and all of a sudden it screams up on the ticks. Methods gets another one, and LA Thieves are floundering. Surely there's no way back for them now. That third tick is coming through, and B, goodbye, good night. And Boston Breach have blown this wide open now.
What? Just stay alive, bro. Just stay alive. Just
Berlin is beautiful.
It's so frustrating when you see it happen time and time again, but teams just seem to crumble. As soon as one player goes down, everybody else dies as well. Now, Thieves, can you do something that is very, very difficult and defend A? The thing is here for them, though, they find a full 4 dead, they can spawn trap them potentially. OpTic maybe nearly found a second over into Methods, but he deals with it. The 100 Thieves are dealing with this well so far. Can they continue to do so?
The Thieves have to find another level. They have to find the Cinderella story, the magical slip up, and keep a lid on the Boston Breach. Because one slip up, one mistake will allow Boston to take this array. All the work they did. Now you can already see Boston trying to just get these trades coming through. They're on the stairs. Eventually gets taken out by Draza. What on earth was that gunfight? TJ gets another one though and gets back into the capture. LA Thieves are not close.
Points ticking it. That doesn't go. Batten down the hatches, and here come the rest of the Thieves now. Can they find a breakthrough? It's not looking like the TJ and Cap have combined well. Methods now finding the gunny. That should be the round, surely. Nobody from Thieves anywhere near. And they tie it up. That B push, that was crazy.
Wow, that's the danger. That is the Berlin danger. A wipe and a cap. Brings us back to 2-2 here on this control. Both teams pulling out all the stops. Kenny last time around. This time, Methods with the 5 streak. But I think who actually is going to pull defense here with the ticks coming through. Oh, there you go. Solves it for me. Methods. As we go onto his POV, you can see he does have that defensive side. LA Thieves are going to hit B in numbers here.
Does it matter? Because these pushes, it just comes down to who's going to win this opening break. If it can be a solid B push out of the Thieves. Oh, Methods, that's a window. Stop getting trapped. And just to get away, Tim will open it up here. This is a big fight in Hero. That's massive, because now they have to get rid of it. Now they have to turn around. Now they can cut straight on it, though, because Draza's done it quite effectively. Where the rest of the Thieves here, is this push going to work out? It seems as if not quite as clean and precise as the one from Breach. And Breach deal with that initial pressure that comes on through. Thieves default over towards it.
Thieves will be feeling that pressure, Ton. You are very, very right. Envoy gets caught in the tail as Method has dropped that glide bomb. And they will have to just kind of settle for getting A. And then the long and difficult journey towards B with a setup Boston Breach. You can see even now Boston are not really committing too heavily towards A. They know that A is okay, but B is better. Kenny's trying to do a little bit of work again. Can he be magic one more time for them?
Ridiculous gunfight against TJ. A couple of bullets in the head will do it. This time is ticking up. This will give them the extra minute. It looks like Breach might not be able to do too much about it. Capsule just trying to be a nuisance here. He's actually given the rest of his team time to get inside, but momentarily Capsule is the only one surviving for the rest of Breach, but they're still pushing it here. Shot's going to come on through. Thieves are going to get a hold of it, but Breach really not willing to give up that side of the map. They eventually clear them out, and now Thieves have a chance yet.
All that Boston have to do is try and keep a little bit of taking control, get towards train, and don't get flanked. It is a difficult break at the best of times. They are turtling a little bit here, Boston. A lot of the times you'll see that defensive team try to get towards mid-map, try to get those flanks going in. At the moment, they're not really doing it, but Methods is holding fast. Eventually, he does go down to Octane. But the key here on attack is you have to get there in numbers, and they haven't done it. And now Capsule puts flight. He's flying out. He's trying to push them as far away from B as possible, causing them so much time and so many issues to get back up on this map.
It all went very, very quiet, and Kenny, yep, you're going to have to use something to try and force them away. Capsule will then fall. We're back. Here we are. Kenny now pushing forward. Can they find a breakthrough? Yes, okay, yes, they can. This streak has completely broken things open here. The rest of Breach are going to get there on respawn in just a second. Capsule's trying to hold it himself. Envoy with the shots in. Octane is there alongside of him. These kills are working out for Thieves.
Surely they haven't done this. Method's trying to hold strong. Eventually does go down to Kenny with the auto this time. Capsule's now sprinting across this map. He has Nero with him, and Nero just guns Kenny out of the window. They're trying to get through, and TJ just drops one on his head. Octane holding fast against them against Capsule. It's a big fight to win, and he can't do it. Boston Breach do not have the lives, but they do have the position ton.
Thieves have time. That's going to be another kill for Envoy as well, but Nero is just skating around the other side of the map, just trying to be a nuisance. He's going to fall as well. No respawns remaining.
The 3 versus 9. Boston Breach backed against the wall. Already Capsule gets one, but he goes down as now a 2 versus 8. Kenny's flying around. Boston Breach get another kill. Capsule and TJ, the only players left. Kenny gets him. It's now a 1 versus 6. It's just TJ with 14 seconds on the clock. He finds Kenny. Can he find any more? They're so far away. He's trying to play his life desperately, and they are going to hunt him down with 5 seconds left to go. The big chow. It's Envoy through the door. It's the second one, and it's too many bodies. LA Thieves win the control as they try desperately, Boston Breach, to hold on, but they cannot do it. They break it and smiles out of Octane, because that was a stressful map, and that's the beauty of Berlin.
Oh, it is stressful, isn't it? It's a little bit much for 1:45 a.m. over here in the UK. My heart can't take it. It just, like, even when the deal was so much sealed for LA Thieves to win that one, it still wasn't certain. Fantastic plays out of TJ to nearly do that. Imagine, mate, imagine. My goodness, what a game. Number 3. What a series this has been so far. 3-2 to the Thieves. And honestly, Kenny going on that spree to win them the round in, I believe round number 3, probably ends up winning them the game because they get that streak. That's what breaks them out of their spawn trap, and then they find the kills from that. Phenomenal players out of Thieves to coordinate themselves so well to manage to do that at the right time. That gives them that foothold, that gives them that chance to get some purchase into B. They then find the kills and they find the round. What a great game this has been. It's been so back and forth, and it's not really been clear who's going to win either one of the maps until the very last moments. 2-1 to the Thieves, and what a performance that is in that final round specifically. I mean, that was disgusting from Nero, by the way.
It really was, and just the stories coming into this one, and we spoke about it before, right? Like LA Thieves, huge amounts of criticism, huge amounts of memes. I know I'm guilty of it, all right, I get it, but so nobody really has that much faith in them. But every time we feel like it could be the end of the roster, or something has to change, they find some magic, things start to look a little bit better. Boston Breach on the other side, obviously the new boys in the franchise this season. People are wondering how high can they go, and Nameless did say it, not a lot of confidence in them so far. They haven't shown the magic they might have done at Major 2, and right now they find themselves down ton.
It's difficult. They really haven't been at the races this week. It hasn't felt that way. Those big performances that we have been getting just haven't been there so far. They lost out to Toronto Academy NA, who somehow didn't manage to make it through themselves. And now they have made it through, and LA Thieves are potentially send them home at the earliest point when it does come down to the knockouts. Tuscan Hardpoint, then Tuscan Search and Destroy coming up as well. I don't know, but the way that Thieves have been playing, I think this is going to be really, really difficult for Breach here. just Octane every single map has been so enigmatic, and if Kenny can continue to heat up like he did do in that third map, it's going to be a really difficult series here for the rest of it, if there is much rest of it here for the Boston Bridge, to be honest with you, because the way that Thieves played there, I don't know, maybe this lane's going to be too much here.
Well, if these last few maps have taught me anything, is never to count my chickens before they're hatched. I genuinely believe at this point either team could walk away the win. I did think Boston Breach were the favourites coming into this game, and they find themselves down. LA Thieves, you never know what you're going to get on the day, and that's the truth be told. If you remember going all the way back to Major 2-Ton, we thought they were down. We thought they were out against New York, and we saw a reverse sweep then. It is like opening Pandora's box. You have no idea what's in there. You have no idea what performance you're going to get. Any one of those players could go off. Like we spoke about Octane, just think about it. You know, back at Major 2, his S&D performances weren't amazing. And then he comes into this S&D with an incredible performance. I don't know how to explain it. Inconsistency at the best of times.
I mean, look at some of these teams that have maybe had their biggest issues. You talk about the teams specifically that you would expect to be doing a little bit better. The teams that have been underperforming. First two teams that spring to mind is LA Thieves and Toronto Ultra. That month break seems to have done a fantastic job for these guys, and maybe is it not worked out the best for the other squads. Boston Breach at this moment in time looking to not necessarily be a beneficiary of that as they find themselves down here. But when it comes down to hardpoint, Methods a 1.16 overall, and that's excluding map number 1. I'd imagine that probably got bumped up a little bit after that. Phenomenal performance on Gavutsu. Can he find that here to keep his team in it in map number 4?
Well, let's find out. Let's find out what is left for us to unwrap in this incredible package of a game that we've seen so far. Both these teams, just to keep you abreast of the situation, are fighting for survival. Single elimination means if you lose this, you are out. If you win this, you go through in a championship Sunday and top 4. Both these teams want it so much. LA Thieves to shut up the haters. Boston Breach to try and cement themselves as one of the best teams in the CDL.
Well, here we go then, Thieves. Can you lock yourselves a spot in to Sunday with a hardpoint Tuscan win? It's a very, very good map for them as well. Boston Breach, very much a well-versed Gavutsu team. But you're going to need to see a big game from Kenny. A 1.07 already for him in his new role, although it's kind of his old role, but now it's his new role, and I honestly, who knows what role he does now fill. But it's SMG, mostly, at this point. Let's see if we can get it done here on Tuscan as we head into map number 4.
Well, that's not a great way to start. Draz is starting himself up top, Church. Nero's going to be looking for him as well, and Nero somehow just guns him completely down. Nobody really getting an awful lot of time here. Boston looking to move up at the same time. LA Thieves stacking all the way back, Church.
Octane will find the kill on the TJ. And for Thieves, it's about keeping a hold of that Church control for the rotation over towards P2, but also about trying to find some points here over towards P1. And that's to be said, I mean, if you want to recall back over towards map number 1, they just had a terrible start. And that was pretty much the deficit that continued throughout the rest of the game, and that was the deficit they ended up losing by. But this time around, a much better start from the Thieves. They lock in a decent amount of time, 10 seconds to play with here, which they may well give over to Boston, but they've got Church control, they've got P2 control, and that's what you want to play with.
You see, at the moment, they do have it locked in, and can Boston find their way through this? And I'm trying to not use the word breach in this sentence anytime soon, but Methods going through Church slowly but surely. Just tightening the conditions in which LA Thieves have to play in. Looking for it. Caps going to be up top. Finds Octane long, but doesn't end up dropping him. Now they get onto the point with 44 seconds left to go. LA Thieves have just been pushed back over and over again, and somehow Draza finds 2.
Really good setup there by Breach, but Draza doing his best as he can, and Envoy will find that final trick. Can he find another capsule with the snap? But Draza is there. The pistol is out. And control has been gained by the LA Thieves once more. 25 seconds to play with here. Boston going to have another look. May think about rotating after a couple of kills, may not go their way though. And that's going to be a retreat all the way back up, and Draza's already there, and Draza's already running forward. Force spree for him, and keeping the pressure on. He's already here and waiting as well. Good lord.
Wow. Draza against Methods. This is a big rotation kill, and he's going to get taken down.
Look at the sponsor.
They wanted this one.
Spawns weren't necessarily there. Breach spawned out. And now Thieves have spawned over towards tiles. No, it's not good for the Breach. The spawn outs, and that would have been from the pressure that came in from Draza at the beginning of this push.
Looking for it though, and I'll tell you something, P3 has been a little bit more chaotic since it got changed. Both teams know throwing bodies at it once and once again, and OpTic doesn't see the players slide through his Capsule. Capsule gets 3 in the end to shut them down. 30 seconds of time left onto this one. And it will be another push coming in from LA Thieves.
Yeah, the spawn at the back, you might as well, right? 20 seconds to go. We might as well pick up this time if we can do, but at this moment in time, we can't even find a kill. Octane towards the back, he's being dealt with. And Envoy has to get his running shoes on towards this right-hand side as they get their move all the way over towards P4. Not... I was about to say not a good hold by Thieves there, but it was Boston the first ones there. They do get the majority of the time, but if anything, you know, Thieves did prevent them, considering they were second net. What can we do over towards Church? Kills starting to come through for Breach. It was a bit of a slow start, but they've been much better, and they may well just take the lead in a second.
TJ about to come up against an LA Thieves trio. Finds one, finds a second, and Kelly eventually hits him with the reflexes and had to. They were just not expecting anyone in that corner.
Kelly, it's much better. He's being able to find these breaks. Method's just trying to hold as best as he can, though. The rest of the Thieves just not there. And Void now finding some pressure, but Boston Breach are just chipping away here. Just completely free points.
A grenade.
Yeah, and look at that's what happens when you hold grenades. Absolute disaster.
It's about as bad as a cooked grenade you could possibly hope to find here. LA Thieves, they're trying to cut their losses and head over to P5, but they are already not here. We've seen them do magic here at this hill before, but usually when they have it first in control, but Octane guns out Method. Nero, though, shuts down any of the pressure coming in from Kenny. Already, though, both teams throwing bodies at this one more time. TJ trying to hold up against it. Envoy shuts him down, and that's LA Thieves have managed to get in here before it ticked over. Boston Breach were there in numbers first, ton.
Envoy just running and swinging his MP40 everywhere there. Shots flying all over the shop, and just Boston Breach getting dealt with at the moment, but Nero just seems to be the shining light over and over again. He's broken on his own. 3 players go down. What is it with Nero and just streaky little moments? I never see him just getting 1 or 2 kills. It's like 6 or 7 in a row, and then he doesn't get one for another 4 or 5 lives, but he breaks open that hill all on his own. Boston Breach in the ascendancy here.
Have managed to stay alive and get some kills going down as well, and one last push coming in from the Thieves. Kenny just going to go for the contest here as well as Capsule stays alive and continues this 3 streak he's currently on. But the rotation will now come in for both teams. Capsule going to end up fighting 2 players above him. He won't mind too much staying there. It means he can go over to P1. TJ, though, pushing this one out at the same time. At the moment, Boston Breach in control.
Boston in control. Thieves with a good start. Can they bring back what they were bringing at the beginning of Tuscan here up against Boston Breach? Let's go listening with the Los Angeles Thieves.
I'm staying on both sides. We're staying on both sides. Staying on both sides. They're church. Can't give it. I have time. Don't tell it.
Back spots. Sorry, be out mid. 4 again. Good flip again, bro. I'll look mid lane fast. Yeah, flip. I got one. Let's give another one here. Split. No, split. In church. And mid.
I'm holding their side.
Church side of you.
Yep. You already hit it.
No. All good. Take it out.
Zenny, their side. Back left corner, their side. No. Zenny.
I needed it.
Alright, Zach.
Are you, I think.
Play the time.
Pillar. Are you dead?
Nice.
Good job.
Alright, Zach. I'm looking at recon. I don't see anything.
I'm top of the top left,
I'm in bottom church.
Okay, I'm jumping top
I'm
left.
gonna come map together in a second.
He's in P5. You go back?
Yeah, we can go around.
I'm sitting at
I'm back church.
Okay.
Go back church.
I'm hiding in Matt.
Waiting for you.
I'm
waiting.
I'm
on top of the tank. On top of the tank. I am on top of the tank.
On the back tank. One's in map stats.
Hearthstone on the tank.
Yep. Matt's there. No, you got a tank.
I'm hitting time.
I'm pointing. Tell me, bro. Back out late.
I'll see alley. Yes, be alley.
Back out. I'm letting.
You're push this guy, bro.
Wow, you can hear the fast comms coming in from the LA Thieves, and they have managed to bring this one all the way back as Draza opens up 2 with a pistol, 1 with the auto. And you can see they are now swarming onto this one, looking for the next player of points. That rotation will eventually come in, but at the moment they are just fighting for their life against Boston.
Gee, this man's pistol. My goodness, Draza has been flying around the map. He just can't be stopped at the moment. There's 6 in a row. Does it all on his own, and that's 10 seconds of scrap. Yes, okay. And Boston Breach will be actually all right with that. That's a good rotation from them. Thieves very, very far away.
Bait for Draza. Bait for Draza here. Envoy's going to try and look for it as well. Draza's going to try and get the trade as well. He has. Now they're going to do the same thing again. Octane will be looking to bait for Draza. They know a glide bomb will open this up.
They may well be able to do it without the glide bomb at this rate. Tiles control is there. Methods is ready and waiting though. Nobody bait in front, but here come the rest of Thieves. Now they start moving. Kenny finds a breakthrough, broken, and all of a sudden, the hill is broken. LA Thieves find a way through. Nero and Co, though, not too far away. Draws able to find an important kill as the rest of Thieves now coming in off the respawn, holding their kill cams as well, just to get themselves a bit of a better spot to make sure they're going to spawn there. Envoy and Co have to lock this down. The kills coming through. And LA Thieves, 20 seconds to play with you.
He's trying to do everything he can. He tries to shoot every player he can possibly see, but that will be the scrap time to Thieves. Nero off to the race as well. Did he see that player up top? He does see Kenny eventually. Kenny puts his Nero, the standoff here, trying to make sure the back is secured. And eventually Nero gets cut down as reinforcements come in. I say that, but he's somehow still alive. What is going on? Somebody shoot somebody! And eventually Nero will find Envoy towards the back. I don't know what was going on with that fight.
Honestly, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Let's continue. Thieves 200. Boston Bridge with a good hold here so far. Really big break from Thieves when you think about it in that previous rotation. Boston had a lot of time to set up and it mattered very little. Draza, entry. Can he find it? Yes, he can. Capsule falls. TJ falls as well. Draza is absolutely frying. The rest of the team follows suit as well. That is a perfect and absolutely exemplary break from the side of Thieves and Draza. 30 and 21 is having a great game. There's 2 more free kills. He only finds 1 though. The rest of the Breach trying to force their way through.
Here comes Nero, gonna come in the back, finds it as well. No, Kenny shuts him down at the same time. Kenny gets 2, the second one with a nade. Scrap time over, and Thieves are at P5, and they are good at holding this hill. Can they do it? It's a huge kill from Capsule though. You can't hold it if you're not there.
Octane, though, he set himself up in a nice spot here. Will they be expecting it? No, they won't. TJ is then dealt with. Look at the spawns coming in here for Breach. Octane, can he be the one to deal with them? Here, they've slipped the net, but it might work out for Octane because now he can just pinch when you think you're through. No, you're not. There's Octane with another. Thieves, it's very much in the ascendancy. 15 points away. Kenny and Co just doing brilliant work. And LA Thieves are 10 away of Ricey.
It's Thieves again. It's Thieves on P5 Tuscan. They are not letting it go. Boston are hurling themselves against this brick wall time and time again, and that'll be the game as Thieves. That's an upset for them. They're top 4. They're in a championship Sunday, and Boston Breach are going home. Nobody can on the Thieves, continuing to make upsets, continuing to disrupt the narrative that has been laid at their doorstep time and time again. But they've done it. And that is a smile hard earned on Kenny's face.
What a series. Every single player on that roster had their moments there. Draza popping off on occasion. Kenny had a very solid map number 4. Octane just ridiculous over the whole series. And Envoy just doing what Envoy does to the roots round, finding those awkward little kills. A really, really good team performance out at the side of LA Thieves. And for Boston Breach, commiserations to them. They will be falling out of course. Top 8 single elimination. There's no second chances here. LA Thieves advance through. And what a Sunday we've got on our cards. My God.
Well, there's been a couple of updates, and it seems if you are a green team, you take down and I don't know. I don't know what to say about this one. I said coming into it, Boston Breach, I thought with a team everybody expected to move forward. LA Thieves ignored all of that. They've won this one 3-1 ton, and you are right. I think that is the crucial thing you said earlier on. Every single member of this team has made incredible plays during this one. It feels like a team.
It just feels like these month breaks have been suiting some teams and maybe not suiting some others. It's the hunger there from some of these squads. It definitely has been from the ones that have been underperforming. We've seen much better games out of Ultra and Thieves. And I just wonder, you know, has that break really benefited them enough to go steps further? This is the kind of position you would have expected teams like this to be in, top 4s. Really good performance from them over this weekend. They've got that small blip at the full sale. That is unfortunately one that will not go away. That will be in the history books for quite some time, I would imagine, but it doesn't matter now. You're through to Sunday. They will not care about that.
No, they certainly won't. They really weren't coming through into this one. And I think today, if I'm right, I think everybody that was like the underdogs coming into it has actually ended up winning. OpTic Texas with their sub weren't expected to win against Atlanta Faze. They did. LA Thieves weren't really expected to win against Boston Breach. They did. Ultra against the Mutineers, same story. I think the only one that went kind of the way people thought it might be is New York versus Paris. But hey, that's the Call of Duty League, and that's COD sometimes.
Honestly, I don't know who wins tomorrow. I really don't, because I wouldn't have expected OpTic to go in and beat Faze at all. And now they're going in, but you looked at how they looked with General up against Florida. Could that happen again? I don't know. Did Faze just not play great? It's so hard. Honestly, anybody could win it tomorrow. Anyone can win. I think a lot of people will put OpTic as the favorites because they beat Faze, but realistically, I actually just don't know. I don't know who's going to win it tomorrow. It's going to be crazy.
I am looking forward to finding out. That is the real key. You are right. New York, Ultra, Thieves, and Texas are going to be our top four for tomorrow. And with the way that everybody's playing, it's a very big difference. You are a ton. What a difference a month makes.
It makes a big difference for some of these squads. And for Boston Breach, you look at them and it's hard to say when it's single elimination. You know, the lines are cut very, very fine in this sort of scenario. You lose a game and you can't improve on that in the double elimination or the losers bracket side of things. So top 8 will feel like disappointing for them, but they just caught a Thieves team who are on fire. Good job from them. Let's see how they do tomorrow.
They certainly do. Well, let's throw it back to our desk because I'm sure there's an awful lot of breaking down they've got to do.
I think the best part about that whole segment was 10 trying to make sense of all of this. 10, don't even try to make sense of it anymore, dude. Just enjoy good Call of Duty, right?
I'm just embracing it, Veli. I'm embracing it. It's fine.
All right, good. Great commentary, by the way. Guys, it's like 4 a.m. Go to sleep, all right? We'll talk to you later. All right, but yeah, there you have it. The Los Angeles Thieves looking so damn good. And that wasn't a win where it was like, oh, they got lucky and squeaked by.
Yeah.
That was a really, like, definitive win.
It was Kenny. It was a huge turnaround from Kenny.
Kenny is a
he
beast.
just started piecing.
Shout out to Reddit.
And that's what we really needed from him. He was struggling in his new role. Heading into the series, he just looked so much more comfortable, started doing whatever he wanted, and it paid off in the end.
Definitely, and we also have a Game Fuel post-victory spotlight with the one and only Draza, a.k.a. the Flame King. Yo, Draza, congrats on the big win. You guys definitely needed it, but I gotta ask you, yo, all those flanks that you did, and you were just copping 2 pieces, 3 pieces, all that. What was going through your head? Did you feel lucky?
No, I wouldn't say I was lucky. I mean, in this game, you get, a little lucky with like how, people see, but they kind of forgot about me in their church, and I was pretty positive that we didn't flip, and like our rule is like to make sure that you play aggressive to find out if we flip or not. And they kind of just started throwing nades at Hill, and so they kind of just gave me up. And if you can't give it the person that's the closest to you. So it was just a whole bunch of free kills.
Can't sleep.
Absolutely, and they did definitely forget about you for a second. In that bow cage S&D, Sam was absolutely popping off. Clearly, you guys are comfortable on that map. I have to ask, have you made any changes on who's making the play calls so far in Search and Destroy? Because that's where you guys have kind of been struggling, or is bow cage just kind of y'all's map?
Yeah, no, I feel like we've been working on S&D really hard. I've been playing a lot of 8s to try to get better at it. But I feel like, that map right there, Sam was just doing everything. He got a glide bomb, he was getting first bloods, he was, making play calls. So I think a big thing for us is just talking in clutches. And I feel like we've been doing a really good at VOD review and knowing their tendencies and taking advantage of what they're showing in other matches.
Jaza, congrats on the win. Moving forward in this tournament, you guys look fantastic, and you look amazing with that auto in your hand. So talk to me about the decision to make that role swap, and if you feel more comfortable.
Yeah, no, I would say I definitely feel like it gave a new look and a new life to our team. We had a pretty bad stage 2, so it kind of just brought confidence back. Like, it's almost like a roster change, but like you're just changing everything up. Getting the vibes back. Obviously, it wasn't working for Major 2, but I feel confident, and I feel like our whole team is very confident, and that's when we play our best.
Awesome.
Draza, you guys are disgusting. Great win today, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Good luck, all right?
Thank you.
No problem. Yo, that delay every single time, it scares the hell out of me.
I love it because you use your hands so much, so it's always like, all right.
Exactly.
Like waiting, all right.
But to close out that interview, yeah, 100 Thieves, Los Angeles Thieves looking absolutely phenomenal. And Draza was really like, he was getting by and just capitalizing.
He's been doing his thing all tournament long, right? And you guys talked about it briefly. It's like, it was Kenny in this series, the one who's making the big influential plays, especially in that control, what he was able to do, picking up the streaks. Like, he was just popping off. Like, that's what you need out of your SMG player. Like, Envoy at times, he's not going to be that aggressor that's going out there finding all the kills with the SMG. He's sort of a route man. So you needed Kenny to be the aggressor, the guy who's in the mix, picking up those kills, being a nuisance, and that's what he was able to accomplish, which is why they look so much more comfortable in this series versus Boston. So if he can continue that level of play, they have a good shot tomorrow.
Most definitely. And by the way, Draza, he's a king today. He actually got the scuff play of the game. Let's talk about in that last hard point. He was getting all the kills that was in his sights, and he was not letting loose at all.
You know, I'm pretty sure this is exactly when they forgot about him bottom church, and he tried and kind of just got this free push up through it. Nobody saw it. Excuse me, this is not it. This is a P1. Yeah. He hits him through the back of P1. Nobody is looking. Nobody's checking the pinch. That has been an ongoing theme with the Boston Breach team. Draza took advantage of that, and I have to say, props to the LA Thieves squad for kind of keeping that mental composure throughout the weekend. Because I mean, all the issues that I feel like have been stacked onto this squad, the struggling with the role swap, the full scales, you know, and forcing their way into today with a big win. I think this was a very good thing that they needed overall moving forward as a squad.
You know, and honestly, that game 4 was a really good indicator of how good this Thieves team can be. There was minimal mistakes made on that map out of those guys. Like, they played absolutely phenomenal. I mean, even at times where they did get broken, they were able to neutralize the point. Like on that P3 at Fountain, when Cap was able to get on and steal like 20 seconds or so, they were still there at the next hill, ready to go. So I think Thieves, they've improved a lot with this role swap.
The one thing that people seem to forget, and it's easy to do it behind your computer screens, right, is that we forget that these are actual people and they're going through big challenges, right? But the fact that Los Angeles Thieves kept up that mental fortitude to cop a win like that, that was so important. I really hope that they ride off of that momentum because, I mean, that roster top to bottom, they're built for championships. But let's talk about what's been happening today because the tactical play of the day goes to Scump and,
of course.
Yo, the king went crazy.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this play was wild. What I really like about OpTic Texas is they give up this A bomb site. They'll let you plan it, and they're comfortable with retaking. I mean, down to the first round, we saw shots. He gets the info, backs up, and they retake. And in this round, this is their classic retake. Scump comes through mid, a little bit shaky shots, maybe lost some auto aim there, gets the kill, jumps down, gets the kill onto RCDs, and then from here on out, he's feeling himself. He knows there's going to be one outside, sends General out to bait, finds the trade, and then I'm going to consider this an ace. I'll be honest. They actually robbed them out of the ace. But
Yo, what's wrong with you, Bruce?
Yeah, they have by far the best retake on the A-bomb site in the game on Berlin, and they're so comfortable doing it. Teams need to take notice.
Yo, OpTic, that's the team to watch right now. So let's talk about the matches that we had today. We kicked off the day with some amazing ones, but also a really fun one was the New York Subliners taking on Paris Legion, where going into the series, Paris Legion had a big win over Ultra Academy NA, right? That did not live long against the New Look New York squad, and Kismet helped out the team, and they got the big dub.
I mean, New York is looking insane. It looks like a complete turnover. It looks like the hot potatoing finally paid off, and now they're heading into Sunday. I mean, it was a dominant win over Paris as well. They started off incredibly hot in this bow cage. I tell you what, Hydra has just been straight frying the competition. I mean, with the sniping, he pulls out 12 and 6 in the S&D, heading into the control. I mean, they look great overall.
Yo, the best hardpoint team in the game, if you go by my standards. Let's also talk about Toronto Ultra versus the Florida Mutineers, where, okay, this was kind of sad. That wasn't the Florida Mutineers that I saw at Major 2 at all. And Toronto Ultra looked great.
I mean, the most impressive thing was just how coordinated they were on the New Look Berlin control. I mean, we saw in the very first round, they got 5 ticks of progression. That's just going to put you in a fantastic position. And CleanX had a good showing once again, led the team in engagements. And we saw Cammy have a positive series, which is always a good sign for the Toronto Ultra. And they closed it out in a hard point on Berlin, where they were playing great. I mean, that P3 break was chef's kiss. I really love what I saw Toronto Ultra find themselves in a top 4 situation.
I'm so happy they're winning again. Like when Toronto wins, it's just a good feeling all around. But also the game of the day in my eyes. Atlanta Faze versus OpTic Texas, a team who had their IGL sitting out for Jordan General, right? But General popped off today, and Atlanta Faze copped a big L.
I tell you what, that first Gavutu, all my notes for that was just pain. It was just pain across the board. 250 to 100 for OpTic, and then a complete turnaround when it came to the Tuscan Search and Destroy. Shots, he ended 10 and 5. He got so many first bloods as well, but it was also General that was doing what he needed to do on the map for this team. I mean, the fact that OpTic was able to hang in there with Atlanta Faze, with Gordon, just doing what he needed to do, just filling the role that he needed to fill, playing his own game, and then coming out with the win. Easily the most exciting match of the day.
And the best part about that, nobody cared at all. Every single player had their respective role in making big plays, make sure that series was won. That was beautiful. The core of OpTic Texas is something serious, But let's take a look at the bracket because things have unfolded in such a crazy, weird way. That's the theme of the CDL this year, right? Tomorrow, we're going to see the likes tomorrow we're going to see the likes of OpTic Texas taking on the Los Angeles Thieves, and that team looks so rejuvenated right now. Then we're going to see the New York Subliners face off against Toronto Ultra. That's going to be a very hard game to predict. Nameless.
Yes, it is.
Out of those two games, man, which one are you most excited to see?
I think Subliners and Ultra. I just want to see how good the Subliners truly are.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like they've showed me enough now to know that they're the real deal, and they look good across all the game modes. But man, like Toronto Ultra, it's going to be a grueler of a series. You play Toronto Ultra on a Sunday, they're going to bring it to you. It's not going to be an easy series, regardless of what you think about this team when it comes to hardpoint. They've been playing better in that game mode, so that's the one I'm looking out for.
All right, Allie, anything you want to say to close out the day on your end?
Tomorrow's going to be chaotic. There's so many teams with so much to prove. OpTic with their sub are still looking to Neslo it out throughout the rest of the day. We got New York and Toronto. They're going to have a lot to prove because New York has been fighting to put their way into a top team conversation. Toronto Ultra is on the bounce back from falling short of all of their hard points. So it's a big day tomorrow, Val.
Big emphasis on the bounce back. But ladies and gentlemen, we would like to see you all bounce back here tomorrow. You guys already know the time and the place for Championship Sunday. This is what it all comes down to, okay? The AMs are out the way. We got all the other teams out the way. Now we're talking about the top four. You heard that right. We got Toronto Ultra, the New York Subliners, OpTic Texas, and even Los Angeles Thieves. Sorry, I slipped up on that one. But like,
it's been a long day.
It's been a long day. But like Tun was saying during that closing segment of his, he doesn't even know who's going to win. But this is a good time for Call of Duty fans worldwide. You root for your favorite teams and your favorite players because at the end of the day, no one knows. That's why predictions are for fun, right? So I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. And most importantly, which two teams will wind up in the finals. That's going to be amazing. And for all of you at home, we love you. Spread love. Take care of yourself. We'll catch you tomorrow for some more hot Call of Duty Pro-Am Classic action. Take it easy.